This will be the first chapter of our new story, where the protagonist Yang Qing Xuan was learning about universal origination. He found himself in Kun Lun's underground palace, where he had counted 81 columns for some time. Something told him that he was in the right place, because this was the place where the secret of his birth was hidden. This place was affecting him in a strange way, not only mentally, but physically as well. His body began to show tears, and soon a mark appeared. The mark had appeared when he was only 6 years old, and now she had accompanied Yang Qing Xuan for his 24 years. We must give her credit, for she had been with our hero in countless battles. The mark helped him become a top martial arts grandmaster. But even with such gifts from the heavens, Yang Qing Xuan still felt incomplete. Not only did he have no memories of his birth, but he had no feelings. It was as if there was an emptiness that prevented him from showing any emotion, bad or good. The feeling could still be described as if there was another part of him. As if he were divided into two personalities. He had lived with it for many years, he had accomplished a lot, but he had not been able to learn something down to earth, so today he decided to deal with it. To do so, he had to descend to the very bottom of the Kun Lun underground palace. After all, if this mysterious palace was really hiding secrets about his birth, it made sense to check every crevice so that he wouldn't be tormented in guessing anymore. Yang Qing Xuan landed right in the center of the drawn yin-yang sign, and from his seat, he saw something interesting, or rather, something he didn't expect to see. But even towards this sight, he had no emotion, only a lack of understanding of the situation. The huge statue of the jade beast was appealing in its realism, and it felt as if it was hiding something. There was something glowing in its paws. Yang Qing Xuan thought that perhaps he would be able to find an answer there. As soon as he began to approach the glowing object, the light systematically reflected on its snow-white appearance. It seemed as if the object was already familiar to him, so he assumed that it was a Xinyun plate. In our understanding, it didn't look like a plate, because it looked unique and probably had more profound properties than an ordinary plate that was just made for eating. Xinyun had an unusual coloration. It could be compared to holes in space. In addition, it was like a gateway to another world. What our hero didn't expect was that the gateway to other worlds would be located in this Kun Lun palace. This portal was like a vortex that could swallow everything at a touch. When Yang Qing Xuan tried to lightly touch Xinyun's finger, his skin would start to sting, and a moment later, the mark on his body started to be sent inwards into the plate. It was out of control, and our hero did not know what to do in such a case, because this had never happened before. The mark was only the first step, for what happened next was a real boom. Yang Qing Xuan could no longer hold on to the statue's bony fingers, and rushed inside the Xinyun. The vortex that Xinyun was creating was so powerful that the entire statue it was actually holding on to collapsed. Now was probably the first and last time Yang Qing Xuan felt the fear of death, for he couldn't even explain what was happening before his eyes. His scream could be heard several kilometers away, but it was unlikely that anyone would come to his aid, because the Xinyun had already come into action. This explosion was impossible to stop. Xinyun, like a shooting star, flew into another world that was impossible to keep up with. Welcome to the continent of Dark Night, to the unassuming gray town of White Water. Life here had its own little neighborhoods, little gangs who thought they were the big shots and thought they were in charge. It's just a regular town where there was a lot of violence. People needed money, so they decided that they could take it from every passerby. They were tired of wasting their time, for the boy had been beaten, and he still did not want to give the money. They felt obliged to thank the idiot, though, or else they'd have a deficit. The bandits had no idea how this boy had gotten so much money. The boy's grandfather worked as an ordinary janitor, so they could assume that the big money came to him from some unknown sources. So they were sure that even if they took it, no one would care. At last the young man awoke, but it was no longer the same young man, but a new soul. Yang Qing Xuan was astonished, for he couldn't understand where he was, and why his body was that of a 15-year-old. But all that remained stable was his mark on his left arm. Even having a new body, it never left him. In his head, he began to replay recent events, and an understanding of everything now was beginning to come. The body he found himself in had an unfinished soul. The previous owner of the body was stupid and crazy at his young age, for he allowed himself to be bullied by others. It took literally seconds from rejection to acceptance. It was enough to realize the entire situation for Yang Qing Xuan to be able to accept this body as his real, new body. The bandits were, of course, in their dimension and watched the idiot stand up again. Perhaps they were generous enough to add one more punch to make sure he didn't get up again. Even though he was a bit dumbfounded by the rearrangement of his soul, Yang Qing Xuan had not lost his agility and knowledge of the former techniques he had given years of his past life to. Everything he had learned in the past, namely martial arts cultivation, were still with him, which would play a big role for him in this world. The bandits, accustomed to the fact that this cornered boy was always under attack, were annoyed that this time he managed to dodge. Yang Qing Xuan slowly began to delve into the life of the former owner of this body, and remembered these vagrants. One of them, the most pockmarked and by all appearances their leader, was named Bi Hao. Zhou was also a kid with a temper and not the softest. Hu Ding was also tough, or else he wouldn't be part of this trio. These were the people who had always bullied this boy, and at every opportunity they stole his money. He had a considerable amount of money as for a 15-year-old boy, and this money belonged to his grandfather. Now that Yang Qin thought about it, he wanted to understand where did his grandfather, who was just a janitor, get so much money from. All this time, the guys were muttering something, but Yang Qing Xuan didn't reply. He was in his own world and thinking about something else. Bi Hao didn't stand on ceremony anymore and decided to kick Yang Qing Yu. It was probably a mistake to do so, but the boys didn't seem to have noticed the change. Yang Qing Xuan was no longer a boy who could be offended. He had power and knew how to use it. He was confident and self-reliant, and therefore he didn't let any scum get their hands on him. One touch of his finger was enough to make the enemy fly away to a safe distance. It was so noisy in this place that it was hard to think, and besides, the memory of this young body was hazy, making it difficult to think. In the end, it was decided to think about pressing matters when they returned home. If memory did not fail our hero, today was supposed to be rank evaluation day, and not just anywhere, but at Tiankong Academy itself. Yang Qing Xuan remembered that momentous conversation with his grandfather. This conversation was like a shining star in the dark night for him. That was when grandfather told Yang Qing Xuan that only the weak could lower their heads. This was a powerful rule of this world. At that moment, Yang Qing Xuan was a bit foolish. But even so, his grandfather couldn't let him become someone who easily bowed down to others. Yang Qing Xuan was a descendant of the Yang family, and if his grandfather had to sacrifice everything, he would sacrifice everything, but teach his grandson to be a martial arts master. At that moment, Yang Qing Xuan didn't understand Grandpa, but he knew for sure that he only wished him well. So during that conversation, he decided that no matter what pain he had to go through, he would never give up, for Grandpa's sake. It was a firm decision to become a true martial artist. It had been nurtured since early childhood, and it had been carried through the years until Yang Qing Xuan's 15th birthday. With surprise to himself, he realized that he had a dream in this world, that he had aspirations to fulfill. He didn't deny that he was a fool, but he did note to himself that being a fool had managed to keep his dreams alive so far. But wasn't that the direction he was heading in? While he was pondering his raison d'être, the enemies had already risen to their feet and were very angry, and were also preparing a joint attack. Every family had a hidden martial art, and this time, Hu Ding didn't hesitate to use it in this battle. In the end, Yang Qing Xuan already knew specifically what he wanted, so he decided to continue on the path of his dreams. His dragon spirit was extremely strong, so much so that he swept these scum out of the way and blinded their eyes. No one could even guess when this fool had become so strong. If he had been despised and mocked before, he was now feared. Although the dragon spirit was strong, but these brats were able to resist such an attack. Yang Qing Xuan realized that these guys were just ordinary students of Tiankong Academy, but they were already quite strong. Yang Qing Xuan, as we have already realized, had and read memories from this body, and right now, he was thinking of one thing. After all, this land of Xuanye was different from his old world. The ranks were differentiated into Qi Wu, Lin Wu, Zhen Wu, and so on. Each rank had 4 levels. To reach the next rank, a cultivator needed to be at a high level of the current rank. With this, there were no restrictions on the human body. A cultivator could cultivate to a higher rank. Yang Qing Xuan's body was at the 10th level of Qi Wu. In this world, this was considered as a low-grade martial artist, and only by training Qi into a mark, condensing one's martial soul, and rising to the rank of Ling Wu, would Yang Qing Xuan be able to be considered a true martial artist. Our hero believed he could win today, and would win this battle because of his experience in other battles. Basically, the opponents weren't going up anyway, so you could consider it a victory. The students were shaking with fear, but why were they like this? After all, they had known Yang Qing Xuan for maybe 3 whole years. Were they now afraid that Qin Xuan would eat them? In fact, it was much simpler. It seems that these guys had borrowed a total of 1,080 silver coins from Yang Qing Xuan over the past 3 years. and according to the monthly interest of 10%, the guys now owed Yang Qing Xuan 9,871 silver coins. It would be great if they would deign to pay right now. Such insolence and the percentage took the breath away from the debtors. But it was only fair. Yang Qing Xuan had to once again explain to this fool that there was a percentage. Not only were these students dumb, but they were also deaf, daring to ask 300 times each how much they owed. Yang Qing Xuan was very kind to repeat once again the sum of 9,871 silver coins. Now the question was different. Would they be able to pay, or would they have to do it some other way? Already completely intimidated, the students continued to shake with fear, and undoubtedly said they could actually pay off this debt. I wonder why they were so coy before and didn't say so right away. The situation seemed to be resolved, so Bihao wanted to leave this place quickly. Yang Qing Xuan was silent in response. They took this as permission, so they somehow decided to leave. But how scared they were when Yang Qing Xuan's rough voice stopped them halfway. What did our hero want from them again? The scum were already intimidated, but he continued to keep them in fear. There was nothing he wanted, he just needed them to write a receipt and nothing more. There was only one problem. There was no pen and paper. Yang Qing Xuan's extraordinary mind had already thought of what could be done in such a case. After all, such a small thing shouldn't be a problem. Only these poor students didn't fully understand what Yang Qing Xuan was up to, and he really wasn't planning the most pleasant things. Like a tiger, he leapt straight toward them, not even giving them time to retreat. Yang Qing Xuan was truly cruel but fair. After all, he had torn their clothes and then made them sign their clothes with their own blood. The students were practically naked, beaten and scared, and Yang Qing Xuan decided to take the 3 receipts with him. The boys were to give a monetary debt right for tomorrow. And today was Yang Qing Xuan's first step on the path to becoming a true martial arts master. Our hero returned to Tiankong Academy. There he was greeted with loud cries of, "Look, the fool is coming!" The students who studied with him were surprised that he didn't give up his grade and came to the academy. They laughed him off, for as expected, he would be the 6th dropout in the history of the academy. The teacher greeted Yang Qing Xuan with a kind smile on his face. He was pleased to know that his disciple had not given up and encouraged him to ignore what others said. One just had to try his best. The 3rd grade teacher was a very kind old man. He didn't give up. Even if he had a student like Yang Qin, he continued to believe in him. In the blink of an eye, all the attention from Yang Qing Xuan went to another person, Wu Qi Yue. As soon as the guys heard that name, they immediately forgot about our hero and literally jumped out of the crowd to see this man from behind the crowd. Qi Yue. Everyone knew her as from the elite of the institution. She was chief among the top 4 beauties of the academy. And she had to come and watch the evaluation here, which the guys were very excited about. The girls treated it with indifference and even irritation when they saw the guys starting to try, preparing themselves, wanting to give her the best show. However, the girls were not indifferent when they saw Lord Kuo Han. He was the number 5 hidden dragon card of the academy. The girls longed for him to come to look at one of them. The boys and girls literally split into 2 camps, each wanting to impress their crush. Meanwhile, Yang Qing Xuan stood in bewilderment. He didn't understand what these guys were even up to. Then he saw the 2 objects of all the students' admiration come in. And to tell the truth, he began even more to not understand why they needed to be so embellished. Kuo Han and Qi Yue appeared in public together. Perhaps by status they would be a good match for each other. But they were lonely despite everyone losing their heads over them. Lord Suo Khan did not fully understand why his companion came here, and therefore allowed a guess that she wanted to look at this fool. That is, our hero. Qi Yu didn't want to be frank with him, and didn't think it was none of his business where she wanted to go at all. Lord had to admit that he was just worried about her, afraid that these guys didn't know any manners and could easily offend the girl. To be honest, he was really right, because the guys were just as mad at the sight of Qi Yue as the girls were at the sight of him. They all piled up when they saw the couple. Yang Qing Xuan was standing still and the crowd pushed him over. He ended up accidentally stepping on Lord Zuo Han's foot. Yang Qing Xuan was very embarrassed and afraid, but he immediately apologized after all. It was an accident. The crowd was already anticipating in fear that this fool was doomed. Everyone knew how clean Lord Zuo Han was. Kuo Han still looked calm and gave out that everything was fine. And then his eyes glazed over like icy needles. He suggested the guy just say goodbye to his life. Lord Zuo Han had already raised his hand to hit the young man, but in time, his teacher came to Yang Qing Xuan's aid. It seemed like it was just a bit of dust. So was it really necessary to kill him right away because of that? Zuo Han didn't say anything, but only grinned irritably. and the teacher suggested that Yang Qing Xuan should go and get his grade. The evaluation had already started, and it was conducted by the third-grade teacher, Qin Zhen, a strict but fair teacher. There were only 2 ways to get a grade. One of them is to hit the thunder drum with all one's might. If a disciple can hit it to produce 7 thunder rolls, it will mean that he has the physical superiority capable of cultivating to be a strong fighter. The second way is to touch the given martial soul stone. It will be able to detect the potential of the examiner's martial soul. Which of these ways would be better was hard to say. And besides, Yang Qing Xuan needed to choose between these 2 ways himself. 4th-grade teacher Yu Liang was quite insolent and brought his class early, thus showing disrespect to the 3rd grade. For he believed that if there were potential martial souls in the 3rd grade, it would only take a few minutes. But it turns out their exam was already over, and they were curious to take a look at the situation in 3rd grade. And specifically, everyone was interested in the disciple that teacher Qin Zhen was thinking about. The students weren't happy, because Yu Liang must have specifically chosen the time when Yang Qing Xuan would be the one receiving the grade, probably to make fun of the entire 3rd grade. Thus our hero was considered a scapegoat, because he was the one pulling the entire class down. Teacher Qin Zhen asked him to ignore all the talk and continue to get his grade. He knew that Yang Qing Xuan's grandfather had sought out many medicines for his soul to help him. But our hero could break through the 7 thunders, and it was up to him if he invested fully. The memory of this body told Yang Qing Xuan that martial artists were categorized into strong fighters who trained their body or martial soul cultivators who cultivated qi. But if one wanted to evolve indefinitely, one had to cultivate one's qi. After all, the body doesn't last forever. Therefore, based on his preferences, Yang Qing Xuan immediately discarded the first option and did not even dare to try his strength with a thunderous strike. The way he chose to get the grade already spoke volumes. It was as if he was expressing his intentions not only to himself, but to others as well. He had never said anything to his friends or teachers about how he wanted to develop, so now many people looked surprised. Qin Zhen was scared for his disciple. After all, he thought that Yang Qing Xuan had little spiritual strength and would have a better chance of getting a high grade if he used physical strength. But Yang Qing Xuan was adamant he wanted to try. Something told him it was worth doing. For more reassurance, the second teacher prompted him to do what he wanted to do. The disciples laughed and continued to call him a fool, and for good reason, because if one did not master the potential of a martial soul before the age of 15, he would never possess such a soul. Therefore, it was no wonder that he was considered a naive fool. And he felt sorry in front of Grandpa, he knew, and Grandpa knew that he didn't have the fighting potential of a soul. But his grandfather always wanted him to become a strong fighter. Became a strong fighter so there would be a place for him in this world. Yang Qing Xuan was hesitant to touch the cold stone at first, but when he had already touched it, the doubts faded away. He didn't want to stop there and continue on his path. Literally a moment after touching it, a rumbling noise was heard which surprised the subject. The light that the stone emitted spilled not only over the training ground, but beyond it, all the way to the heavens and throughout the city. It was definitely the light of a martial soul. Now, every disciple could see that Yang Qing Xuan was no ordinary wastrel and had serious potential. Every 3 flashes was a rank. There were lower, middle, and higher 3 ranks. In the legends, there were once 10 flashes. Qin Zhen couldn't even guess what level Yang Qing Xuan would possess. While receiving the mark, our hero felt already tense. But in addition, for some reason the mark began to react to what was happening and shone a bright light. First, her color got brighter, and then it spread not only all over her body, but to other places nearby. In particular, the mark was very interested in the examination table and what Yang Qing Xuan could do about it, for he didn't even understand what was going on. Much less could he control that power. The force was so great that it shattered the entire table to pieces. In the sky, in the middle of a white day, one could see a dragon, lots of lightning, and distant stars next to that. The lightning and the dragon were spreading throughout the city, as if they couldn't find a place to go. The speed with which the sky was changing frightened the ordinary citizens. So they did not stay on the street anymore and ran wherever they could to escape. Those who knew where it came from in the sky marveled at the power of this martial soul morph. Blockade Army General Ho Ming, and as long as he had been in his position, this was the first time he had seen such power emanating from the academy. His first concern was for the Emperor, and so he ordered the other soldiers to prevent him from being harmed by that belligerent soul. This flow, which spread everywhere, manifested itself very clearly in the bodies and souls of others. Those who had a weak temperament felt the manifestation of the warrior soul especially painfully. Low-level souls felt that their warrior soul was about to crumble. On their feet, it was difficult to stand even for those of average strength. These were real moments of suffering for many. Qiyu didn't fully understand what was happening. She could only guess. But fortunately, her strength allowed her to stand firmly on the ground. You can observe that even the teacher bore the event hard. Qinzhen watched Yang Qing Xuan and believed that his body should not have been able to cause such a strong pressure. Perhaps today's day would be remembered by many, and for a long time. Perhaps some would still have doubts that this morphism could not have been caused by Yang Qing Xuan. There would definitely be doubts, because everyone knew him as a fool, as a weak and defenseless young man who might not be capable of anything. Qi Yue including, could not divorce who Yang Qing Xuan really was. In order to find out what was really happening, Qi Yue decided to use Qing Yang. It gave her the ability to see more than a simple gaze. The girl was literally looking at Yang Qing Xuan's soul. It was truly powerful, and now there was no doubt that he was the one who had created such a morph. Qiyu saw something she shouldn't have seen, and Yang Qing Xuan of course sensed it. He had to hurt the girl's eye to prevent further observation. However, she herself would not have been able to bear to look at such power any longer. But in any case, she no longer had any doubt that Yang Qing Xuan had hidden a terrifying power inside his body. It was known that only a few martial artists possess such great power. And this child had 2 souls in his body, which is actually what the lady saw. Eventually, nothing lasted forever, and the belligerent spirits receded. The day went back to normal, and everyone could feel relaxation in their bodies and in their souls. Few people realized the reason for what had happened. Many still had doubts that Yang Qing Xuan was able to exert such pressure. This was not what Yu Liang had expected to see after all. He had just come to bask his ego in the failure of others. Huo Han had some sympathy for Qi Yue, and therefore noticed that the girl was not feeling well, and like a true gentleman, he immediately rushed over to help her. But she had no sympathy for him, and rather rudely pointed out to him to take care of himself. After all, he had a shattered knee. Some who were in the area of this incident felt their cultivation suddenly weaken. The misunderstanding students began to seek answers from the teacher. He had to explain that it was the qi pressure arising from a martial artist, but it was too strong and caused extreme pressure. Today, the disciples learned something new, that by simply releasing qi energy, one could suppress another weaker cultivator. The situation was heating up. Panic was growing. Yu Liang decided to take control of this situation. He noticed that Lord Zuo Han looked upset, and so he assumed that this qi pressure was caused by him. Many people also picked up on this thought. After all, everyone thought the Lord was strong enough. Plus he was known to everyone as the king of Ujun. But the teacher was sure that such pressure was certainly not because of him. He felt that the strength was very different. But if he directly said that it was Yang Qing Xuan's strength, he could assume that no one would believe him. Qinzhen called everyone to calm down, and warned that the matter would be investigated by the school and the kingdom, hoping to bring closure this way. Yang Qing Xuan still managed to light up the Wuhong light on the martial stone just before the energy pressure occurred. Therefore, Teacher Qin decided to rush his verdict. That Yang Qing Xuan had passed the exam after all. Our hero only thought that he had attracted a lot of unnecessary attention. But he didn't even realize that he couldn't control his strength. The teacher was proud of his student, because he would never have thought that a talented genius would appear in the academy this year. It was a great happiness for him. Impossible, unbelievable, ridiculous. In the end, it was hard to believe. Or maybe that stone was just broken after all. The disciples could be understood after all. Yang Qing Xuan had not displayed such supernatural skills before. Before everyone dispersed, Yu Liang held up Teacher Qin. Apparently he had something to say. He noticed that the soul stone had been shattered when examiner Yang Qing Xuan tested him, so he had to retest. Many who were envious liked that idea. It seemed fair to them. But Qinzhen didn't understand since when did he need Yu Liang's approval for the 3rd grade exam. Yu Liang didn't pay attention to this. He decided to manipulate the other teacher and put him in front of the fact. If his student did not pass the retest, he would deign to report Qinzhen for falsifying the exam results. Lord Zuo Han was also indignant because, you see, there were rules in the exam. If someone didn't qualify, they could challenge others to retest. Qinzhen didn't fully understand Kuo Han's intentions and was annoyed because of it, for he was getting wood thrown on the fire. What Kuo Han said was indeed spelled out in the rules. But Yang Qing Xuan's potential yield was low, and it already met the requirements, so it didn't need to be done. But it turns out Lord Zuo Han wasn't even talking about him. He was referring to someone else. Kuo Feng had never been tested before, and so he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, and he was happy to try to test his strength. Kuofeng was in the top 10 of the class, and he was already at the 7th level of Qi. So Teacher Qin didn't fully understand the point of doing this. Kuofeng was a big kid, but he didn't swing at this drum with all his might. In the end, he demonstrated that he couldn't vibrate this drum, which meant that he was unskilled, and thus he wanted to challenge Yang Qing Xuan. He expected that if he was able to defeat Yang Qing Xuan, his chances of becoming an elite student would be much greater. All this time, Yang Qing Xuan had been aloof, as if it wasn't about him at all. But in the end, he had to meet his opponent in battle. These two had never had any problems. Besides, they were classmates, and Yang Qing Xuan didn't understand why this was necessary. Did Kuofeng really want Teacher Qingyu to be ashamed of them? In fact, the reason was hidden in another. Yang Qing Xuan had offended Chao Han, and now Chao Feng was trying to suck up to him by taking revenge directly on the offender. Kuofeng decided to strike first. He wanted to show that even stupid kids like Yang Qing Xuan had to be self-aware. Yang Qing Xuan had long since accepted the fact that people often thought of him as an intimidated being, and accordingly could do anything to make their heart satisfied. But sooner or later, everything would get tiresome, and now Yang Qing Xuan was also tired of being called stupid. Today, he decided that he would not hesitate to teach his opponent a lesson. Zuo Feng was also convinced that he should have really beaten our hero for being overconfident. He was also very kind to warn not to be blamed in the event of Yang Qing Xuan's death. Zuo didn't even manage to land the first blow as his opponent was about to strike back. Their physiques were different. One would initially think that Yang Qing Xuan could even be strangled like a mosquito when comparing him to the huge Kuofeng. But Yang Qing Xuan still prioritized spiritual power and its cultivation, so regardless of his physical strength, our hero's spiritual power was enough to fight back against such a huge opponent. I think this kid mistook the ring for a sumo ring. Everything happened so quickly that Yang Qing didn't even realize what was happening and wondered to himself, was this really all there was? This idiot actually beat up the fatty. The students started to be afraid after all. They were also under threat. It probably didn't cost Yang Qing Xuan anything to beat them up. The only one who was really happy for our hero was the teacher. It was adorable for him to see that this kid really had ability and was already keeping his cool. Yu Liang was annoyed, for he thought that Yang Qing Xuan would easily fail in the fight. But the cards fell differently, and now our young man had a lot of confidence. He even suggested that if someone wasn't satisfied with the result, Zuo Feng could challenge him again. Anytime. Yu Liang seemed as if he had admitted his defeat in front of Teacher Qin and didn't hesitate to say that he could laugh this time. This duel showed Yang Qing Xuan's strength and made it clear to Qi Yue that this child really had abilities, not just accommodated a second soul and contacted evil forces. The one who was clearly displeased was Lord Zuo Han. His brother had been insulted right in front of his eyes, so of course he didn't want to just let this kid go. Our hero had strength, and he did not consider himself guilty, and therefore immediately prepared to defend himself and became in a fighting stance. But before the battle could begin, Qin Zhen intervened, stopping any violence between the disciples. He still had to teach a lesson to the insolent Zuo Han who dared to disrupt the student order. Moreover, this scoundrel dared to ask stupid questions about what Teacher Qin was even doing, and why did he prevent him from fighting Yang Qing Xuan. Zuo's family was noble, but even still, was Zuo Han sure that he wanted to break the school's boundaries? Zuo Han realized that his family's influence was not infinite. His family was mainly influential in Can, and as for Tiankong Academy, it had ties with the kingdom, and therefore the young lord could not be careless. This time he decided to let our hero go, but warned that no one would protect him in the future. Yang Qing Xuan didn't like this arrangement, so he proposed to fight exactly 1 year later. He also warned that except for life and death, no one would be able to interfere in this battle. Zuo Han accepted this challenge. He was happy to shorten the young man's life. These two hated each other, so they decided to end that hatred by leaving only one alive. During this showdown, Qi Yue had something to say to Yang Qing Xuan, so despite her admirer in the form of Lord Zuo, she famously ran up to our hero. It was a very important message, and our hero needed to remember it. So the girl suggested we meet in the courtroom. Jealousy was boiling in the lord's body. He was so angry that he seemed ready to incinerate the whole world when he saw his love inviting this fool into the courtyard. Chao Han accompanied Qi Yue all the time, trying to woo her, be attentive and poke her in every possible way. But in the end, he didn't get any reciprocation from her. Kuo Han was loved by many girls, but he wasn't. He had other goals. First he wanted to get rid of Yang Qing Xuan, and then he wanted to settle accounts with Teacher Qin. Today's situations really hurt his pride. Before leaving the academy, Zuo warned the young man that if he dared to enter the inner courtyard, he would have to deal with him. Whether or not he would follow this advice was unknown, but for now, Qinzhen also wanted to tell him something. The teacher felt that the student had made a wise decision, but that after this decision he would have to improve his abilities in the future. Qinzhen was very kind to the young man, and provided him with some notes about his cultivation experience, with the hope that perhaps it would be of use to Yang Qing Xuan. Despite the difficulties of the day, our hero was still happy that he finally managed to pass the exam. With a perfect mood, he ran home so that he could make his grandfather happy as soon as possible. He hadn't gone inside yet, but he heard some voices. Guests were rare in his and his grandfather's house, so to avoid guessing who was there, he entered quickly. There really was someone in the house, and talking alone with Grandpa probably wouldn't be possible for a while. In his home, he met some familiar faces, and they were certainly faces he had not expected to see. It was Su Ying, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the academy, and what she was doing in his house now was unknown. Su Ying, without even saying hello, immediately tired out of her seat and literally attacked the guy, saying, "How dare he come here?" Boyish memory told him that he had done something to this girl in the past, that she was now so annoyed. He didn't understand how this flat-chested girl could be so insolent in someone else's home. He didn't even hesitate to say it in front of his elders, but the girl annoyed him. However, their feelings were mutual, but why she was annoyed with Yang Qing Xuan was a mystery. This annoyance was so strong that it literally turned into brute force, which Su Ying decided to use. Yang Qing Xuan was already tired of being beaten, so he decided that he wouldn't even let himself be beaten by the girl and tried his best to gently push her away from him. The elders observed this situation. But even though this had happened, Grandfather was displeased that Qin Xuan had pushed the girl away so rudely. Su Zejing Wang seemed as if he didn't pay attention to his daughter. He was more interested in the fact that Yang Qing Xuan had developed his martial abilities. The young man admitted that this was not all. Su Ying decided not to stop there, so she decided to use the Lohua arrows. In all likelihood, we could now be witnessing one of the hidden Wuhong techniques. What was now happening in the extreme suited the elders. Therefore, the grandfather stood in front of his grandson to prevent any hostilities. And the father was yelling at his daughter. It was bad behavior as a guest. Even realizing that she was the first to start, the girl was not happy that she was being held back now, because that guy wanted to attack her. Suan was a restless girl. Her father even had to yell at her to calm her down. Su Zejing Wang saw that Qin Xuan had not only recovered his abilities, but he also noticed his strength had increased dramatically. He realized that if he didn't stop it, the young man could easily cripple his daughter. But that silly girl kept arguing. She had a certainty that it was just a coincidence, and if she used all her abilities, she could teach him a lesson. This situation was already pissing Su Jiejin off so much that veins were showing on his forehead, and he ordered the girl to shut up. She was even more annoyed by the situation. For some reason, she was very angry at the thought of not losing to Yang Qing Xuan. Just why she had started this fight in the first place was still a mystery even to Xuan himself. Su Jijing decided to congratulate our hero for restoring his soul, as if nothing had happened. There was only one step left to achieve the purification and condensation method. Yang Qing Xuan stood at a loss, for he had no idea how this man could even know that his soul had been broken before. Our hero had heard a lot about Su Jiejing Wang before, but had only now managed to meet him in person, and in the company of his daughter. Jiejing Wang proclaimed that their promise would take effect. Yang Qing Xuan recovered through his own efforts, and Grandpa never dreamed that day would come one day. But right now, Su Jiejing Wang wanted to talk to the young man about something. The conversation hadn't even started, but the girl was screaming loudly about how she didn't want to marry him. Yang Qing Xuan only now realized the entire situation that had been created, and why Mr. Wang and his daughter had come here. In fact, Grandpa had never even mentioned it before. He often mentioned Mr. Wang's arrival, but Yang Qin never paid much attention to it. There was nothing to hide. Su Jijing spoke openly. He wanted his daughter Su Ying to set up with him. Now, it was no wonder that Yang Qing Xuan was able to be in Tiankong Academy and take medicinal baths every day, because Mr. Wang was involved in all of this. And today was the day that Yang Qing Xuan and his grandfather had to fulfill their promise with Su Zejing Wang. But what drove Mr. Wang to marry his daughter, Su Ying, to our hero? And what did it have to do with her grandfather? Su Jiejing knew how the young man felt, but explained that he was doing this marriage for a reason. Mr. Wang saw that Yang Qing Xuan was completely healed, which meant that he could build this marriage normally. In any case, this was a problem they had to leave directly to Yang Qing Xuan himself. Su Ying was indignant after all. There was basically nothing depending on her. The decision was only left to this stupid child. Qin Xuan was an adult and had to determine his future on his own. Of course, he would probably want to reach the pinnacle of his own strength to gain status and respect. It seemed as if Mr. Wang wanted to say that Yang Qin would not be able to receive the honorary title after marrying Su Ying. But on the other hand, any marriage had to be arranged by the mutual desire of the man and woman. So he decided to make a desperate but just decision, and not enter into this marriage and thus break all promises between the families. Mr. Wang was very surprised by this decision, because he thought that the boy would surely want his handsome daughter. So he didn't even hide his joy and rejoiced at Yang Qing Xuan's right choice. Before continuing to rejoice, Grandpa had something to say. For a moment, Mr. Wang even managed to be angry that the old man had not made such a decision. Grandpa continued as if nothing had happened. After all, the marriage had been dissolved after all, and he hoped that Mr. Wang would give him compensation in the form of Ninghongdan. This wasn't a problem for Master Wang. After all, Qin Xuan couldn't be in the Qi realm all the time. Besides, with the help of Ninghongdan, our hero would be able to compensate for Wuhong and enter the spiritual martial realm. The Su family said goodbye and promised to send Ninghongdan immediately. Yang Qing Xuan wanted to ask his grandfather a lot of things, which the grandfather assumed. So he replied that his grandson would understand everything gradually and on his own. Mr. Wang might have thought that they were just taking advantage of the situation and was afraid to regret it later. Not much became clear to Yang Qing Xuan. He could only assume that there was some family secret that he didn't even know about. Or did his grandfather really want to see him married? However, grandfather saw that Su Ying had beautiful blades, but he also realized that she was not his grandson's soulmate. Therefore, he was sure that Yang Qing would have 1,000 times better bride than her. Grandpa's confidence was encouraging, of course, but it also put our hero at a standstill, as he obviously wasn't going to get married yet. However, he didn't have to think about little things like marriage. Right now, he had to keep practicing to improve his cultivation. If he had the strength, things were much easier. Now was as good a time as ever to ask about the Yang family's origins. Maybe grandfather would decide to reveal a bit of cards. Without turning around, the grandfather gave out that Yang Qing Xuan's parents were very strong people, but they were killed in the end. This was one of the factors affecting Yang Qing Xuan's soul, but fortunately the soul had now recovered. Our hero was closer than ever to unraveling the mysteries and secrets that were so carefully kept from him. His eyes literally lit up wanting to know more. Grandfather noticed this, but did not dare to continue the conversation, promising to talk about it in more detail after Yang Qin trained his Wuhong and increased his strength. Only there was a problem. He didn't even know what it was. Grandpa wasn't too lazy to explain and decided to remind about the arrow that Su Ying had used a while ago. Wuhong was an element that consisted of essence. Energy, soul, spirit, and aspiration were all attributes needed by a cultivator. When one had mastered all the elements of Wuhong, then a mark called the Wuhong seal would appear on one's body. When our hero learned more about it, he decided to check with his grandfather. Perhaps that pachama on his body was the seal of the Uhun. The old man seemed to grow gloomy and very agitated. What he saw he thought was impossible by no means. He calmed down a bit so as not to scare his grandson, and began to look closer at the mark and touch it. He had a hard time calming down and kept repeating, "How could this be possible?" In the end, Yang Qing Xuan had to calm him down. So what was the truth? The old man couldn't tell his grandson everything. Then the question arose why. But probably because of how agitated Grandpa was. It really wasn't pleasant. In fact, Grandpa was just afraid, because the young man was still not strong enough, and he was worried that something unexpected might happen. He knew that when Yang Qing Xuan got stronger, he would realize everything himself. Our hero's soul was restored, but the laws in this world were still not clear to him. Now he decided to follow what his grandfather had told him. Right now, his task was to focus on practicing his cultivation and cultivating strength. At the end of this conversation, there was a courteous knock at the door. It was a delivery man with a medium-sized box, and he was looking for our hero. The letter carrier arrived from Mr. Wang, who was handing Yang Qing Xuan Ninghongdan as well as 1,000 gold coins and some items inside. With surprise to himself, Yang Qing Xuan realized that the Su family turned out to be the ones he could trust. Grandpa didn't say anything about it, only warning that the Ninhundan was a high-level item and our hero couldn't use it now. Although he had already visibly set himself up to apply this pill right away, so why couldn't he? The old man exhaled heavily and ordered him to listen to him. He explained that at arm's length to forcibly connect with someone who is very strong. This spirit called Huaxia, these spirits were among the 10 strongest martial spirits in the world. And if Yang Qing Xuan could absorb Ninghongdan with his current cultivation, the mark might disappear or even harm him, and it really wasn't surprising. because even if his body was in another world, he sometimes couldn't control that mark. Even when he was 30 years old, it felt like 100. Once again, our hero was left to speculate as to who had put this mark on him and what the purpose of it was. There were so many questions and no answers at all. Grandpa couldn't be sure of his assertions, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to be reassured. But now our hero had to hurry up and train his body first, until he could perfect the condensation gasification seal so that martial arts compression was not dangerous. However, he realized it himself. He hadn't studied at the academy for nothing. Before leaving, Grandpa only asked his grandson to remember to take breaks. Yang Qing Xuan reminded him of the same thing, because at times, Grandpa also needed more rest. Still, there were some answers. Qin Xuan now knew that the Huaxia spirit was attacking him because his body was still not strong enough. But he still didn't know what Grandpa was still keeping secret. Even though there were possible risks and dangers, our hero wanted to find out the truth as soon as possible. Hours of cultivation passed like this until he heard a strange sound. He immediately caught up and ran outside to see who it was. He went out into the living room, thinking it was Grandpa, but there was no one in the room. But on the table he saw a notebook, paper, and some kind of medallion. The paper said, "Qin Xuan, Grandpa has to leave. The Huaxia in your body is still sealed for now. You can only use your own power to balance it. If I don't come back in 3 months, you don't need to worry. This white jade is your father's legacy. Don't show it to anyone until you get the power of heaven. Now you have a combat ability, but it's not strong enough, so I'm giving you Liu Yangzhen. I hope you'll understand. Families that in all dynasty eras have always been on top of the world. You must remember that there was a traitor among us, and this man trapped your parents. Your soul has already recovered, but you still need time to get used to your body. In order to maintain the Yang family lineage, you must live a good life. Although you are very talented and strong, you must remember that there are still many people who have abilities much higher than yours. When I'm gone, remember, don't try to look for me." Last night our hero sat over the book left by his grandfather, and by morning he finally finished it. There he learned about new techniques and wanted to try them. It was not easy for him, I would even say very hard. Yang Qing Xuan felt like he had just emptied his entire body, but even still, he kept putting in the effort to make sure he got the result he wanted. And in an instant, Yang Qing Xuan realized that if he kept it all inside, it would explode right inside his body. Therefore, the best thing he thought of was to let it out. The flow of qi was so huge that Yang Qing Xuan himself had not expected it, and was slightly startled. He also thought about the consequences of if he held it in himself, then this power would damage him. This situation showed him that he should train his body as quickly as possible. But now he had come to his senses after all these events and misunderstandings, and remembered that it was time for him to go to the academy. Just what had happened to the door of the house didn't make him very happy. There was no time to put a new door on, and he had to go right now. Leaving everything as it was, Yang Qing Xuan chased to the academy so as not to be late. He ran as fast as he could, and right at the entrance he was stopped. The strangers already knew his name, but Yang Qing didn't know them. It was only now that the strangers were reminded of how Yang Qing Xuan had humiliated them recently, and they wanted to pay for it. This situation has already bored our hero. Did these guys really want to be taught a lesson again? Or maybe the first time wasn't enough? Some stranger even allowed him to throw insulting words towards Yang Qing Xuan, and reminded him that his grandfather was a janitor, and he dared not dishonor the Zhou Qiang family. Besides, he had to return the money at 10 o'clock. Another man immediately picked up on it and thought it wasn't worth it, and such people should have just died. The strangers began to argue in front of everyone about whether they should kill him or not. In the end, the first stranger calmed down his friend and explained that they could not kill him. Then the third stranger intervened in this argument. He was in agreement with the second stranger to kill Yang Qing Xuan. Their whole argument ended with the guard ordering other guards to surround the rowdy company. The guards quickly obeyed and carried out the order and became around these conflicted men. No one understood what was going on, but it was clear that it was bad. So they decided to take control of the situation and explain to the order group that this child had injured 3 students a few days ago and was blackmailing them. They, in turn, had only come here to ask for accountability. Law Enforcement Order Captain Chen Ting only laughed at such a request. Students didn't deserve to be called martial arts masters if they asked for help from their parents, even just to fight a single child. The crowd also laughed, for everyone knew that Yang Qing Xuan was a dumb kid in the academy. But apparently that trio were even dumber if they were bullied by Yang Qing Xuan. People were really laughing, and the whole incident turned out to be some kind of concert. The man felt uncomfortable being laughed at, and therefore decided to let Chen Ting know that he was the squad captain of the 7th Brigade. He also introduced the other men who came with him to explain that they were not some passers-by. This stranger, for example, was the deputy squad captain of the 3rd Brigade, and this one's a squad captain of the 4th Brigade, while this child's grandfather was a simple janitor at the school. Therefore, the men wanted Chen Ting to pretend as if he had never seen it. But the problem was that it wasn't just Chen Ting who was watching all this, but his squad as well, and they were the ones who realized that these men had told the captain about their past, obviously to get Chen Ting to help them. But as a member of the law enforcement team, he had to protect the safety of the students at this academy. And now he, being a captain of order, saw these ruffians come in here and try to cause trouble for a student. There was no way Chen Ting could ignore this incident, so he warned everyone that he would inform teacher Hao Mingyi. He would take care of it. This prospect did not please any of the 3 commanders. It was obvious Hao Mingyi had more influence than the 3 of them. To prevent this from happening, the fat commander decided to try and calm Chen Ting down and negotiate with him. All this time, our hero stood aside and did not interfere in the conversations. This situation showed him that the law in Tiankong Academy could not be underestimated. The captains became more gracious, began to explain that they had come here to meet their children and to warn the other child who had beaten them. Of course, they didn't want to cause trouble. Chen Ting still didn't trust these 3, so he wanted to find out the truth from Yang Qing Xuan, who immediately said that they were lying. Besides, Commander Chen Ting could ask any person here. They would easily confirm that it was that trio who wanted to kill him. People really picked up and confirmed our hero's words because they knew the real situation in their surroundings. Realizing that they wouldn't get anything from Chen Ting, the parent immediately began to explain himself to Yang Qing Xuan, hoping that he would be more favorable than the commander himself. You see, they didn't want to scare the little guy, and now they're apologizing to him. But apologizing wasn't enough. Yang Qing Xuan wanted to ask for compensation because these guys had given him a big scare. The man was certainly not pleased, but did he have a choice? Father ordered Bihao to quickly get 1,000 silver coins and give them to Yang Qing Xuan. The young man immediately protested. Did these freaks really think he was some kind of beggar? And even the previous debt was not enough to pay. Each family had to pay our hero 1,000,000 silver coins. And also taking into account the previous debt that added up to 3 and 10 million. Bihao was very annoyed, after all. Last time their debt was only 9,000 silver, and now it had somehow grown to 900,000 silver. In his opinion, it was the same as being robbed. The father ordered the son to shut up. The other man decided to negotiate somehow. After all, they didn't have that much money, and maybe they could offer him something else in return. Yang Qing Xuan was fine with it, but in that case, they had to replace it with a potion or pill. Well, or something like that. Then one of the men provided a bottle containing 9,000 dandelions, and the price of such an elixir was equivalent to 1,000,000 silver coins. Yang Qing Xuan, in truth, didn't know whether he had been told the truth or not, but he still took this elixir. Another man also had such an elixir, and he wanted to give it away. But the young man said that this was enough for him, and no more such elixir was needed. The plan failed. We'll have to do something else to repay the favor. They didn't have money in that amount, so they pondered what they could give away. Subsequently, that child would be interested. The man then decided to give away the vault, which was equivalent to 1 and 2 million silver coins. Our hero was really interested in such a thing. It really wasn't cheap to look at. And the man was just happy to have finally shut that boy's mouth. There was one last man left, who was the only one who had given him nothing. And he had a soul stone! It was the rarest of things, and not everyone had one. Yang Qin was not the only one who was surprised by such desperation. The soul stone was very useful for restoring the Wuhong, and now the Hu family was going to give it to our hero. But first of all, someone suggested to try to spiritualize this stone, because who knows, maybe it was just a stone that was a dead soul. Yang Qing Xuan didn't fully understand what he should have done since the mark on his shoulder was reacting, but he only had to listen to his intuition to make the right decision. Even the other man thought that Mr. Hu was joking. After all, this dead soul stone would not be useful for cultivation. Although the Lord said otherwise, he said it was an unusual soul stone and would be very expensive if sold. It was also expressed from the crowd that it was just a dead soul stone, and the gentleman, meanwhile, was still nervous. Despite all this, Yang Qing Xuan made a decision and took this stone. The students were very surprised by this act, as many realized that a soul stone with a dead soul would be practically useless. So why did they need to take it? The gentleman and Mr. Hu proper also didn't understand the meaning of Yang Qing Xuan taking this stone. But the debt was still there and it had to be paid for or there would be trouble. Therefore, the gentleman decided to use a crystal card. Mr. Hu was extremely dissatisfied with such donations. They were probably very hard on his pocket, but he couldn't turn away from it. Payment via crystal cards was successful. Yang Qing Xuan accepted the last money that was owed to him, and was also happy to meet the fathers of those children. It was not mutual, however, for these people were seriously broke today. But they were counting on a meeting outside the school. Before walking further into the academy, Yang Qing Xuan thanked Chen Ting for his kindness and promised that he would repay him for it someday. Yes, it was the commander's job, but even so, he didn't mind if Yang Qing would come to him again if there were any problems. Our hero answered the commander in the same way. He too could find him if he had any problems. Many people wondered about this. After all, Mr. Chen came from the same family of the imperial court, so when would he have a problem? Especially Chen Ting would hardly ever ask a child for help. Who knows how the situation would have turned out if there had been another person in that position rather than Chen Ting. Principled, kind, honest, and fulfilling. Today's encounter with Yang Qing Xuan seemed interesting to him. Leaving all the problems behind, Yang Qin went to the library, where he was greeted by the manager of the library. Our hero introduced himself and explained that he wanted to enter the library. Mr. Qi, who was the keeper of the library in the academy, only asked to insert his card there, and then he could enter. For some reason, Yang Qing Xuan thought about the fact that this uncle was an unusual person. He remembered his grandfather's words, for he had once told him that there were many strong people in this world. This was Yang Qing Xuan's first time going through this kind of process. His world didn't have such gizmos, but it was all quite fast. The embedded program read all the information about his grades, class, and faculty. After that, he could go to the library. It was located not far from the main building of the academy, and no wonder, because the library was very large and contained hundreds of thousands of books. In addition, the library had a beautiful interior, which even our hero liked. But another question arose. Where could he find the book he needed? He began to scrutinize the shelves, and finally, on the back of the cabinet, he saw a table labeled Jade Body Recovery, and it seems to have served him as a reference point for where to look for the right books. He decided to scrutinize a certain shelf, with the hope that maybe that book was there. And when he had already taken a closer look at one book, someone recommended a completely different one to him. Qiyu didn't hesitate to approach our hero and offer him something of her own, sharing her opinion about it. Only Yang Qin didn't understand what was wrong with reading the book Forging Baibao. There was nothing wrong with it, but in her opinion, if the young man read the book she suggested first, he would understand much more. Body cleansing is a technique used in ancient wushu to improve the inner strength so that it can penetrate the purification stage. And this definition of qi is the best method for entering the realm of lingua. Yang Qin looked at it from a different perspective. It seemed to him as if it would be better to study and improve the physical body first. But for ordinary people like Yang Qing Xuan, if he were to immediately strengthen his body, it would be fatal as his body would not be strong. Moreover, the method our hero was choosing would not make much sense. If he wanted to strengthen his body, he had better start with regular exercise and adjust his diet, and that would be enough to advance on the physical level. And if he was more efficient with his talent, he would be able to quickly penetrate the Lingwu realm. It felt like Yang Qing Xuan didn't care much about the girl's advice, but more about the fact that she cared about him, and she was showing it in such a way. Did that really mean she wanted him to be an elite student that badly? Yang Qing Xuan was too straightforward, and it caught Qiyu in a stupor, so she didn't even know what to answer this guy. In the end, she just hummed and turned away. She probably wanted to make some kind of approach to Yang Qing, but he decided to react in his own way. When she left this corridor, she shouted at the end that if the young man wanted to train his body, he had to try Qinyang Wujing. Qiyu threw our guy a note with a technique that was one of her collection. Yang Qin was still a little confused, because apparently the girl really wanted to help him. But for some reason she was ashamed to admit it, so he thought women were strange. Only he didn't know for sure yet if he could really strengthen his body with this. He read the hieroglyphics carefully to understand the meaning of each word. It said that energy balance would be beneficial, and now he was still stuck on that phrase, not knowing how to realize it in reality. And after a while, his head was literally boiling, and he realized that Qinyang Wujing was not as simple as he had thought. What exactly did Qiyue mean when she gave him Qinyang Wujing? And what did she care about it in the first place? Especially with his knowledge of martial arts, Yang Qin would immediately realize if there was something wrong with this method of training. In deep thought, he left the library. But after the other students saw that he had been in contact with Qiyue, whom they loved so much, he was escorted away with disgruntled looks. There were also disgruntled people outside. They were everywhere and literally surrounded Yang Qing Xuan. He didn't even notice it at first, but it was impossible to ignore it when he was directly addressed and forced to stop. The ringleader urged not to ask too many questions and just give him his stuff. Did this fool want to rob Yang Qing Xuan? They weren't going to answer his questions. They were just interested in what Qi Yue had given him. Actually, that was what they wanted to get. The students still considered Yang Qing Xuan a person of shallow knowledge, with minimal knowledge. Did he even think that Qi Yue deserved to be approached by such a pathetic little man like Yang Qin? Our hero wanted to somehow negotiate amicably, and even address the students as a friend, saying you misunderstood. And he was rudely interrupted, thinking he had no right to be called their friend. This student even appeared to be following Yang Qing Xuan, and was specifically waiting until he was no longer in the library. And so the boys thought they could now teach this weakling a lesson. For as long as they didn't kill him, it wouldn't be a problem for the school. And most importantly, they were not going to organize some kind of equal one-on-one duel, but wanted to pounce with the whole crowd. But before they could attack, one of the students demanded that Yang Qing Xuan hurry up and kneel down. Yang Qingyu thought it all seemed like a soap opera. He expressed his boredom and disinterest in what was going on, and generally thought, why wouldn't another student do it? Only those doubted that he would be able to beat them up, and so they felt even more aggression and a desire to stroke their ego. Yang Qin, on the other hand, noticed that Tiankong Academy had too much garbage. No longer ceremonious, his speed was beyond human. And with such lightning speed, he ran up to the older student, demonstrating that he had enough experience. The student looked a bit even discouraged, but quickly pulled himself together and ordered the others to punch Yang Qing Xuan. While they were about to attack, the young man had already done so and attacked them. There were opponents on all sides, and they were hiding in the thick smoke that Yang Qin himself had actually raised. But even so, Yang Qing Xuan was doing well. He had good attentiveness and could quickly switch from one opponent to another. It was more difficult than a one-on-one battle, but he still managed to properly coordinate his forces and direct them. At the same time, he managed to come out of this fight victorious, destroying his opponents, both one and the other. The students clearly underestimated their opponent, and one could even say that the reputation of being a fool and a weak disciple was only to Yang Qing Xuan's advantage, as no one had expected such strength from him. In any case, right now, our hero had no time at all to deal with this garbage. That's when the older student who started the fight decided to enter the fray. This student's strength was drastically different from the other student's strength, for his strength had, let's say, a patron. In his eyes, one could see hatred, anger, and a desire to kill Yang Qing Xuan. But would he have the strength to carry out his plan? Yang Qing Xuan was considered arrogant, so they wanted to knock off his arrogance and used all sorts of forces to do so. One student helped the other student by offering his body as a support. Pushing away from this support, the other student wanted to realize the red wolf kick. From what was happening, one could draw conclusions. The student was using the spirit technique, which meant he had a good understanding of Shui. And with this technique, the attack power became more effective. Right during the battle, the mark was letting something be known. Yang Qin perceived this sign as if something was wrong. He was trying to figure out what technique had triggered the mark on his arm. But it was useless to think about that now. It was the middle of the battle. We had to defend ourselves. Deciding to think about it a little later, Yang Qing Xuan still protected himself from the attack and also began to prepare his own. In addition, the opponent's attack was rather weak, so Yang Qin felt confident enough to fend off attacks with just one hand. But one couldn't underestimate his opponent at all. After all, he also had some experience and had studied at Tiankong Academy for a reason. The guy's defense was pretty solid, but not for long. In the end, he couldn't withstand her onslaught of strength. He even had a sleeve of his clothes and the bone of his arm torn, and he himself flew off. Her arm was damaged. She needed immediate help. Using an arm with a broken bone in battle would be very foolish. But his anger was so high that he couldn't run away in the middle of the battle and just leave this child behind. For a while, the student stood and thought. For now, he realized that this kid was not just some brat, and finally he decided to leave everything behind and walk away. Of course, he promised he'd be back because that brat was just lucky. The other student stood and watched the older student leave. Yang Qin was already thinking that they had some other grievances, but they shook their heads fearfully and denied everything. And in the end, they ran up the stairs like mad. Yang Qing Xuan was still standing still and noticed that these guys had left their one friend behind, who was just as set up. Our hero tried to wake him up, but the guy apparently passed out. If he had more time, perhaps he would have helped this poor fellow. But he had to hurry and increase his strength. After all, it was none of his business. He would hardly be pitied. So he was hardly likely to feel remorse. A while later, a man showed up at the same spot. He wasn't even surprised at the mayhem that had happened here. Apparently, he had watched the entire battle. And he concluded from the manner of the fight that the guy in blue was quite interesting. The old man also couldn't allow this child to continue lying on the ground, so he decided to help him. This duel made the old man realize that Tiankong Academy still had promising martial artists. Once all that carnage was over, our hero immediately went to a secluded place where he could cultivate in peace. Following the instruction, his body training was to start with softening his bones. He should also utilize the energy of the sky and earth as its foundation. The essence of the sun and moon, which were outside, will go inward. It seemed quite authentic, but this recording felt like it was incomplete. It felt as if Qi Yue had made it on purpose. Yang Qing Xuan wondered whether he should have asked her about it, or further rack his brain in conjecture. Decided he would not ask, however felt he should practice the body very well. He began to do just that. He sat in the lotus posture, concentrated on his sensations, and immersed himself completely in himself. The whole day passed in this position until the dark night, where the earth was no longer illuminated by the sun, but by the stars and the moon. 3 more days went by like that. He was still focused and practicing hard, but it couldn't last forever. The feeling of hunger gurgled in his stomach, reminding him that he had been sitting hungry all this time. As far as Yang Qing Xuan could remember, he used to be able to last up to 3 months, but now it was only 3 days, and he was starting to feel hungry. Cleansing this body was a difficult task. It took 3 whole days to reach the 3rd level of cooling. And if there is a desire to improve it, it could take a month or even 2. Then it might take a year or 2 to condense the Earth's energy into perfect density. But he decided to forget about those problems, because there were more important things to do right now, like eat. As soon as he got to his feet, he noticed the figure of an old man in front of him. Was he really here all the time? His appearance was so sudden that Yang Qing Xuan was startled. He didn't even feel his presence, which told him that this old man was an unusual person. The man didn't even introduce himself, but revealed his surprise and admiration that Yang Qingyu had managed to enter the 3rd level of refrigeration in 3 days. The old man recognized the boy's talent. Yang Qin was dumbfounded by the news that this old man had been watching him for 3 whole days. But the man himself talked about it as if it was an ordinary matter, you see. He wanted to make sure of our hero's talent. Without any prior conversation, the old man immediately offered the young man to become his apprentice. But there was a problem. He didn't even know who this old man was. The man finally introduced himself as Lu Jiangping. He was one of the elders of Tiankong Academy. Lu Jiangping told the boy that he had fought with his old friends for decades and they couldn't decide on a winner, so they decided to find disciples and try to challenge each other again after 5 years. That was why he was offering Yang Qingyu to be his disciple. Our hero thanked for such a generous offer, but he wasn't looking for a teacher. Lu Jiangpeng probably expected that the young man would immediately agree, so he was very surprised when he was refused. Besides, he was one of the 7 elders of the academy. No one could be a more qualified teacher than him. Therefore, becoming a disciple of one of the elders was a great opportunity. Something Ian could think about once again. Yang Qingxuan actually thought again and wanted to know if Lu Jiangpeng was strong, to which the latter replied, "Of course." In addition, if our hero wanted to be his disciple, Lu Jiang would help him practice Xuan Seimu. The young man was seriously interested. He wanted to know more details about the teaching method. Before talking about the methods, Lu Jiangpeng asked what class Yang Qin was from. He probably might not have even known about such methods yet. The old man's brief dialogue referred to the young man's agreement to be his apprentice and decided right away to give him some lessons. There were thousands of exercises and the elders divided them according to their strengths. Tian, Dai, Xuan, and finally Huang. Each level had 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower. This is the Xuanxie teaching method itself, no more than 10 per Chanani. So why doesn't Yang Qingxuan think about it again? It was no wonder to him that the 6 yang palms, so strong. It seems that Jumanji is also very strong. Still, the old man needed a concrete answer from the young man whether he would be his disciple or not. In any case, if he agreed, this method of exercise would be his. Yang Qin felt that if there was only 1 set of exercises, it was too little. Being a 5-year-old disciple, even without the necessary ingredients. This kind of answer Lu Jiangpeng was only happy after all. In front of him was a little kid who was not satisfied with a set of exercises. He liked it. As long as he was his disciple with this duel, this part didn't matter. Lu Jiangpeng had offered a contract for the next 5 years. Therefore, it was necessary to hurry up and practice. Yang Qing Xuan thought of something else. As long as the contract was for 5 years, it was unlikely that he would lock up the disciples. Lu Zheng explained that 5 years ago with qualifications didn't matter, but how it was now, he didn't know. The only thing he wanted was to win the fight. and he wasn't even hiding it. Yang Qin hurriedly disappointed him a bit. After all, what guarantee was there that he could win? But for some reason, Lu Jiangpeng was confident and even convinced that Yang Qing Xuan could definitely win. It took the old man 2 years to reach the 3rd level of cooling, while his student took 7 months. And then there's a new student who took only 3 days to do it. Wasn't that phenomenal? Apparently, only now did Yang Qing Xuan begin to realize his strength and power. After all, the results he was making were supernatural in this world. Lu Jiang admitted that he didn't even believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. So he thought that Yang Qin must be his disciple to keep his promise. The agreement was secured with a light touch of his hands, and now our hero had an experienced teacher. Who knows, perhaps thanks to him, he would be able to advance even faster. There was now half a year left, and Lu Jiang was confident that Yang Qin would be able to surpass his disciple, Fang Chen, in that time. Right now, the young man was only in the cooling phase of the Tigam layer, and apparently that wasn't enough. It was obvious, if Yang Qin was training alone, Lu Jiang felt it was his duty to help his disciple and add improved techniques to his strange set of exercises. This way, even in less than half a year, Yang Qin would be able to reach Huangjili Shi. Lu Jiangpeng admitted that he had never even seen such a set of exercises that our hero used. Apparently Qiyue really did have a technique that even this old man had never seen before. But Yang Qing Xuan was still confused by this half a year in which he should advance to the top level. However, why not take the risk? If Lu Jiangpeng managed to raise him to Huangjili Shi's level in half a year, he would fight for him as his disciple. Lu Jiangpeng was overjoyed at this statement. He was only happy to work with such a talented disciple. Now the treaty was finally concluded, and Yang Qing Xuan hoped that he would see his grandfather very soon. On the occasion of Yang Qing Xuan becoming Lu Jiangpeng's disciple, the old man decided to give the disciple 3 prizes. In the morning, he brought him to a place called in Luntan. It was considered the most prosperous place on the outskirts of Shenying Mountain. According to legend, when Aura was gathering at that time, the real dragon would come to the lake to practice. But there was no one here now. This lake was within the radius of the territory, protected by the elders. If an intruder entered here, he would be injured or killed. And this lake was Yang Qing Xuan's first gift to Yang Qing Xuan, so that he could practice body cooling. The lake can help strengthen muscles and bones, cleanse hair and bone marrow, so practitioners can reach the next level faster. Although this lake was very cold, but with the 3rd level of cooling, the body could endure such a temperature. Following Lu Jiangpeng's advice, Yang Qin took off his outer clothes and plunged into the lake, which enveloped him in a pleasant coldness. The deeper he descended, the closer he saw the bright eyes, and eventually the dragon's huge head. Such a monster was definitely something he had never seen before in this world. Yang Qin was frightened and could no longer hold his air. Eventually, he swam outside and started panicking, yelling to the teacher that there was a dragon downstairs. The old man looked at his apprentice with bewilderment. After all, what kind of dragon could there be in these waters? He decided to take a closer look to see if he could still get a glimpse of the creature. But there was none. However, Lu Jiangpeng saw Yang Qing Xuan's frightened look, which was worse than his father's face. What would he do when he was older? Yang Qing Xuan, when he calmed down a bit and thought to himself that perhaps he had just seen that dragon. Lu Jiangpeng of course thought that the boy didn't want to dive because the water was cold and thus pretended not to dive. Therefore, the old man forcefully shoved Yang Qin into the water. After all, someone else wouldn't miss such an opportunity. As much as etiquette allowed him, Yang Qin berated the old man and promised to bring it to his mind. Still, we had to admit that the water in this lake was extraordinary. Or was it just a hallucination? The young man decided to forget about it and just focus on cultivation, because that was what was far more important. After swimming to the bottom of the lake, Yang Qing Xuan started the cultivation process, and besides, he still hadn't seen the dragon, so it was likely that it could have been a hallucination. This cold was very pleasant for Yang Qing, and the cultivation process itself satisfied him. He probably hadn't experienced anything like this, so this was truly a great opportunity for him. With such lake water, to rise to the level of Huangjili Shi in half a year is just a dream. While he was thinking about it with his eyes closed, then a moment later, right in front of him, he saw a huge dragon's face. This green dragon, with evil eyes, didn't look very friendly, and it was probably not impossible that it wasn't happy with Yang Qingyu. Our hero tried to overcome his fear and touch this beast. When he touched it, he realized that it was only a shadow in his mind. It was strange, but these shadows were like living beings, and always gave Yang Qing Xuan a very familiar feeling. The sensations were like a soul stone. One could even assume that this vision was caused by a dead soul stone. Sorry you could see a small whirlpool. but a powerful one that was starting to get more frequent each time. And soon a mighty torrent of water poured out of the lake, which was higher than the canyon. Lu Jiangpeng had been standing nearby the entire time, guarding Yang Qing Xuan to make sure nothing happened to him. And what was his joy when he realized that his disciple had raised his body cooling level to the 4th level. The old man didn't miss a beat and knew from the beginning that this kid had talent, and he could definitely win this time. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Qi Yue decided to devote this time to herself. But something was distracting her. She knew something was wrong. Ever since Qing Yang Wuqing was handed over to Yang Qing Xuan, this compass would light up from time to time, and it was the first time the compass reacted to anything at all. The compass stopped sparking and fell right into the owner's hands. She was looking for someone's location and still couldn't find it, even with the help of this magical compass. It's been a full year since I entered the academy, and now there's finally some movement. It seemed that all the treasure records were true. Secret treasures were indeed around the academy, so it could be said that the technique recorded in Qin Yang was also correct. But it was just a note. Qi Yue hoped that Qin Xuan didn't have any problems during training. But it didn't matter. The girl quickly dismissed these thoughts as something annoying. She wanted to think about it later, since she wouldn't be able to do anything about it now anyway. Yang Qing Xuan still continued his cultivation while his teacher watched him. Only this time, to avoid getting doused by the water, he created a protective barrier for himself. By the way, it had already been 17 days since Yang Qin had dived into the lake. In all this time, he had only occasionally dived out. Mostly only huge splashes of water could be seen on the surface, but not him. Lu Jiangpeng knew that this boy was talented, but he never thought that he would enter the 6th level of body cooldown in such a short period of time. Such a talent was definitely not mentioned anywhere. The water began to bubble again, only this time it took shape. The jets of water resembling dragons. And the teacher never ceased to be amazed at what he saw today. It seemed to him as if it were the child of a star. It was time to finally surface at last. Yang Qing Xuan could feel a lot of power warm in his body at the end of his cultivation. If the aura was like mountains and rivers, then the skin was like jade. Lu Jiangpeng clearly sensed the 7th stage of body cooling in his disciple. The teacher assumed that his student should have felt a lot of excess energy in his body right now, which was completely different from before. And this was indeed the case. Such sensations spoke of Yang Qing Xuan's body producing strength by itself. It is a kind of body-purifying power that corresponded to the actual qi purification phase. After the heavenly earth aura enters the body, the purification qi transforms it into true qi, and the resulting power is called true power. That is, the real power of the human body. Cleansing is used for the body inspired by the amount of power that signified the true power of the human body. It was still unclear whether Yang Qing Xuan had these two strengths. But in the Middle Ages, when the qi refining method first appeared, there were many strong people who had both. But Lu Jiang had never heard of them again, so there might have been a problem with it. And accordingly, it would be better for Yang Qing Xuan to choose only one method. The young man himself doubted and decided to think about it, because the prospect of having two methods was very attractive. However, his body recovery talent was very rare in the past 1,000 years. If he decided to keep practicing, he could surpass Lu Jiangpeng in the future. Yang Qin's next goal was to reach Huangjili Shi, and fortunately after he reached Huangjili Shi, he would naturally realize the benefit of purification. In addition, after practicing soul strengthening, there was no need to recuperate the body. And now Yang Qing Xuan had to return to the academy. The teacher promised that the 2nd prize would be awarded soon, and the 3rd prize would be awarded after the young man climbed to the 10th level. Besides, if Yang Qing Xuan had any problems at the academy, he could come to Lu Jiangpeng. Whoever dared to bother his student, it would be the teacher's problem, and he would handle it himself. Yang Qing Xuan thanked the old man for his kindness, and also said that he would let him know when he reached Huangjili Shi. Henceforth, Yang Qing Xuan would be able to come here to practice at any time, but the effect would continue to diminish. Still, this was better than nothing. Our hero had been living in the mountains all this time for about 20 days already. He quickly went to the academy with the hope that he hadn't missed the registration time in the inner hall. Meanwhile, at the academy, life was running its course. Teacher Qin Zhen continued to train and teach his students, and Yu Liang kept coming to him and trying to hurt him. Right now, he had come to tell Qin Zhenyu that his disciples hadn't progressed a single step in the past few days. Well, this teacher had completely forgotten that he had no right to interfere with the students in Qin Zhen's class. Now, did he really bring many students here to fight with Qin Zhen's 3rd graders? Teacher Zhen was fine with it. but Yu Liang must first go to the academy and submit a special application for it. But they came here to find Qin Xuan, because he had previously said that they could come to him at any time to fight. Wang Da came here. He was in 4th grade and was absent that day, so he came here specifically to look for Yang Qing Xuan. Besides, he was also Yu Lian's disciple, so the teacher was pushing for Yang Qing Xuan to be urgently called here. Wang Dan was a very loud guy, so he decided to shout with the hope that his opponent would come out here. But instead of our hero, another 3rd grader came out. Yang Qing Xuan wasn't there today, so someone else had to meet him. Liu Zhen wanted to be Wang Danu's opponent instead of Yang Qing Xuan. Wang Dan became worried, after all. He knew that Liu Zhen was the best student in the 3rd grade, and he realized that he was not his equal. Therefore, he didn't accept the challenge from Liu Zheng under the pretext that he wanted to challenge Qin Xuan specifically. And if he didn't dare to come, it meant that the entire 3rd class was just a bunch of cowards. Yu Liang was starting to put his conditions. Mo Liu Zheng only had one option, and he couldn't represent the other students in the class, so Yu Liang chased him away. Besides, Liu Zhen was from a poor family, which meant he didn't have a strong background, so he shouldn't look for trouble because it wouldn't do him any good. The teacher also mentioned that if he offended Wang's family, his parents wouldn't let him live a good life in this academy. Who would have thought that Wang family would dare to threaten the civilians in the imperial city, even though Wang Dan was nothing? Yang Qing Xuan appeared very suddenly and advised Liu Zheng not to retreat, for if he retreated today, he would lose his courage and never find it again. The classmates and teacher were happy that Yang Qing Xuan had returned so timely. After all, they were waiting for him here. Wang Dan lost all his confidence in an instant, for he had not imagined that Yang Qing Xuan, a fool, a scum, a beggar, and a weak man, looked like this, not as others had told him about him. Teacher noticed with a single glance that after a few days of Yang Qing Xuan's absence, he had changed. This made him proud of his disciple. Yang Qing Xuan quietly muttered to Liu Zhen that he was one of the most talented 3rd graders in the outer academy, and Yang Qing was also a disciple of Tiankong Academy, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Besides, if they needed anything, Teacher Qin Zhen was always willing to help. The classmates were also ready to fight if necessary. It was about the whole class, so they were ready to defend themselves. Besides, Liu Zhen was also from the 3rd class, and provoking the 3rd class meant provoking him personally, which meant that whoever started provocations towards the entire class must have passed by Liu Zheng first. In the end, Liu Zhen decided not to back down after all, but teacher Yu Lian was still interested in Yang Qing Xuan. He was encouraged in every way possible that if he was a man, he had to go out and fight. Yang Qing Xuan basically didn't hide and was open to fighting, so he didn't even need to be forced. But Wang Dan, who was looking for him, was giving up his position a bit. Yu Liang even had to push him to come forward and start the battle first. Wang Dan seemed to be trembling with fear. He wanted to finally make sure that the person in front of him was Qin Xuan. After all, this was not how he had imagined him. This was indeed Qin Xuan. And now Wang Dan had no escape routes. He needed to show his strength. While our hero was looking at his opponent, he remembered that he seemed to have seen him somewhere. The boy was already regretting that he had interfered in this. He didn't feel confident. And if there was an opportunity, he would have gladly retreated. But all his classmates were supporting him and asking him to start the fight. But he was still trying to gather his thoughts, which he was doing very badly. Yang Qing Xuan thumped his fist loudly on his palm, exclaiming that he remembered where he had seen Wang Dan. That made Wang Dan startled. Wang Dan was the one who first started the fight in the library that day. The young man did not admit it, because his stomach suddenly started hurting, so he urgently needed to go to the toilet. Unfortunately, he ate something wrong last night, so he was apologizing since he had to go out. What a pity. And he was so eager to fight. However, Yang Qing Xuan had already seen his abilities in the library, and now it was obvious that teacher Yu Liang had taught Wang Dan's escape technique well, but he should have bent his legs first to feel less pain. Well, this naughty dog trained by teacher Yu Liang impressed many third graders. Yu Liang started to get angry at his disciple. After all, he didn't understand what he was doing here, and why he didn't hit Yang Qing Xuan. Even the young man himself had urged him to fight, but it seemed the man didn't think he was strong enough. Wang Dan suddenly realized that Yu Liang had tricked him. He didn't want to be beaten like that anymore. After all, last time he had broken bones in his right arm, and if he enters the fray today, what's he going to break now? Therefore, he decided to use Plan B and manipulate. Yang Qing shouldn't have approached, and if he did, he would tell everyone that Yang Qing Xuan was Qi Yue's boyfriend. Especially, he had seen with his own eyes how the girl had sent him a love sign. Yang Qing Xuan stood puzzled and slightly embarrassed, not even knowing how to react to this. But the people around me knew how. It was shocking news to them. And many people really believed Wang Dan, Qiyue couldn't have been alone for long. Some people were even upset that their goddess favored Yang Qing Xuan, and the guy himself was still wondering how to react to this. So in the end, took those loud words as a threat, which now made Wang Dan feel bad. This fool should have read more books instead of watching what happens between other people. Wang Dan wanted to get away from this battle, but he ended up getting even more. And even after that, he didn't finish threatening that if Yang Qin killed him, he would become an enemy of the academy. Yang Qing Xuan was very angry and couldn't stop but had to when Wang Dan started shouting about giving up and asking him to stop. Eventually Yu Lian started to be embarrassed by all of this. This mess was no good, so he urged all the disciples to go from here. What poor children, Yang Qingyu was left to guess. Was it that they had such an IQ or no intelligence at all? When the fourth graders left, Qin Zhen walked over to his disciple and praised him for a good fight. He was also happy to see Yang Qing Xuan's progress, and promised to enroll him for the academy exam this year. The young man even relaxed as he had almost missed the big event. However, the teacher thought that with his strength, it would be easy to enter the academy. Just to pass this exam, you need at least 1,000 yuan. But from this point on, there were problems. Because at this point, our hero only had 90 yuan. Teacher Qin immediately noticed his disciple's mood change, and assumed that he had some sort of problem. Yang Qing Xuan didn't prefer to admit that he didn't have the required amount, so he simply said that in 3 months he would manage to find a way to enter. Qin Zhen admitted that he had nothing to teach Yang Qing Xuan in martial arts, so our hero just needed to find 1,000 yuan in 3 months, and if he failed, he could go back to the teacher. Liu Zheng heard about this problem. He understood that it was really difficult to find such an amount of money within 3 months, but having a few quests in the quest hall, one could earn hundreds of yuan at a time, with a little luck of course. Yang Qing Xuan knew about this, but still thanked his classmate for reminding him. In addition, Liu Zheng was still interested in the gossip Wang Dan had started about Yang Qing Xuan and Qiyue's relationship. Our hero confirmed that it was all rumors and nothing more. Liu Zheng urged his classmate not to worry because even if it was true, he still wasn't going to hit him. And rumors spread by word of mouth, so Yang Qin preferred to run away from here immediately. And he was not wrong, for indeed many even harbored resentment and anger toward him. Now with this problem with Qiyue, on average all the guys in the academy started to be hostile towards him. In front of the entrance of the academy hall, there was a huge bazaar where you could buy interesting things. For example, the Sword of God for 20 yuan, or a large dragonfish for 10 yuan, which you could eat and increase your qi afterwards. The deeper our hero went into this market, the more it resembled an ordinary vegetable market. But from time to time someone would sell qi pills. 50 pills cost 10 yuan. Unfortunately, with such prices and current savings, Yang Qing Xuan couldn't afford it. Eventually, through this market, he finally reached the main hall and couldn't hide his surprise. The hall was very large, and inside there were quite a few students willing to try their luck. In the center of the hall, you could notice a huge vortex of air. Inside it were jade cards. These were mission cards. That's where you had to jump to get that card. From the outside, it seemed uncomplicated for Yang Qing Xuan with his ability. Right in front of him, already one of the academy disciples had actually managed to catch the jade card. It was worth 30 yuan if the disciple completed this mission. Even for that kind of money he was willing to try. Plus, even when he got the card, he still had to register. Just what kind of missions there were given to our hero was still unknown. He looked closely and managed to make out some scraps of sentences. They sounded like this: bring the child, find the dog, open. While watching, the young man also noticed a plaque that flew out of the virya. So it was written that the miners had scored 300 points. That impressed him. Apparently you could actually accumulate that amount of money at a time, which wasn't bad. He didn't expect any more and immediately rushed into this torrent of wind, the wind blowing his entire body, which was very uncomfortable. And then he noticed some student put his feet on his shoulders and also thanked him. Frankly, it was used as some sort of stepping stone, which was extremely unpleasant. Yang Qing Xuan was no longer the same, so he didn't hesitate to give the insolent man a kickback for this. But the other student kept reaching for the card. Yang Qingyu had to intervene and finally push the bastard away. Finally, our hero managed to grab the jade card. I had to sweat a bit, but it was still possible. Yang Qing Xuan apologized to that guy and explained his behavior by saying that he needed money. On the way, he ran into some bulky guy, Yue Qian, who demanded that Yang Qin leave the jade card to him. It was obvious that this person was several times stronger than the one who wanted to grab his jade card in a whirlwind. This moron had forgotten about all the rules of the Xuefeng Hall. Whoever received the jade card with the mission took it. This voidhead didn't care about rules at all. For him, strength was the rule. If Yang Qin didn't want to be hit by the Lingwu stage, he had to give up the Jade card. Before making any decision, Yang Qin wondered why a Lingwu fighter needed glasses in the first place. The one explained that points were a currency that could be exchanged for all cultivation resources. The higher the level, the better. Therefore, Yang Qing Xuan had to give the Jade card, or else he would regret it. Our hero was clearly not going to go for such terms and had already prepared for battle. But someone asked them not to fight. The old man asked Yue Qian to leave Yang Qing Xuan this task and retreat. Yue Qian didn't fully understand why Mr. Zhen was giving this task. After all, his sister also wanted to complete this task. The one explained that his sister was unequal to Yang Qing Xuan. Such words pissed off the bully. He didn't understand why the Lord was saying that. After all, the Lord was the second person of Qi Wujing, and his sister was the leader of Qi Wujing. The master didn't get angry at his disciples shouting, but only calmly let out that when Yang Qing jumped for the card, he didn't use the balloon. The question then arose, could his sister have done so? Yue Qian generally believed that it was impossible to obtain the map without an air balloon, while Yang Qing Xuan didn't even understand which balloon was being talked about. Now realizing this, the realization came to Yue Qian that his sister could not have defeated Yang Qing Xuan at all. Eventually, he had to come to terms with our hero's power and recognize it. Yue Qian, without further ado, turned around and walked away with nothing. Mr. Zhen introduced himself to Qin Xuan as the publisher of the Zhen Shuzhu mission and greeted him. The master confessed that he didn't think this young man would turn out to be so extraordinary and promising. Yang Qin, on the other hand, wondered why this old man was laughing and smelling like copper. For now, he decided not to think about it and asked the old man what the mission would be and what he could buy with 300 points. Mr. Zhen asked the young man to take his time, as there were still 8 other participants, including Yue Qian. After 4 days, they would all meet at the East Side train station, and he would explain everything in detail. In that case, if the details were not forthcoming now, then Yang Qing Xuan decided to leave this place. And Mr. Zhen looked after him and thought about the fact that he had another prey. Yang Qing Xuan had already returned to his room in the male dormitory of the Amazuka Academy close to evening. Their dormitory turned out to be quite nice, and our hero liked it. It was quiet here, so he decided to take this opportunity to practice again. He remembered the rule. Above all, he needed to take it calmly. After all, it was the calmness that promoted his cultivation and an easier process. Today, he was going to study the soul stone that master had given him. He had taken this stone for a reason. It seemed strange to him, and now he realized that he would only be able to purify it with ancient methods. It had already been 3 days since Yang Qing Xuan had tried to refine this dead soul stone. During this time, he had also managed to enter the 8th level of body cooldown, and within a few months, he would definitely be able to reach Huangjili Shi's level. Somehow, he felt that the method-given key was related to this soul stone, but specifically the details couldn't explain. The next day was the day of departure, where everyone met at Chendong Station. Our hero had only 80 yuan left, and for that amount, he would hardly be able to find another such stone. At least it would be enough for food. With that kind of income, he could only hope for a mission of 300 points. Yang Qing Xuan was wandering around the train station when an old master called out to him. He introduced our young man to the arriving students. The wagon was already ready to leave. There sat everyone who also had to fulfill the mission, and Yang Qin could also get on that dream team. With just a glance at these people, Yang Qing estimated that these people's cultivation was at a high level. Kai Shu reprimanded our hero for being late and was now acting arrogant. He was ashamed that someone like him was at the academy. Many people picked up on what was being said and gave their assent. After all, Yang Qin was the reason they were delaying the carriage. But it wasn't just him who was late, but 2 other people as well. Meng Rui also participated in this task, but unlike Yang Qin, he apologized to everyone. Li Zhi was also the one who was late and didn't hesitate to apologize, but he did it more formally. And when Li Ji turned to the side, he almost bounced when he saw Yang Qin standing beside him. Yang Qing Xuan felt that this person was among the top 3 in the 4th grade. So right now, he didn't understand why Li Ji was afraid of him. However, he wasn't the only one who didn't understand it. The others sitting in the wagon were also asking themselves this question. Why was he afraid of this child? Time was running out, we had to get on the road soon. So the Lord hurried the boys to get on the wagon. Suddenly, Yang Qing Xuan protested, for the old man had said that he would explain everything before the trip. Meng Ruyu's assignment also sounded very strange. He wanted to know what they would have to do and how much they would dig there. A sly smile never left Mr. Zheng's face. He confirmed that they would indeed be mining fossils. But when they got to the mine, everything would be clear. There was nothing to do. Everyone needed money, so Yang Qin and the others useful the wagon. The coachman let the beasts run, and the wagon touched off, bobbing along the stony road. Mr. Zhen finally deigned to give the details of this assignment. The target this time was the mining area on Hengduan Mountain. They were estimated to get there in 3 days. Meng Rui thought the name of the Hengduan Mountains seemed familiar. The old man assumed the boy even knew something about her. He admitted that he had only heard rumors that this mountain was originally called the Devil Mountain, and had many monsters on it. Su Feng, the founder of the Su Feng Empire, slashed through the mountain with a single strike. The mountain turned into a terrifying natural trench. 10,000 monsters surrendered, leaving quietly. But this was just a legend. A clearer situation had to be presented by Mr. Zhen. And besides, this place seemed to be the forbidden realm of Hengduan Mountain. The Lord only granted an official mining permit. With this, they will be able to mine resources in the mountains. Li Ji carefully read each line, pondering whether it was true or not. It seemed to some that Zhen Shuzhu would be able to manage the mining rights of the forbidden land. Meng Rui couldn't even imagine how powerful this person was, that he had managed to obtain such a permit. Zhen didn't know what to say about Emperor Su Feng, as what had happened had not been proven. So it was still unclear whether it was a myth or not. Li Zhuo even suggested that perhaps it was the emperor who had created the first martial artist. The old man laughed. At the beginning of the country's founding, Yaoda's resources were still scarce. By digging this mountain and replenishing the military needs, Su Feng could expand his territory and take a place in the northern part of the Xuan continent. And today, the area that Zhen Shuzhu occupied also had a lot of things that Su Feng had obtained. Meng Rui still had questions. He didn't understand what the loot meant, and shouldn't it be worth more than 300 points if it was just hard work? Finally, halfway through, Zhen Shuzhu admitted that his goal was to gather the best disciples and draw a map. Such a statement surprised many people, so why wasn't it mentioned right away? After he occupied the mine, the Lord found that there were still too many mines, and they aborted with each other regardless of direction. It would have been difficult for him to go through alone, so he allowed the students to enter the mine and help him map it out. What was drawn was now explored. There were even more unknown areas that complicated the path. It just seemed like a normal survey job, and nothing complicated. After all, the parts drawn on this map were drawn by the same people. The master began to report the pitfalls, for the mines had long been closed. There was no air in them, and even some poisonous gases, too dangerous for ordinary people. But it would be easy for cultivators. Meng Rui was frightened by this after all. There weren't just any ordinary poisons or poisonous gases. Everyone in the carriage tensed up. Only Mr. Zhen looked relaxed, and as if everything was going according to plan. Yang Qingyu didn't like this situation either. He thought that Meng Rui must have known something and decided that he should find out later. The point was that the students would have to paint the rest of this area, and it would be slow going, possibly dragging on for up to a month. So 300 points for a month seemed like a pretty good paycheck. Zhen Shuzhu also explained that points would be awarded as they completed the task. In addition, he had one for the students as a gift. Spirit stones could be found inside each pouch. This spirit stone was the hard currency of the martial arts world, on par with the Inaz and silver from the mortal world. So, you can't think that this old man is so generous. But some had opposing opinions, and Mr. Zhen was beginning to be liked by many. Turns out that was only half the prize, because when everyone was done, it would give 5 more bags. Well, this trip even without 300 points was very good. 10 soul stones was head-scratchingly good enough. Everyone was very happy, and started to smile for the first time during this trip. But Yang Qing Xuan did not let his guard down. To him, it was all very suspicious. 3 more days passed. Mr. Zhen finally announced that they had arrived. They were dropped off in a fossil mining area. It was very quiet, but the students did not understand how there could be birds here, and wild ones at that. The birds were not happy with the new guests, and therefore attacked them lightly. It all seemed even stranger. Meng Rui warned the boys not to let the crows peck themselves, for it might have evil spirit energy in it. There was no more time to waste. When the right moment was found, Yang Qin approached Meng Rui and explained that he felt something strange here. Perhaps he understood him. Meng said he knew according to feng shui. This place was called Sili Siju. In short, it was a terrible place. This was the first time Yang Qin had heard something like this, so he wanted to know how dangerous it was. The place was called Sili Siju because in such a place there were no 4 directions of light and 4 seasons. It was an isolated dead land, and it's also a very dangerous place. In that case, if this was a dangerous place, then our hero suggested that Meng Rui work together. Meng Rui was surprised, as if Yang Qin had said something forbidden. He started to say something, but immediately stopped talking as if he had changed his mind. Then he offered to talk later when they came out of the mine. Mr. Jin escorted all the guys to the main entrance of the mine. Again, there were questions as to why no one was here. It seemed to be a forbidden place, but it was not guarded by anyone. This was truly a forbidden area of the kingdom, and people could not enter or leave this area at will. Now the most important thing is for the students to map the extraction area. As for making a map, Kuishu suggested leaving that to him. Entering this place, Meng Rui only hoped that the cave was going according to the records of the ancestors. He really relied on it, or else he'd be in a sticky situation. Yang Qing Xuan remained at the very back, and was slow for some reason. This interested the Lord, because everyone had already left long ago, and Yang Qin might not even have time to catch up with them. Our hero had no choice but to enter this mine. Inside, Kuishu was already in charge. He suggested that the other students follow him and listen to his instructions so that they wouldn't blame anyone else if something happened to them. Meng Rui didn't listen to him. He was gazing at the map and trying to orient himself to the place. The map was slightly different from the place. Yang Qin still arrived just in time and saw Meng Rui's back, looking around. There were no better ideas than just following Meng Rui, so our hero decided to do just that. Such a mine was very difficult to explore, and this was also felt in the early stages. There were relief stones that were difficult to move around. Torches lit up some of the area. But you still had to get used to that kind of lighting. And there would be less and less oxygen inside, so torches could not be used. But we took flashlights as an alternative. A little deeper, the area became wider and wider. The question arose, was there really mining here? A little lower down, our hero heard the sound of water. Many rejoiced at such a find, as everyone was thirsty, for they had traveled a long journey. Meng Rui shouted with all his might so that no one would dare touch the water. Kuishu didn't understand what was even being talked about, as he had already prepared to drink water as well. No one seemed to know what was going on here. Meng Rui remembered one legend. There was once a man who intended to go down this river and died. This water comes from the very bottom of the cave, and if someone touches the water of this river, something bad will happen. Some people thought the guy was crazy. If they continued down this river, would they really reach the bottom of the cave? That was crazy. But Meng Rui's ancestors had told him that if there was danger, it was better to retreat. This mission was very dangerous, and Meng Rui didn't want to do this mission. Kuishu, unlike him, still wanted to be rewarded for this mission, but he wasn't going to stop Meng Rui. After all, he had just dishonored the name of the academy. Although there was a risk that he would also be laughed at, Yang Qing Xuan admitted that he too felt something strange. Therefore, he decided that he wouldn't risk his life for 300 points and followed Meng Rui. It seemed like the opposite was better that they left, because there was less competition. But Kuishu, on the contrary, was angry. Yang Qing Xuan continued on his way but questioned in his voice. How could this be? Meng Rui, who was standing in front of him, froze in fear as if he had seen a ghost. Cold sweat dripped down his face, and he was unable to move. There was no way out. In its place stood a huge boulder. This situation confused not only the two of them, but also the other students. The boys had been walking down this road not too long ago, but now it was gone. Did someone do this on purpose? Kuishu was more than angry. He grabbed Meng Rui, demanding that he at least give him some explanation. After all, it was likely that he knew more than them. Under moral pressure, Meng explained that it was a conspiracy, a Zhulong Suoyuan device that even Emperor Su Feng was unable to solve. Emperor Su Feng's involvement frightened the students even more. After all, if such a great man couldn't solve this problem, how would they even get out of here? It was as if Yang Qing Xuan had found some loophole and motioned for everyone to follow him. Meng Rui was very nervous and didn't even hide it, so now he didn't understand why Yang Qin was completely calm in such a situation. The guy suddenly remembered the story about killing 3 of the Emperor's followers and thought that maybe some of the other guys had heard it. Yang Qing Xuan didn't hide that what Meng Rui had said he had recently seen in the library a few days ago. According to the story, Su Feng had 3 strong followers. They were Meng, Tian, and Guo. Together they won the war, were very powerful in their time, especially Meng Yuelong. But there was one but. Yang Qing Xuan stopped in the middle of the story, as if he was gathering his thoughts into a pile. Kuishu suddenly realized that this kid turned out to know a lot about it, which meant he had read a lot of books. There was some respect for Yang Qingyu. Yang Qing Xuan no longer and did not continue the story, Meng Rui had to confess, for he had been figured out. Meng Rui was a descendant of Meng Yulong. This stirred up a lot of emotions among the people in the cave. Many people thought that Meng Yulong had been killed when he was still young and was unlikely to have children, while others were surprised that this disciple was a descendant of one of the founders. Li Ju thought that this was great information. After all, if he reported this to the kingdom, he would definitely be rewarded. Kui Shu tensed up, seeing by all appearances, not only Su Feng knew the secret of this mine, but also his associate Meng Yuelong. Many people now understood why Meng Rui had called this place dangerous. But even with the curtain slightly open to the truth, there was still a lot the guys didn't know. At that time, Su Feng planned to kill the ancestors of Meng, Tian, and Guo, not to control only the rivers and mountains, but something that was here. Just what could be more important than the mountain? This is a drop of blood. A drop of blood with which he could penetrate the Jingshui martial arts stage. As far as Yang Qin knew, the final stages of martial arts was Lin Wu. And here was something new. Li Ji remembered that during his father's court banquet last year, he heard a conversation. If a cultivator could break through the martial stage, he could obtain eternity to enter the realm of heaven. And of course, most likely to be the strongest on earth. Furthermore, Li Ju thought that there were still other treasures that were no less valuable than the blood essence in this place. The question still remained open. Who had gotten that drop of blood after all? No one got it. The drop of blood was still inside the cave. Many people were excited because it meant they could find her and take possession of her. Yang Qing Xuan hurriedly brought the guys down to the ground. After all, they would all die. If the blood essence was easy to obtain, it was unlikely that it would stay in the cave for 1,000 years. Meng Rui admitted that they had indeed fallen into a Suoyuan trap, and now it was unknown whether they could survive or not. Furthermore, he felt that Zhen had another intention, telling them to draw a map. After all, many of the images on this map were different. Perhaps it was the people before them who died to draw this map. An ordinary person wouldn't be allowed in here, and if he hints a royal soldier, no doubt the secret of this cave might be revealed. So the best choice was to use some poor students from the academy, who even if they died, no one would care. Kui Shu was very angry, because looking at Zhen Shuju's appearance, he couldn't even think that this was a bad person. Whether it was the blood essence or the problem with Zhen Shuju, the most important priority was to get out of here. In the past, Meng Rui's ancestors had found a way to overcome this device, but Su Feng had hidden it because he didn't want anyone to enter this cave. Meng Rui decided to try this method, but he couldn't guarantee that it would work. As soon as the guy started walking, the wall disappeared and no one realized what had even happened. If the order of operation was changed at will, it will be hard to get out of here. This Julong Suoyuan device used the 9 streams of underground rivers to lock important things in them. When the pass road closes, the other one will start moving. So even if they keep going down the shaft, they won't get anywhere. This was the first time everyone had seen such a device. Kui Shu didn't even hide his interest. This device was created to determine the direction of mountains and rivers. Li Chu decided to find out more information about Meng Rui's ancestors, and asked if Meng Yuelong was a feng shui master. This question pissed the guy off more than a little. He was literally shouting that his entire ancestral generation was a bunch of mages unworthy of being feng shui masters. Li Chi had just asked, so he didn't understand such a violent reaction. But perhaps Meng Ruyu was just boiling over with this question. The guy stood apart from the crowd and started whispering something, as if addressing this device. In his mind, he hoped that the records left to his ancestors were correct. It seemed to him that there was an answer that was abnormal. He seemed to find some weak spot in the cave and slammed his hand on it, then began to cast a spell. The god Qiankun Fenglei ruled correctly. Heaven and earth are merged, the magical method of yin and yang. Yang Qing Xuan carefully watched what Meng Rui was doing. He was drawing out simple symbols, but they seemed filled with power to him. These symbols eventually began to turn into an entire composition, connecting to Meng Rui's body. No one had ever seen such spiritual energy before, and in Meng Rui's hands, it was true art. It was the martial art of Jinyin Huazheng, which he had inherited from his mage ancestors. Actually, they were the ones he mentioned in Li Zhi's question. Some family members could inherit the, shall we say, martial spirit through their father's blood. And Meng Rui's ancestors who came from the Meng family were all related to this. After a while, the brush, which seemed only a mirage, took shape. Then the boy ordered her to write correctly. There was a very strong pressure from such writing. Despite the fact that the light was very bright, no one took their eyes off what was happening. And when it seemed to be over, the guys would ask permission to see if they could leave. The cave first began to vibrate, and then the exit opened. A little further on, the same river could be seen, but suddenly someone shouted, "A ghost!" Kai Shu this joke did not appreciate or did not understand what ghost saw his comrade in arms, and gave him a smack. With trembling body and hands, the poor guy pointed in the direction where he saw that ghost. It was very difficult to see anything from the place. We had to shine flashlights additionally, and when they finally did take a closer look, they were horrified at what they saw. The guy was wrong. It wasn't a ghost, it was a skeleton. And even so, it looked very frightening. Yang Qing Xuan urged not to panic. After all, it was only a corpse, and it had already dried up. But it was hard not to be afraid, because there were many questions, such as why was this corpse here in this particular position? Yang Qin believed that this was an ordinary person. Perhaps he was the miner who drew the map before them, and it was likely that he had died about 1 year ago. As our hero began to speculate about this, he heard the sounds of a collapse. Stones sprinkled in hail, and when they crumbled, more corpses could be seen. Behind the collapse, a whole horde of once human beings opened up. Now they were just skeletons. Where did so many of them come from? What was the story behind the place? Could the cave wall be the cause of these corpses? Otherwise, how else can we explain the situation? Could it be that these people were all miners who explored this cave? But there were a lot of them. Panic came over Li Ji as he saw the many skeletons. He would literally start crying afterward, that they had chances of dying here too. However, no one knew what might happen to them here. But if the guys didn't want to die, at least here, then they should get out of here immediately. As you can see, a great many people died in this mine, and with so many dead bodies, there's an evil energy gathering here. But how strong was she, and how could she influence the guys? Meng Rui couldn't specifically say, for it depended on the strength of the body before it died. Assuming that most of these corpses belonged to ordinary people, they didn't have powerful strength. In addition, the Julong Soyuan device could also absorb energy, which was to their advantage. All that remained was to remain vigilant and cautious. At the same time, it was necessary not to split up and keep an eye on the corpses, because there was no telling what else might come out. The river you had met before, and the one you would see now were different. To this question, Yang Qin sought an answer from Meng Rui. Why this happened and what caused the change was hard for the young man to say specifically, but he confirmed that the water was indeed different. It seems that the course of this river actually led to the underworld. Perhaps there were two streams of water, yin and yang, between heaven and earth. Julong Suoyuan had the ability to change the shape of the river's flow, directing its currents as he pleased. If that was really the case, then we needed to figure out how to get the guys to do it. Meng Rui already knew how. They just needed to neutralize the yin energy in this river water. But she was quite difficult to neutralize without earth artifacts. But there was another way. This method was rather gruesome. So when Meng talked about it, he was literally shaking. This method was to use human blood. Yang Qin mentally cursed the ancestors, Su Feng and Meng Yuelong. They were bad people after all. They had destroyed the passageway that now made it impossible for the guys to come out. There were hundreds of millions of people in the Kang realm. A long time had passed. But somehow this method still didn't work. Only the issue was not the number of people, but the strength of the blood of an ordinary person, which was scarce. Meng Rui was aware that his ancestors and Su Feng had used the three-legged firebird to destroy the passage. However, his ancestors were wary of Su Feng, and when he was eventually betrayed, his ancestors took the core from the three-legged firebird, and Su Feng thought that he would succeed. Funny. But did Meng Rui really have the core of the three-legged firebird now? With a slight smile on his face, he admitted that yes, the remains of his ancestors were to be kept, he thought. But he never would have thought it would be of use to him today. If he could find the three-legged firebird as well as the crystal core, this passageway would have already been opened. Li Chi was starting to get involved. He understood what was going on. Needing to find a body at the bottom of the river, he felt that now was the time to show his true abilities. His companions hurriedly put him down. After all, he was only at the early stage of Lingwu, so who did he think he was now? He didn't listen to the offender, just smirked, and decided to demonstrate something. Demonstrating his abilities was the best response to any barbs, and now the guys could observe the martial arts soul. It was so powerful that its light illuminated every possible space of the cave. Some of the guys were even unfamiliar with the soul of martial arts. Li Chi was happy to explain that his martial arts soul was a superior talent with 7 soul lights, which was called Luna Haidilao. A real moon now illuminated the cave. It was no different from a true Earth satellite, except that it was created by Li Ji. The guy really had ability and power. For now, he was able to make the water move in a whirlpool. And as time went on, human bones began to show up from the bottom of the river. Some guys were really scared when they saw these remains, as if they hadn't seen dead bodies recently. Now on the surface of the water were all the human bones. No matter how Li Ji tried to be brave, It was also creepy for him to look at those million corpses that surfaced from the bottom of the river. Kuai-shu began to notice that the shadow of the moon had become somewhat restless. So he asked me not to lose the three-legged firebird, for it was the only way to get out of here. But it's easy to talk about it when you're not doing anything. Li Chi decided to tease his friends a little at this point, without implying anything bad by it. He launched a jet of his energy straight down the river. The red silhouette of a bird became visible in the depths of the cave. The shadow of this bird was repelled on the walls of the cave, which frightened other people. The size of the bird frightened many. Everyone expected it to be identical in size to a parrot, but not the size of a real beast that could easily devour them. No one knew what abilities this bird possessed, so they tried to avoid it. Meng Rui knew the firebird quite well, so he asked everyone not to be afraid of it and went to meet it himself. By accepting the crystal core into her body, she would be able to release her flame. Meng Rui was now openly striving to achieve his goal, and his plans were clear to everyone who was following the developments. But while he was trying to give her the crystal core, he didn't notice that he was on the edge of the precipice and was already falling into the river. He was always wary of it and tried to keep others away from it. For it was not only cold, but it affected the body worse than poisoned water. Now he was falling into it himself. But just in time, his hand was grabbed by someone else's hand. It was Yang Qing Xuan who came over. He tried his best to hold his new comrade. It wasn't easy, since Meng Rui was already very close to the water. One had to use superpowers. Also, strain your strength, apply all your possible effort to keep your hand from slipping. And these efforts were paid off. Meng Rui hadn't even touched a drop of water, and was on the surface, alive and well. Still feeling adrenaline and short of breath, Meng Rui silently thanked his savior, who was also trying to catch his breath. Yang Qing Xuan felt that they had to act together to overcome the difficulties, which was basically what he wanted Meng Rui to do. Finally, it could be seen that the firebird was changing. The core of the firebird was merging with the crystal core, and a short distance away, a fire could be seen that even made it hot. Now the boys had to be extremely careful, for the firebird was about to let out a flame. This was evidenced by the smoke that spread throughout the cave and over the river as well. The temperature was rising, and the boys were getting hot. Pretty quickly, the steam enveloped them head to head. They should have moved away or they would be steaming. However, there was no place to go. The vapor eventually dissipated, and the river water evaporated. Now everything here was completely destroyed. All the bones were visible on the surface. It was scary for the guys to think about how many people had died here, and it was unclear why. Yang Qing Xuan was horrified by the fact that in this world, only the strong people had respect, and the weak were crushed like ants. Each time this world opened before him in new colors. And sometimes his attitude towards it changed. Not to be squeamish, they walked right through the guests, trying to step carefully so they wouldn't suddenly fall through somewhere. Some guys were very afraid, apologized to their ancestors for stepping on their remains. It was a scary event for them. Some had already made a quick trip to the middle of the river. Others were still keeping up somewhere in the back of the river and asking them to wait. Before they could even reach their goal, they were suddenly blinded by a bright, almost unbearably white light, enveloping everything around them and causing them to freeze in place in bewilderment. Here in the dark cave with minimal lighting, it was hard to look at such a bright light, but there was no getting away from him, for he was pulling the boys in himself. Li Ji assumed that the passageway should have been open by now, but he found it difficult to open his eyes, and when he did make up his mind, he gasped in surprise. The boys found themselves in a completely different place. If the entrance to the cave was gloomy, deserted, and with many wild crows, this place seemed like a fairy tale. Meng Rui assumed that this was the main place where his ancestors and Su Feng had tried to enter the cave but failed. A lot of people got excited, because that meant there had to be a drop of blood in here somewhere. They had just made it out of the cave, about to leave the place, but now they were eager to find a drop of blood. Kai Shu rushed to stop the fervor of the boys, for there were some but. If there was only one drop of blood, and there were 10 of them, how were they going to divide it? There was really only one drop of blood, but they wouldn't be able to hold the energy contained in it. They could only mix it with water so that everyone would get an equal share. Some liked the suggestion, because then there would be no competition and no casualties. But still there were problems, because they were in different stages. Some were in the Lingwu stage, and some were in the Qi-Wu stage. There were suspicions that Kui Shu wanted to get a drop himself, to which the others protested that everything should be fair. Some people supported the idea. Kui Shu, those who were at the Qi-Wu stage were offered 1 drop, while those at the Lingwu stage were offered 2 drops. Meng Rui protested. After all, the people from the Qi-Wu stage had contributed a lot, especially Qin Xuan. He had contributed the most, so the drop of blood should be shared equally. Kaishu doubted Meng Rui's words after all. Yang Qing Xuan had done nothing but save Meng Rui. What did it have to do with them anyway? If Meng wanted to thank him, he should have given him his share. But not theirs. One of them nodded affirmatively, confirming what he had said, while Li Ji, standing a little to the side, was visibly nervous, his gaze darting about, betraying his inner restlessness and tension. He stood there and saw that this bunch of idiots had no idea how strong Yang Qing Xuan was. So he decided to stand up for our hero, saying that he was very strong and didn't deserve to be given a small share. Shu only laughed at this statement, for he had not seen Yang Qing Xuan's strength. He decided to make concessions and offered Yang Qingyu to give him 3 strikes, and in return, he would give him 2 portions of blood. Yang Qing Xuan only smirked caustically at this, wondering if he had decided to give him a handout. He didn't need such gifts. He didn't say anything else and just ran away into the forest. The boys took it as if he was going to get a drop of blood himself, and so they chased after him. Yang Qin pondered like this. This bunch of idiots were fighting for something they wouldn't get. If they get a drop, they still wouldn't be able to retain its energy, so it would be better for him to have it. He was running fast enough, but they were already catching up with him and yelling at him to stop. As he looked to the side, then suddenly someone's fist appeared in front of him. But fortunately, he managed to put up a defense in time. Kaishu decided not to let go of our boy, but afterwards they were thrown off in different directions by this blow. They each managed to coordinate and land in a tree opposite each other. Shu gave a warning that if Yang Qing Xuan wanted to seize a drop of blood and absorb it himself, he would have to go through him. Yang Qin seemed to let these words pass by his ears, only noting that this guy was as fast as he was. Shu didn't take it as a compliment, but as contempt, but still warned that he was not only fast, but could also kill Yang Qin. He didn't throw any more words around, but pounced like a wild cat towards the guy. This young man was indeed very fast. Perhaps if it wasn't for the 8th level of body cooling, things would have been bad for Yang Qing Xuan. However, Shu wasn't omnipotent either. He tried to hit Yang Qin, but these punches felt like claps. Yang Qin decided to improvise and give a fist in response as well, Shui. Then he flew backwards, thanking the guy for his fist. But here was still perplexed. How was Yang Qin going to escape after his fist? This battle was already in the air. They were literally jumping through the trees as if they were born in this area. Shu kept up, which indicated that his fighting spirit was indeed at a high level. Yang Qing Xuan made the decision to speed up because his opponent was also speeding up. He needed to maintain the pace. Shu saw what Yang Qin was doing and shouted after him as if it was useless. Useless because Qi Wu can't beat Lingua in speed. Yang Qing Xuan either really didn't hear, or he was just messing around and asked him to repeat what he said. Shu suggested that Yang Qing just accept it. After all, he wouldn't be able to get rid of him. But who knows? They continued to fly at high speed until Yang Qin felt a sudden appearance of intense pressure. Panic gripped our hero, for he was not happy about the possibility of landing first. To avoid falling as a layer into the swamp, he tried to maneuver and used qi to strengthen his limbs. Still, he was glad he'd managed to land safely and not bury his face in the ground. The pressure was still making itself felt, though. This pressure was 100 times stronger than usual, and it was unclear why, whether it was because it had come on abruptly or because it was by definition. Shu was still continuing to hunt for our hero and was already expecting to catch him here. His head was so full of it that he didn't feel the sudden change in pressure and didn't even have time to coordinate to land more or less normally. Somewhere to himself, Yang Qin thought to himself, what an idiot Shu was. From observation, it could be realized that this strong pressure only appeared after leaving the forest. It is likely that someone was causing it. Looking into the distance, Yang Qin noticed something interesting. There was a building, and in front of it was a silhouette of some sort. Paying attention to this silhouette, one could see that it was also a corpse. But it was possible that it was not a commoner, but a quite strong cultivator. It was a strange assumption, but Yang Qin believed that this pressure was coming from this corpse. But how could it possess such a terrifying strength? Well, it doesn't matter. Gravity, which is 100 times stronger, could not stop the determination of our hero. He didn't spare himself for a moment. Yang Qin was so eager to possess a drop of blood that he was willing to go through this strong and heavy pressure. Of course, he still wanted to see what secret was hiding this corpse and this place in general. Shu had been lying there all this time and couldn't even get up, which made him feel terribly offended. But he was still trying to mutter threats to Yang Qin under his nose, saying, "Don't think you can escape." The other guys who were already excited about what they had found, Shu and Yang Qin, also came over. For this entire stay in this company, Yang Qing's head and ears were starting to ache whenever he heard this bunch of goons. None of them managed to feel the difference in pressure and they all plummeted to the ground together. and tried to find answers from Meng Rui, for perhaps he knew what it was. He did know some people remained strong even after their death. This corpse managed to transfer his life into his aura and form a field around his body. It was hard to believe, but it just had to be accepted as fact, for they had fallen under his influence. It must have been the strongest man they had ever met. Meng Rui believed that if this field still existed, then it was obvious that no one was here and the drop of blood was still here. Li Zhi hoped that there was more than just a drop of blood here. After all, this was a place where the strong were in seclusion, which meant there must be some other treasures here. Someone from the company suggested that everyone pay attention to Yang Qing Xuan. He had already traveled some distance to the corpse of the Great One. He walked slowly and left huge footprints behind him, for it was difficult to lift his feet. It was easier to crawl at a goose step. Kuai Shu shouted after him that he was unworthy of receiving this treasure. Others confirmed that Yang Qin really should have stopped. These jerks were so noisy that it was hard for Yang Qingyu to concentrate to fight this pressure. But he had the strength to show others the middle finger and let them know he would take it all. And the guys were left wondering what it meant. But whatever it meant, it made them feel uncomfortable. Explaining, of course, what the middle finger meant, Yang Qin was not going to explain, leaving a sort of intrigue. Meng Rui decided to ask Yang Qin to kick that monkey, because then the gravitational field would disappear. Yang Qin was thankful for this advice, but he decided that he would go through with it and not even touch the monkey. Meng Rui even felt embarrassed as he watched Yang Qingyu indeed manage to do so. Suddenly, someone remembered that he had never quarreled with Yang Qing and decided to ask him to bring him along. It might work. Li Zhi decided to come up trumps and said that he had a sister and Yang Qin could later become his son-in-law. It was very rude because how could you sell your sister? Although deep in one's mind one thought, damn it, why don't I have a sister? Passing by the corpse, Yang Qin noticed a Ba character on the hilt of the sword. He speculated that it might be the name of a once former person. The young man felt his strength go into the sunset, and he was literally falling. Apparently this was the limit of his strength. To only reach this monkey is a lot of pressure. He spit on it all and decided that he would regain his powers with a soul stone. Crawling to a secluded spot behind the monkey, Yang Qin began to recite an incantation. Clear skies, peaceful land, spiritual gods and valleys of good fortune. And then there was the process of absorbing the power from the spirit stone into Yang Qin's body. When the process was finished, he felt that the pressure was decreasing, or had he managed to reach the 9th level of body cooling? Surprisingly to himself, he realized that the pressure he went through contributed a lot to that. Yang Qin finally managed to enter this building. He evaluated the interior and figured that this place looked no worse than the Kun Lun Palace. It was a large hall, and above all, in this hall, his attention was attracted by a huge painting. Besides, she was the only one here. There was nothing else here to attract attention. Some things have never changed. Too much time has passed. 10,000 years, just day and night. The strike was so strong that it could destroy anyone like Qin Yang Wuking. The lower part of this picture, for some reason in particular, attracted the attention of our hero, and he decided to examine it. When his fingers touched the old parchment, he didn't notice at first the monkey's eyes flashed with a bright yellow light. This light grew brighter and brighter, literally illuminating the entire dark hall. Yang Qing even had to retreat to avoid being blinded by such a flash. Right at that instant, the entire painting lit up with scarlet and yellow flames. The temperature rose dramatically. Yang Qin didn't even have time to move as far away as possible. The flames enveloped him as well. This power was tearing his body apart. He couldn't hold back a cry of pain, until suddenly he noticed his mark starting to glow and react to the event as well. The flames changed from red to darker shades of purple and maroon. The young man no longer felt the pain, but a kind of peace. The dead soul stone crumbled into pieces, and as if it had found its soul here, taking the form of a dragon. This force was absorbing our hero, thus trying to merge with his physical strength and chi. At the end of this process, and as a reminder that there was one, the power of the stone left a small mark on the back of his head. The fire stopped exactly when the painting burned, not even leaving behind ashes. Yang Qing Xuan couldn't even understand what it was just now and why exactly the painting had burned down. Or perhaps it was all an illusion. Just like last time with that dragon in the water. As he pondered this, a drop of blood trickled from the ceiling. The blood hit him right in the middle of his forehead, as if he knew that's where it belonged. Perhaps the young man had assumed it would happen some other way, so he was a bit taken by surprise. When the realization came to him that it was that particular drop of blood, he gathered his thoughts and began the process of absorbing that blood. It had to go all over his body with a brief cultivation. Only there was one thing that was strange, because earlier, Meng Rui had told him that using a drop of blood would cause an explosion. But for some reason, nothing happened. A speculation came to our hero that probably the ape that was depicted in the painting possessed this drop of blood. The whole thing gave me a headache. There were a lot of questions and a lot of inconsistencies, and zero answers. The mark on his body hadn't been fully explored, and now it was making itself known when it burned a little. There were indeed a lot of strange things happening lately. Thinking about it now was not the right time. So to begin with, Yang Qing decided to at least stretch his body. Somewhere out there, a lone tear rolled down the monkey's skeleton, like a reminder of unknown pain or loss. And soon after, the skeleton itself began to disappear somewhere. The particles that were disappearing simply atomized into the air, leaving no residue behind. When the skeleton disappeared completely, the guys let go. The previous pressure was no longer there. Everyone could climb up without using any superpowers to do so. The question arose, how did this happen? They quickly figured out how when they saw that the monkey had disappeared, and it was probably because of a drop of blood. The entire crowd of guys chased to the inside of the hall, shouting at Yang Qing about not being able to touch the drop of blood. They demanded that Yang Qing give them all the treasures, and while they demanded it, then Li Zhi grabbed himself the ancient sword that monkey possessed. It was probably all that was left of it, and it was definitely a very rare treasure. In order to retrieve it, Li Zhi used his ring that was created to store things. Yang Qing Xuan stood in the middle of the hall and was in no hurry to go anywhere. At this time, people had already come to him with claims. Everyone was wondering where that drop of blood was. Our hero also wondered how the guys handled that kind of pressure. He had no idea what was going on outside. Li Zhi replied that the withered corpse of the monkey was blown away by the wind. This situation was tense, because it was definitely connected to the disappearance of the painting. The young man began to demand that he hand over the drop of blood. But Yang Qing decided to play around a bit, because what made them think that he had possessed it in the first place? And if he had, it would be logical that he would use it right away. The guy laughed, for he thought that the drop of blood was really unusual, and if he used it, he would die. Kui Shu didn't have everything. He wanted to use more subtle methods to draw blood. For example, beating Yang Qing and then torturing him by talking to him. Yang Qing Xuan immediately noticed that Kui Shu was attacking him. In that case, let him not blame him for being rude. Kui Shu didn't even have time to do anything before Yang Qing hit him on the nose with his head, so that he began to bleed. Today, our hero was not going to play with these kids, so he rushed away and said goodbye to them. On his way out, someone stopped him, ordering him to stand. It was Meng Rui who had put up a protective barrier, and was now not letting Yang Qing pass through. By all appearances, he was not any kind of ally to Yang Qing, even though he wanted to be friends with him. Meng Rui was too secretive for that. Who knows, if they had become allies, maybe things would have been different. In the end, no matter what strength Meng Rui possessed, Yang Qing was stronger and he managed to escape with ease. They kept trying to catch him, but he was too fast and agile for them to succeed. When they thought that he was already in their hands, they were wrong, for Yang Qing was like a bird fluttering about. It was clear that he was a true martial artist who could fly. Kui Shu disagreed with this definition. After all, if he was a true martial artist, it was unlikely that they would have survived. Therefore, Kui Shu didn't care who Yang Qing was, he just chased after him no matter what. At the end of the chase, our hero came across a cave with a small entrance. It seemed to be a dead end. Besides, Kui Shu had already caught up with him, and was definitely not going to let him go. Then the young man had to fight, for he was not going to give in to these fools for nothing. Even in battle, Kui Shu was even more hyped up. He liked battles with strong opponents. It was the meaning of life for him. But he also didn't forget about his main goal. The body chill was inferior to the spirit of the martial artist Kui Shui, and our hero's punches were blocked by his hands. It was obvious Yang Qing needed to improve in cultivation. Neither of them were going to give in to each other. Their strengths were almost equal. But someone had to give in at one point. And this someone became Kui Shu. Despite his strong martial arts spirit, Yang Qing had the upper hand over him and managed to make a dash. But the one quickly joined the battle again. He was doing everything to prevent Yang Qing from escaping. By then, other guys had run up, and it seemed like how would Yang Qing be able to defeat all 9 cultivators? Kui Shu stood in the passage and now the cave was closed. Where would our hero run to now? While they were fighting, then 4 eyes began to shine out of the cave, with a bright yellow light. Yang Qing Xuan noticed this and warned the others to be careful, something bad was coming. But his warning was missed through his ears. A stream of even brighter light emerged from the cave, knocking the nearby Kui Shui off his feet. The blow was very strong, and he was thrown back several meters, where he lay bleeding and writhing in pain. The guys who had already run up to the cave were horrified when they saw a familiar face. Mr. Zhen came out of the cave, accompanied by another man. He had hoped that the guys would only draw a map, but there was no way he expected them to be able to open the passage. Now Zhen Shuju was curious about who Meng Yulong's descendant was. It was bad. Meng Rui, of course, didn't want to reveal himself, because there was no telling what would happen to him, but definitely nothing good. His life was in danger. Zhen Shuju, however, expected that no one would admit it, but he liked to torture people who had bones because it was really fun and effective for him. It wasn't that complicated, though, since one was already suspended. There were still 9 more to go. Zhen Shuju took this as a sign that the god wanted him to get everything done in time today. But he still wondered how Yang Qing Xuan was able to notice them. It was obvious to him that the 2 men were facing him. How could they not be seen? Zhen Shuju concealed that the 2 of them were walking along the walls of the cave, completely hidden in the darkness, and because of this, it was impossible to notice them. Such an answer he perceived as dishonest. But it didn't matter to him. He even liked it. After all, everyone would be honest with him later. Yang Qing Xuan assessed the situation. These 2 were in the middle of the Lingwu stage, and either of them could kill them. The young man noticed an oddity behind him. After all, he was at the Kiwu level. Yet somehow he could follow the cultivation of the Lingwu stage. There was a suspicion that it might have been due to that drop of blood he had absorbed. Zhen Shuju, in order not to torture the students, decided to offer them conditions. If they surrendered the man with the treasure to him, he wouldn't torture them, and they would get their points and spirit stones in return. It was obvious that this old man wanted to deceive them, so Yang Qin was skeptical. But there were other idiots who quite fell for such a thing. Li Zhu, without any hesitation, decided to turn in the one he feared, and shaking in his presence. He was not afraid of him for nothing. Yang Qing Xuan was never ceremonious, said what he thought and could slap him on the head like this. Li Ji's stupidity was setting everyone up. This place was under the ban of the imperial family. Even Su Feng couldn't find this place. How could one be so naive to think that they would be released from here and still be rewarded? Although Zhen Shuju kept saying otherwise, saying that if they gave him the treasure, he would definitely let them go. Yang Qin decided to clarify the situation. After all, there were 5 early Lingwu stage people in their company. How could one think that the treasure would be in the possession of a Qiwu stage person? That is him. Li Zhi kept saying his own thing. He kept proving that Yang Qing Xuan really had the treasure. Li Ji's intelligence was truly astounding, but still he was truly believed. As for our hero, it was likely that whatever he said, Zhen Shuju wouldn't believe him. In exchange for such truth and a promise not to talk about what he had seen, Li Ji expected that he would be able to leave. However, the master did let him go. He ran straight into the cave, still thanking Zhen Shuju in advance for this opportunity. Li Ji was already running towards the exit, but in his mind he was thinking about how he would get out of here and report everything, and then destroy everyone involved, which would be a fantastic achievement for him. But all his thoughts were gone in an instant when the touch of the sword overtook him. Li Qi was an experienced fighter and managed to escape from the sword blade in time. He created an illusion and was behind his opponent. The wound he had on his shoulder was deep, and he suspected he might die from it. And that might not have happened if he had discovered the danger earlier. Zhen Shuju gave the okay to leave, but his associate didn't want him to. Unfortunately, the old man forgot to warn that this man's favorite hobby was cutting people. He was now bloodthirsty and wanted to finish off Li Ji. The mercenary wasn't going to stop, and Li Ji was like a headless chicken running all over the place trying to escape. It was useless to run. After all, if they wanted to live, they had to fight them. But the students had doubts, for these 2 were in the middle of the Lingwu stage. Accordingly, they realized that either of them could kill them. Then how could they fight them? Yang Qing Xuan proposed the following plan. He would take care of Zhen Shuju, and the other guys should take care of his partner, and then help Yang Qing when they killed his partner. This plan seemed insane to them after all. Okay, they were a few people against one, but how was Yang Qin going to deal with a Lingwu master? Not only the boys were surprised, but also the old man. He felt as if he had been underestimated. Yang Qing Xuan had to repeat his words again, only in a different wording. Namely that Zhen Shuju was worthless trash. For such insults, the old man intended to kill the young man. The old man intended to kill the young man for such insults. When the cobblestone struck him, he noticed that ordinary stones didn't give off that kind of power. There was something unusual about this one, not like his usual energy. Now our hero needed to get Zhen Shuju away from the guys so they could do their battle. So he ran away into the forest, hoping that the old man would run after him. And he did run. having instructed the mercenary in advance to deal with the others. The one promised that when the master returned, there would be 9 more corpses here. But unfortunately, he didn't guarantee the integrity of the bodies. Meng Rui finally recognized Qin Xuan's bitter truth that if they didn't fight, they would die. This mercenary was truly terrifying. He seemed to have no humanity left, just a beast. The guys finally gathered their thoughts and went to attack as well. They had no choice. They had to live or die. The mercenary assessed the situation. He had 4 people in the early Lingwu stage, 1 of them injured, plus another 4 people in the Qiwu stage. All in all, a bunch of scum. Even so, they weren't going to put their foot down and decided to investigate Yang Qing Xuan's plan. After all, they were outnumbered, and this could be a great advantage in the fight. One of the guys warned the others that this mercenary could cut not only physical flesh, but also energy with his sword. Everyone was working together, after all. It was now a matter of survival. Meng Rui would identify weaknesses, put up a defense, and the others would wait, and then attack. When the enemy couldn't move thanks to the Jinyan flower, the others attacked all together. The mercenary was bombarded with a slew of punches that he couldn't fend off, and went into a deafening defense. He realized his mistake now, for he should have been more collected and not taken this fight lightly. But still, he wouldn't stop talking about cutting everyone to pieces. Yang Qin was doing relatively well. Everything was going according to plan, he was running away, and the old man was trying to catch up with him, which was difficult for him after all. He was not the right age. When he had had enough of this chasing, he decided to do something else. He was counting on a battle, not chasing after this boy. Yang Qin already understood where this was going, and this did not make him happy. Zhen Shuju seemed to absorb all the air, and then shouted a loud cry, similar to a frog's cry, but several times louder. This scream could be compared to a siren. It pierced the ear membranes, but it also had a terrible energy to it. This energy was affecting his entire body. Yang Qin could already feel his 5 internal organs were almost destroyed. Yang Qing Xuan fled, so Zhen Shuju was forced to use Ren Qi Wu's martial art. And then came the cautionary phrases that Yang Qing should not have taken what did not belong to him, or else he risked losing his life. But now this principle he would only be able to follow in hell, as the old man had promised him. While he was parroting the chatter, he was surprised to discover something surprising, and something that ruined his plans. Yang Qing Xuan managed to prevent his attacks with the help of mysterious martial arts. The question was, why did this worthless boy possess mysterious martial arts? Zhen Shuju felt angry at his ruined plans. As a consequence, he began to ponder that this boy might have other secret techniques, and therefore he didn't want to risk fighting him alone. The Qinyang Wujing art did help our hero survive Zhen Shuju's attack, but it required a special effort. In addition, this technique had not been fully developed. If Yang Qingyu managed to hit the old man now, he would not be killed. Even so, he decided to take a chance, in case he could at least manage to do some damage. And that would be quite a lot. Then it would be easier to fight. Like a dragon possessing inner fire, it released all the energy outwards, which was truly like fire. The old man wasn't running fast enough, and the energy flow was much faster and therefore caught up with him. All that fire turned into smoke when it caught up with its victim. The speed was very fast, so the old man flew straight to the tree. On his back, a palm print that burned through his entire body was left as a memorial to him. Just as Yang Qing Xuan had predicted, the old man really didn't die since his technique wasn't advanced enough, but he still suffered a small injury. And on top of that, it also made him very angry. But how angry was Yang Qing Xuan? He didn't throw around words, he repaid his anger with actions. 2 huge flames flew at Zhen Shuju once again. Only now did he realize that the man he had attacked was not running away, but continuing to fight. With such small strikes, Yang Qing Xuan tried to wipe out this unwanted person. This was already the 2nd strike, but it was more powerful. Zhen Shuju realized that he couldn't run away anymore. He had to struggle as well. After all, he was in the middle stage of Lingwu, which meant he should have at least minimal defense skills that he managed to apply and stay alive. But that was not all. Our hero did not tame his anger, because his offender remained alive. Right now, Yang Qin was standing on his feet thanks to the Qinyang Wujing technique. It protected his entire body, or else all of his bones would be torn apart. Therefore, his attacks weren't strong enough because the energy was concentrated on different parts. Zhen Shuju wasn't a weakling either, but right now he felt hurt and torn himself apart. It was difficult for him to fight, and if it weren't for this baby, he'd be doing just fine. Even the old man could see that this young man was now risking his life, for he was about to launch a 3rd attack. The thirst for life was high. Zhen Shuju didn't want to die here in this way. Thinking that Yang Qing Xuan was some kind of madman, and everything that happened was crazy, He ran away with his tail between his legs. In a way, it was also a relief for our hero, because to make a third attack, he would have had to devote the rest of his forces to it. But would it pay off? The middle stage of Lingwu was truly extraordinary. If even the attack failed, the power of this mysterious martial art was very great. Now that our hero had reached the 9th level of body cooldown, he could try to obtain the 10th level, and then go to the Yellow Turbans to unite the spirit of martial arts and enter the Wujin stage. And right now, he didn't even know what other martial arts he could possess. But right now, he needed to find out what had happened to Meng Ruyi and the rest of the guys during his absence. Now you can watch the moment of the guys and mercenary fight, as Yang Qing Xuan struggled with his opponent. Things were going badly for them, but so far there were no dead, and no seriously injured either, not counting Kuei Shu. The battlefield was truly chaotic. It was difficult for even 8 cultivators to subdue such an opponent. Actually, now you understand what the mid-level Lingwu stage meant. Meng Rui still continued to fight vigorously, utilizing the knowledge his ancestor had left him. Now it was the 7th seal technique. His attacks were powerful, but the downside was that they required long training. But afterwards they could hold off such a strong opponent. It was as if the mercenary was bound in a fetter from which he had difficulty in disentangling himself. And now was just the perfect moment to attack him altogether. While the mercenary was making futile attempts to get out of the trap, the guys all piled on top of him at once. Some from behind, some from the side, some from the front. He was getting hit from all sides, with no way to defend himself. The guys realized that if they continued to help Meng Rui, they would definitely be able to defeat this mercenary. While the guys were not letting this beast breathe, Meng Rui gave it another harder blow. It seemed as if it should be decisive. At one point the mercenary managed to fend it off. One of the boys shouted loudly and warned everyone to get out of the way. Now he was going to attack the enemy with his sword. The mercenary did not stop smirking, for he saw these guys as ordinary stupid students who underestimated their opponent, gaining a slight advantage. The guys really believed that this mercenary was already dead. All they had to do was not give him a chance to strike. The guy who attacked with a sword, Liu Hai, was eventually killed by a single strike from the mercenary. The guys were running out of motivation as they saw how strong Master Lingwu was. They were already anticipating their deaths. And the mercenary only continued to taunt them. He himself was confident that he would be able to kill everyone. But even though the outcome of the fight seemed obvious, the guys did not finish their fight and fought to the end, attacking again and again. They were dying. The mercenary was ruthless and didn't even leave the body intact, chopping them to pieces. Flesh and blood flying in different directions. This was something the students were not prepared for. They were dumbfounded as they watched their fellow students die before their eyes. This lunatic was amused by everything that was going on. It was like a game to him, but still, he evaluated each fighter individually and saw that Meng Rui was the strongest among the other students. So he decided to deal with him first so the others would panic. Meng Rui once again used the Jin Yin flower attack. It would seem that he only had a mere tassel, which seemed like a toy, so how would he be able to resist a Lingwu master with a sword? It was difficult, but he didn't give up. When he had to, he retreated. When he had time, he attacked. The Jinyin flower did not stand up well against the mercenary's attacks, and Meng Rui pondered over what he could do in this situation. The mercenary himself was curious to see how Meng Rui would get his way, but he wasn't going to make a show of it. The mercenary still attacked without question. He had crisp and frightening attacks. Meng Rui was more closely threatened with death than ever before. In panic, he even began to scream, until someone shoved the sword that used to belong to Liu Hai into his hand. This sword he managed to put in his defense just in time. This sword not only protected him, but also broke the enemy's morale-boosting sword. Meng Rui was not confused and continued to attack the mercenary, this time slashing his chest. Blood rushed from his enemy's mouth, his face no longer wearing the same smirk. Adrenaline appeared in Meng Rui's body instead of the former fear of death. Now not only did the mercenary have a sword about him, their strength had equalized. When the boys saw that their enemy's sword was broken, they rejoined the fight and attacked him. During the attack, a golden scale appeared on the guy's fist, which served as a sort of protection for him. They still underestimated their opponent, thinking that if his sword was broken, he was less powerful. But fortunately, thanks to his scales, the damage he suffered was not much. The boys were worried about each other, but the mercenary made it clear to them that they had to worry each one for himself. But would that be right? Maybe it would have been, but the guys were also strong and managed to defend themselves in time. While one was defending, the other was attacking, thus putting the opponent off guard. It was obvious that the mercenary was already tired from this battle and was seriously shaken up. while the guys were just gaining enthusiasm to defeat him. Eventually, the mercenary fell on a pile of rocks, and the boys piled on top of him and began to finish him off. The man cursed them with all sorts of words, but what use were they anymore? He was a dead man now. It was Meng Rui who gave him the final decisive blow. His blood splattered all around him, his screams echoing through the forest. He tried to respond to the blow, to raise his sword and say something, but he was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to say anything. The boys continued to beat him with all their might, but without excessive violence. This fight was already looking more like some street battles where someone is called to a gunfight and then pounded. But what an initially high potential the mercenary had for victory and how things turned out. How happy the guys were that they had managed to survive and win. Well, Yang Qing Xuan's plan had worked, albeit with losses. Meng Rui was so tired that he didn't even have the energy to be happy. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. When he thought about it, the two guys were blown apart by some sort of force flow. A bloody hand could be seen on the shoulder of one of them, which had made a wound on his shoulder. The recent relief quickly changed to panic and fear. Their lives were once again in danger. Someone started attacking Li Ju, of course. He didn't have time to prepare for the attack. He didn't even have time to defend himself after this attack. He died right in front of his companions. Just now, 3 guys had been killed by Zhen Shuzhu. Meng Rui was starting to worry, for he no longer had the strength for another fight. The old man was resentful of the guys after all. Not only had they hurt him, but they had also killed his 3rd child. And now he was going to kill Meng Rui. But he heard Yang Qing Xuan's footsteps chasing after him. He couldn't enter into a duel with him, so he ran away. While our hero arrived here, the old man had already managed to hide somewhere in the cave. Meng Rui clued him into where Zhen Shuzhu was. But would he be able to follow him into the cave in time? The young man watched Yang Qing and couldn't believe that he was unharmed. Could it be that he had managed to defeat the middle stage Ling Wu? 7 students were already dead. Probably the academy would send someone here for reconnaissance, and most likely this secret place would no longer be able to be hidden. Besides, this place was related to the founder Emperor Su Feng, and these surviving guys might be in big trouble. Yang Qing Xuan had 2 choices right now. The first was to kill the 2 of them, so that they wouldn't blab about what happened here. And the second was, of course, not to do so. The boys unanimously promised that they would not tell anyone about what had happened here. Yang Qing still had doubts, after all. He knew that only the dead could keep secrets. You could see how scared the guys were, but still our hero couldn't kill them. But why, one might ask? He had enough strength, and he was stronger than the 2 of them. Meng Rui explained his speculation by saying that if Yang Qin wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have saved him and already killed him. And he wouldn't be talking to them now. And indeed, from observation, Yang Qin was able to defeat a middle-stage Ling Wu, which meant these guys could be killed very easily, and he wouldn't have to talk to them here. In any case, our hero really wasn't going to kill them, but he wanted to hear them swear that they wouldn't tell anyone about what had happened. He also hoped that they were aware of what happens when oaths are broken. They both unanimously swore that they would never tell anyone about what had happened here, or else they would suffer betrayal. After all, if word of this got out, they would all be severely unlucky, so Yang Qin hoped that the vow would be kept. Amidst all this chatter, Meng Rui still remembered the drop of blood and asked what was wrong with it. Yang Qin did not dignify him with an answer, and simply replied that he did not know. They could all only hope that there would be no more problems after this disaster. They did not linger here, and decided to return through the mine, where they would have to be careful. Meanwhile, there was a very interesting conversation in the Heavenly Temple. The taboo emperor, Dongle Guoxi, had called someone to a secluded place and wanted to show them something. The dean of the Yuanzhang Academy. Liang Dai saw the parchment in which he immediately discerned the will that Tianfei Zhou had left behind. Dongle Guoxu remembered that last year, no one had found the demon emperor's tomb, but he had found the tomb's guard spot, and as a result, 2 people killed 3 people. The 5 northern kingdoms was originally a small part of Wangyao Mountain. Since there is a tomb guarding place there, it wouldn't be surprising if the demon emperor's tomb itself would be located there. If they found the tomb, their kingdom could not only dominate the northern kingdoms, but also the rest of the kingdoms. Over the years, the demon clan had given birth to several great emperors, but only Wang Gu, Zhao Fengyue, they both shone brightly in ancient and modern times. 8 days had already passed, and Yuanzhang Academy had finally begun to clear in sight. All this time, our hero ran as fast as he could, because Zhen Shuzhu had time to leave on his carriage, and he had to return on foot. And it's been over half a month. Not only has he not received the money, but he's buried 7 students. There was very little money left. While he was thinking about it, he overheard 2 students talking. They were discussing Li Pinger. It was a very strong opponent who practiced sun absorption. Yuan Fang and 3 other students were defeated. All that was left of them were skinny bones, and their bodies couldn't even be recognized by their own mothers. Yang Qing Xuan was so impressed by this story that he asked the guys without even introducing himself. Did the academy ignore this? Students were given an assignment regardless of their danger. The student could survive or die while doing the assignment, and there was nothing strange about it. The academy also issued false assignments and let students go to certain death. But verbally, they covered it all up. For example, you could see 2 seemingly simple tasks. Bring a snack or walk 1 hour with your dog. There was a 10-point reward for each of these tasks. And it would seem, where's the catch and what could be false here? But walking the dog is really not a false task. But the dog is a beast with a Lei Yan Tian strength level comparable to the Zhen Wu stage. And by the way, 4 students died on this mission for the sake of 10 points. That's where the realization came in that the academy was also training the ability to think and choose. Becoming an excellent cultivator was possible when one improved oneself completely. Not only strength, but also intelligence was important. And you also had to keep an eye on everything, and remember that this world was cruel. It was a twofold situation. On the one hand, the academy was doing, it was to improve students in general. But in the end, it was leading to their demise. And the children of the nobility, who had no shortage of money, would not come here to try their luck. While he was thinking about it, suddenly someone called him a friend. It was a girl named Wen Wen. She offered our hero to earn some money. It was the first time he had met her, so he regarded her with suspicion. The girl introduced herself and explained that she worked for other people and was paid to find items. Therefore, if Yang Qing Xuan was interested, she could tell him about a place where she could earn some money. Of course, Yang Qing Xuan needed money, so he decided to take a chance and listen to the girl. She told him about a place called Heavenly Cannon. She also touched on the topic of underground commerce. Yang Qin hadn't heard anything about it, only could guess that it was related to trading goods. And he was right. Only in addition to being able to trade various goods, you could also bet on battles. This intrigued him. Yang Qingyu wondered how much money he could even make from this. It was very simple. Yang Qin could earn 50 yuan by winning in the ring if he was at the Qi-Wu stage. If he was at the Ling-Wu stage, who could earn 100 yuan? There might have been a catch here, so one still needed to know the strength of the opponent. There weren't really any specific formations. It depended on luck. There were the strong and the weak. There were no divisions in underground fights. Our hero liked the idea very much. After all, if he were to encounter opponents of the Qi-Wu stage, it wasn't a problem at all. He could win 20 fights and earn 1,000 yuan. Wenwen noticed the change in Yang Qin's mood, who was agitated, and decided to tell him some more things. This way, he could not only earn money, but also see something else interesting. The girl really intrigued him. He couldn't wait to find out what it was. It was a beauty. In this place, as long as he had money and power, he had it. It all depended on whether he could resist temptation. Wenwen spoke so well about her that Yang Qing had strange thoughts and wanted to look at her for familiarization. The girl was embarrassed and screamed for this pervert to get away from her, for she had only heard of this beauty. But no more. Wenwen couldn't stay still and fell down so that Yang Qing Xuan wouldn't touch her. The girl was even upset, because this guy turned out to be some kind of crazy person, and she thought he was a good person, and didn't expect this from him. Who would have thought that Yang Qing Xuan would turn out to be a pervert? But in fact, it was as if he was testing her, and he noticed how she was starting to be different from the girl she told him about. Was she really lying? If Yang Qing Xuan wanted Wenwen to be that girl, he must first show his strength. In addition, she tossed him a golden token, then explained that if he still wanted to earn some money, he should bring this token to Chengdong Minyu's villa, saying her name. Wenwen, as our hero noticed, was at the beginning Lingwu stage, which was 1 level above him. It seemed that the Minyu villa was not a simple place, but why did she want to help our hero? Looking into her eyes, Yang Qin couldn't tell that she didn't look at all like the girl she described. Yang Qing Xuan was very frightened, and he immediately began to use force without even looking at who it was. They'd been looking for this boy for a long time, and they finally found him. Only when Lu Jiangpeng spoke did Yang Qin recognize him. Why the elder was looking for him, he didn't even explain, but immediately wanted to see his disciple's strength. He peered closely into his hand, like a chiromancer reading the lines on a hand. What did he see there? He saw a level 9 body cooling. As if insane, Lu Jiangpeng clutched his head and couldn't believe what he was seeing. How was this possible? Yang Qing Xuan already thought that the old man had something wrong, but he did not answer. He kept repeating, "How is this possible? Oh gods, what is this?" He finally explained that he was very surprised to see the boy half a month later at the 9th level of body cooling while he was only at the 7th level. Lu Jiangpeng already felt as if this boy was the reincarnation of an ancient god, no other way. It was simply unbelievable. The old man truly admired him and wished him all the best. He wanted the boy to practice more because with his talent, he could really become a god. Yang Qing Xuan really pondered. If heaven and earth are higher than Wan Wu, then is God higher than Jingshui stage? The old man wondered how the boy knew about it, and suggested that perhaps Qin Zhen had told him about it. How he knew about it, Yang Qin didn't say. He had just heard a little bit about it. Not surprisingly, though, not much. Heaven and earth are vague concepts. It would be correct to say ground level and sky level. It turns out that the celestial power mentioned by grandfather belonged to a stage that was outside of the U stage. But afterwards, such a conversation raised the question, was it difficult to reach the heavenly level? Lu Jiangpeng admitted that in the entire continent, only one person had entered the heaven-level stage in hundreds of years. Yang Qin was even upset and had already expected to hear that it was simply impossible. It was almost impossible to enter the heavenly level stage, but Lu Jiangpeng was confident that it was likely that his disciple would be able to gain heavenly strength. Lu Jiangpeng had high hopes for Yang Qing Xuan, and he wanted the boy to keep practicing. He had potential. And with all his strength, Lu Jiang was willing to push him, help and guide him to become better and stronger. Body cooling had 3 stages and 4 sections. Stages: Dan Qi Jing, Yugu Jing, and Ishui Jing. And the sections: initial, middle, late, and perfect. In addition, Lu Jiangpeng was a Yishui Jing master along with 6 other elders in the academy. The divine body was equal to the heavenly level, and given Yang Qing Xuan's talent, he was bound to achieve it. He also had to know that a body cooling master was much stronger than a refining master at the same stage. Yang Qin had already thanked the teacher for the clarification, and was about to leave. But the one last asked a question. Didn't Yang Qin want to attain a divine body to dominate the world and have a prestigious name? Yang Qing Xuan had other plans right now. He needed money to enter the academy and make some name, so he suggested that the teacher postpone this conversation to another time. Lu Jiangpeng heard the disciple and gave him a second gift as promised. It was a Wujing robe. Not only did it protect from fire and water, but it could not be cut by a sword, and when worn, it would have a magical effect. But this mantle also had pitfalls that Lu Jiangpeng wasn't going to tell him about. The mantle had a gravitational field because of it. Yang Qin risked wasting some of his strength. After which, the teacher hoped that he would obediently practice with it. He liked the robe very much. He couldn't refuse such a gift and basically didn't have time because it immediately started to go to its owner. When the robe covered Yang Qing Xuan's body, he was surprised to find that it was also heavy. The robe was indeed very beautiful. It sparkled with a golden color and covered the entire body. Suddenly, Yang Qing Xuan felt a huge pressure, but fortunately, he already had experience with it. So to Lu Jiangpeng's surprise, the boy was able to adapt to it very easily. The cloak did indeed have at least 10 times the weight of all gravity, which took our hero a bit of effort. Lu Jiangpeng slightly corrected Yang Qin. The robe had 15 times the weight. When wearing it, blood circulation and breathing would be suppressed. To know exactly how he would feel, Yang Qin checked it right now, and it was really like this. But it seemed only to him. Lu Jiangpeng saw something completely different. For after wearing the robe, Yang Qin could be light and fly up like a bird. Such an effect was definitely not something he had expected. What he saw shocked him. It was as if he was petrified, and Yang Qing Xuan had to rouse him a bit. When the surprise had passed a little and he was already fine, Lu Jiangpeng suggested that the disciple should practice further until he reached the 10th level of body cooling, and then he should return to the teacher, and then he would receive the 3rd gift. Yang Qing Xuan walked away, leaving his teacher a little upset, because he wished he had such a talent too. But he had the opportunity to help someone else develop it. Our hero decided to go to Chengdong Minyu Villa right tonight. What to expect from this place, our hero had no idea, but he was ready for anything. Because from past experience it became clear how not easy it is sometimes to get money. He placed the token on the stone, then he was asked who he was. He didn't give his name, but explained that he was sent here by Wenwen. A middle-aged man came out from behind the gate and offered to follow him. He began to talk briefly about this villa. After all, this place had everything, and if a person had money, this place would become a paradise for him. Yang Qin can come here to relax after finishing his business. This kind of thing Yang Qing Xuan had already seen many times in his world. Even though he was only 15 years old, from past experiences, it didn't surprise him. The man led our hero into a dark but spacious office and introduced him to Tuan Lu. Tuan Lu was the manager of the Minyu Villa. Therefore, he immediately inquired about Yang Qing Xuan's identity to tell him a little about himself. Yang Qin briefly introduced himself and told what stage he was at. In general, he was young and promising. Only Wenwen hadn't told him about the rules, so he wanted the manager to do it now. The rules were simple. The organizers would put someone with the same strength as him against Yang Qing Xuan, and he would receive 50 yuan for the fight, regardless of the result. If that was the case, who would work hard for the sake of winning? The bet remained the same until a winner was determined. But there was a but. If the loser is killed, the winner gets 5 times the prize. It was hard to contain the surprise, as these mobsters were leading the participants out to their deaths. This was what attracted people's attention. And besides, the Minyu Villa was not a charity foundation. Tuan Lu remembered that the boy was at the Chi Wu stage, but his gaze frightened him. He was definitely not easy. And about the rules, no one forced Yang Qing Xuan to kill. If it was too cruel for him, he could win without killing his opponents. But what is the guarantee that all of his opponents will be at the Chi Wu stage? Tuan Lu promised that the difference wouldn't be too big. However, if our hero wanted to fight stronger opponents, it would be a different matter and the reward would increase. Tuan Lu had already been in charge of Chengdong Mingyu Villa for many years, and in all that time, only Feng Chen ranked in the top 10 of the Qianlong list, and Yue, one of the 4 kings, had managed to win the battles. Fang Cheng, a disciple of teacher Lu Jiangping, was also fighting here in this filthy place. Why? And so if Yang Qing Xuan wins, he will receive 200 wen, and if he kills his opponent, he will receive 5 times more, that is, 1,000 wen. Definitely, Yang Qingyu needed money, but he didn't want to kill for no reason. Therefore, he decided that it would be better to fight against the Lingwu stage to get more per battle. Tuan Lu saw that Yang Qin was strong, but suggested that he shouldn't be too greedy. He should start from the Chi Wu stage, after all. Weak people didn't come here. Yang Qing Xuan could fight at any time. The public loved new fighters. Now he could prepare himself while the manager prepared the next fight. Tuan Lu ordered the assistant to take the boy to the living room to rest. Yang Qing Xuan followed him without too many questions. On the way, he decided to inquire about Wenwen. As it turned out, she was working part-time since she was a student. In addition, the man shared some information. From every person Wenwen brought to the villa, she took a quarter of the winnings. So it could be said, the more Yang Qin earns, the more Wenwen's income will be. But there were plenty of girls who liked to use any means necessary, even selling your own body to maximize your income. Yang Qin had already thought that Wenwen was also like this, but she was an exception. The man noticed that many customers wanted to do business with her, but nothing worked because she looked down on everyone. Yang Qing Xuan decided to start preparing, and the man promised that he would inform him when the fight started. The young man wondered, for to build such a place under the eyes of the academy and the royal family, the villa owner was definitely not easy. However, now was not the time to find out. They needed to prepare for the first battle. Even after wearing the robe given to him, Yang Qin could still continue to improve himself further. It had already been quite some time since he had gotten the Soul Stone, but he still hadn't realized how many secrets this thing hid. Quite quickly, the man returned and announced the start of the fight. Tuan Lu was afraid that Yang Qin wouldn't be able to perform well in the first battle, so he set him a Chi Wu stage opponent. However, there was an important clarification. This opponent was not a student. Yang Qin began to guess that this fighter was probably very experienced, and sometimes it wasn't easy to deal with non-students. But nevertheless, the man decided to support the young man, because it was obvious that he was smart, and with his strength, he would definitely be able to win. For such kind words, Yang Qin even felt sympathetic, and decided to top up the man with a few coins. The ring was housed in an underground platform. The last fight was coming to an end. The stakes were crazy, some could afford to bet 500,000. The crowd of fans weren't the most humane people, screaming for someone to be stabbed or killed. Discussions about the previous fight were still going on. There was a boy fighting there who was considered trash, yet he was in the middle stage of Lingwu, and yet he was cut with a sword even though the stakes were high. It was disappointing to bet 300,000 and lose. But the men did not lose enthusiasm and believed that overnight they will still be able to win back. The spectators were already aware that the next fight would be a fight of Chi Wu stage fighters. It was Peng Hai, who was 33 years old and had a 9th level of the Chi Wu stage, against Yang Qing Xuan, who was 15 years old and had a 10th level in the Chi Wu stage. Some people thought it was funny, because once again a kid from Tiankong Academy would be fighting. Especially at such a young age, even with a 10th level stage, it's just ah-ha-ha. It would definitely be a show. The audience was already anticipating Peng Hai tearing him into meat. and now was the moment for people to place their bets. Wen, from her so to speak, hiding place was watching everything. She couldn't believe that Tuan Lu didn't spare and sent Peng Hai to battle the newcomers. A nasty laugh was heard from behind, and a shout that he had set the whole thing up. Wen had offended Chu Zhijun, so he decided to make it so that the person the girl would bring could never win. It was very cruel, if only to the newcomers. After all, it wasn't just about money. But this asshole had some kind of offer, and clearly not a decent one. If Wen wanted to save some meat and earn more yuan, she should have just showered, kneeled in bed, and waited for Chu Zhijun. Wen couldn't afford such a thing, and she basically didn't care if Yang Qing Xuan died or survived. Yes, she needed the money, but she wasn't going to need it anytime soon. This refusal angered the fat man even more, and he promised the girl that she would work without drink or water. Xu Zhizhong was so angry that he beat up everyone around him, and it was mostly ordinary girls. There were no proper servants in this villa, which displeased him greatly. If anyone dared to insult him, he shouldn't have expected a normal life here. He was very cruel and spared no one. And one day, he dreamed that he would make Wen kneel before him. In the meantime, he ordered that Peng Hai should tear this Qin Xuan apart. He wanted this thing, Wen and the rest, to know that those who dared to insult him did not get any money. Now was the time to welcome the two fighters, which Yang Qin had finally waited for, or else his ears had begun to ache from the gossip during the time among the spectators. You could hear people laughing at him, telling him that this kid was inexperienced and he couldn't win. But many people liked fresh meat. They hoped Peng Hai would wring his neck, which excited some people. Yang Qing Xuan could literally feel the killing lust in some of the spectators' skin. Peng Hai, who was coming out from his hiding place, seemed to respond to those words that anyone could climb into the ring and enjoy the thrill of carnage. Peng Hai, as soon as he saw his opponent, he didn't hesitate to laugh, because he was once again a small piece of meat in front of him. The last time he had killed such a thing with only 3 blows. And no wonder, since his physique was like that of a monster. It was hard to tell what he had left of a human. But he was intrigued by how many strikes it would take to kill Yang Qing Xuan this time. Yu was watching them both from up high, and he recognized our hero because he was a student at their academy. Yu immediately realized that he had been placed with Peng Hai to kill him. This was Chu Zhizhong's instruction. It became obvious that some maid had angered the child. That's when the puzzle came together in Yu's mind. He suspected that it was probably Wen. And now there was nothing surprising, because Wen is this girl with a personalized character. Jin Xianshen assumed that Yu probably wanted this kid to play a few more fights to increase the villa's income. And he was right, and also asked for Jin Xianshen to remind this fat pig Yu didn't care about the maid. And if that fat pig dares to interfere with the public benefit once more, Yu will be forced to kill him. However, Yu quickly forgot about it. Chu Zhizhong was getting frustrated. Him and he wanted to distract himself. So he asked Master Jin to accompany him to a martial arts class. Jin Xianshen was slightly distracted, watching the ring. It seemed to him that it could be an interesting bet and basically an interesting fight. Yu believed that it was possible, but regardless of the result, Villa will still be the beneficiary. The poor girl was literally being flooded with sake. She choked and couldn't drink anymore, her appearance already speaking for itself. But the man had paid 10 million gold coins, so the girl couldn't stop drinking until he wanted her to. In this villa, everything was really possible. Men paid money and women provided them with any services they wished. Money literally spun in this place, because people could fulfill their most sophisticated and lustful desires here. It could have been done by anyone, woman or man. It was just a matter of money. Yang Qing Xuan felt uneasy when he heard those moans and screams. After all, this place was full of VIP rooms that were full of perverts. Peng Hai, as soon as he entered the ring, he explained to Yang Qing Xuan that he had insulted someone so his life would end today. But our hero didn't know all these nuances. He just came, he didn't even talk to anyone, but already managed to insult someone. The fighting was starting. People couldn't wait for the real carnage to begin. Peng Hai basically didn't care about the whole showdown. He just knew that this guy was going to die today. It was his job, nothing personal. Yang Qing Xuan pondered over how he would fight, and to begin with, he decided to keep a distance from the enemy. Already being in the ring, when the opponent was about to attack using his stone fist, Yang Qing Xuan remembered that he had forgotten to put on his robe. This stone fist was symmetrical in size to Peng Hai's body, and it was frightening to imagine what kind of impact it gave off. People were even a little disappointed that Peng Hai had decided to use the stone fist at the very beginning of the fight, not even giving them a chance to enjoy the fight more. Was that really all there was to it? These small meat were so scared that they couldn't even hide. everyone was bored and many people demanded either Yang Qing Xuan's return or money. Still, Yang Qing Xuan wasn't that easy to destroy even if he didn't have armor. He managed to strengthen his kuai to some parts of his body in time to avoid getting hurt. Thus, he blocked Peng Hai's punch, which surprised the audience even more. His opponent must have thought that Yang Qing was afraid of him. But why would a person who was at the 9th level of body cooldown be afraid of someone? Peng Hai was a little hurt, as he had expected to deal with the boy with a single blow. But now it felt like he was being bullied. Fury curbed the bulky body of this beast. It didn't want to hold back and rush to massacre the young man. The blows of these two were very strong. They were felt even on the spectators. Peng Hai could be said to be a veteran of this villa. He had many fights won, and not only money but also his reputation was at stake. And people were watching everything very closely. And now they're going to discuss that Peng Hai couldn't take a punch from this kid who was in the ring for the first time. Many people went from ridicule to support towards Yang Qing Xuan. They shouted at him to keep fighting. The lady who was bullying the two boys noticed Yang Qing Xuan in the ring. He fell into her heart and she wanted him. From her room, she warned Peng Hai that if he dared to kill this child, she would kill him. Now it wasn't Yang Qing who was a lowlife, but Peng Hai, who couldn't even beat a small child. Yang Qing Xuan patiently waited for Peng Hai to attack him. But for some reason, this idiot was still standing there throwing insults. At last he roused himself and dared to attack, with exclamations. "I'll kill you!" He went to attack, but Yang Qin remained unaffected. He simply stepped aside and didn't even fight back. And when the moment was right, Yang Qin prepared his attack and attacked his opponent with a straight punch to the manhood. Then another punch to the stomach. These punches wouldn't be as effective if our hero didn't concentrate on certain areas of the body with his Q. One could say this was already a fight that was decided by the power of energy, rather than physical strength. And from the looks of it, Peng Hai had low cultivation, but good physical fitness. Yang Qing Xuan saw that he was already unable to fight. So he suggested that the big guy just surrender so that he wouldn't kill him. But as soon as he heard the suggestion, he recovered himself in a flash, telling the boy by this not to be so self-righteous. Well, Peng Hai had asked for it. Yang Qin wasn't going to spare him. He dealt him blow after blow without giving him a break. Wen, who was watching all of this, thought that Yang Qin would be defeated by Peng Hai's 5 strikes, but she didn't expect to see this. Peng Hai was less dodgy, while Yang Qin was agile and fast enough to attack the thug from different directions. He wrapped invisible threads around Peng Hai's entire body and then pulled it to one side, causing the man to scream loudly. Peng Hai would never forgive him for this. Yang Qing Xuan was even frightened himself, for he felt a strange power. In order not to be hurt, Yang Qin hurriedly moved at least a little to get some distance away from this madman. The young man didn't even realize what was happening because this man changed in an instant right before his eyes. How unexpected. That stinky boy made Peng Hai activate the demon clan's bloodline. Now Peng Hai was once again throwing around the promise that this time, Yang Qin would definitely die, and no one would be able to defeat him. Yang Qing Xuan was truly frightened. After all, he was now about to fight at a higher strength. Would he be able to do so? Or would he be in defeat? Meanwhile, Yu Yue was already practicing with Jin Xianshen at the training ground. Yu Yu was too slow because this way he would not be able to destroy the Jin Xianshen golden seal. He didn't take offense to these comments, but tried to be better and faster while reporting every possible effort. Jin Xianshen commented on the new strike not only slow, but also weak. So far in this training session, Yu Yue had a lot to learn and how to improve. For Jin Xianshen was taking the upper hand over him. The Battle of the 8 Wild Dragons was a mysterious martial art used by the Emperor to fight against the kingdom. And given Yu Yue's cultivation, it was too difficult to control. But Jin Xianshen did not accept such excuses. After all, it was just weakness. Yu Yue was distracted from the fight, and felt Peng Hai's aura change. Jin Xianshen didn't like that Yu Yue was distracted. He was a weakling, and also worried about others. In this world, there were only the weak and the strong. If Yu Yue was unable to inherit the throne, how was he different from the fighters fighting in the arena? Yu Yu was angry at Jin Xianshen, but he realized that he was telling the truth. He didn't tantrum like a young child who wasn't given something. He decided to fight and train further like a real man. And down in the ring, the show was just getting started. Peng Hai had not only changed from the inside out, but he had changed his persona as well. It was the truest and most ruthless demon, the Blood Moon Bull Demon. This was how he was known in the ring. People started to make even more noise, cheering for either Peng Hai or Yang Qing Xuan. Hope was fading away. Wen was beginning to worry that Yang Qin had a chance of dying here and today. Well, in the meantime, it was round 2. This time, Peng Hai decided to dominate. And once again, he did not forget to attach the promise that Yang Qing Xuan would die. Peng Hai actually attacked first. Yang Qin was not going to give up and held his punch firmly. It was as if there was some kind of explosion between them that pushed them away from each other. This kid was really blocking Peng Hai's demon blows. People were becoming disillusioned with Peng Hai, and they were betting on him. The ring was like a burning stove. There was probably no hotter place in the entire kingdom than this ring. There were many unexpected things and discoveries happening in the ring today. Peng Hai once again dared to attack his opponent using a multitude of fist strikes, trusting that he wouldn't be able to block them. They were strong punches, but Yang Qin used his 8-step tactic. Their fists collided, the huge Peng Hai and the small Yang Qin. But it wasn't just about physical strength, it was more about spiritual strength. Yang Qing Xuan once again fell Peng Hai to the ground. Perhaps he had some other tricks he wanted to try out on Qin Xuan. Peng Hai had counted on his demonic energy being enough to wipe out most of the population that was at the Qi Wu stage. But this kid wasn't afraid of him at all and defeated him. The longer he fought with Yang Qing Xuan, the worse it was for him. He needed to finish him off as soon as possible. So yes, once again he decided to use one of his tricks. The fight resumed once again. Yang Qing Xuan was definitely not going to give up. He had come here for the money and was going to leave with it. It would seem that if you think about it, it was all funny. A powerful bull demon trying to resist a teenage child at the Qi Wu stage? What a tale. But for Peng Hai, this was the real reality. After all, Yang Qin had become an opening for this ring and had resisted his powerful attacks. This was the final attack that Yang Qing Xuan Peng Hai inflicted. One fist attack, and that bull flew off to the other side of the ring. He was thrown around a lot, or maybe he took it too lightly and subsequently paid the price. Whether he was alive or not remains to be seen. The spectators were shouting and indignant because many, if not all, had bet on Peng Hai. People were sure he would win, so they bet millions. But in the end, they became poor. The spectators shouted at Yang Qing Xuan to finish off his opponent, even though he was already at his last breath. But would he dare to do so even if he wanted to kill him? Yang Qing Xuan had finished his fight and was about to walk towards the exit. Peng Hai was obviously unable to fight. He probably expected the boy to kill him, so he was even surprised that he was left alive. Yang Qin wasn't enemies with Peng Hai, so he didn't want to kill him. People protested and demanded that the young man kill the scumbag as he had robbed them of their money. Even the judge was surprised that Yang Qin didn't kill him. After all, there was also money at stake. The winnings would be 5 times more. For Peng Hai to be killed, Yang Qin had everyone asking for it. But because these not before people were shouting loudly, did Yang Qin have to kill someone and satisfy their needs? Yang Qing Xuan was adamant. He finished his fight and remained victorious, even for the sake of money. He wasn't going to kill anyone. Just like that, he left people with dumbfounded faces. Yang Qin left the ring, and paying for not killing Peng Hai was the referee. People demanded that their money be returned, and that this brash kid be found someone to actually kill him. The customers were paying primarily for the pleasure because of the profit they lost. Kun Lun met Yang Qin in the hallway and asked him to come back. Our hero had insulted the audience and now he could be killed. He should have been careful. Qin Xuan admitted that he wasn't afraid of anyone, much less anyone who would kill him. The young man's confidence made the manager laugh a little and scared him a little. He just hadn't yet clashed with what those people were capable of, and Kun Lun had been here for a very long time. Even so, Yang Qin didn't listen to him. He was here to make money, not to entertain people, so he asked for Kun Lun to arrange the next fight for him. But to continue fighting now would be foolish. After all, Yang Qin had angered the audience. If he wanted to continue fighting, he should have waited until at least tomorrow. Kun Lun admitted that it was a great rarity to meet a good fighter here, and also gave him an award. This was the first money our hero made from the Villa Minuo. The amount wasn't that much, only 50 yuan as promised. But nevertheless, for such a long time, Yang Qin was finally actually getting his money. He was not going to leave the villa, so he was settled right here, in special rooms for housing. The rooms were quite spacious and had everything we needed. Lastly, Yang Qin warned that he would be preparing for the next fight, and asked him not to be disturbed. But if he wanted to eat, he was left a menu here. The villa had an excellent kitchen. The previous battle was not easy, and yet it gave our hero new skills. He believed he would succeed in improving himself inside and out, whether it would work or not. Either way, he had to try, practice, and put as much time into it as possible, which is exactly what he was doing now. Practicing new fighting techniques and improving old ones. Lu Jiangpeng was indeed right, and didn't just rely on Yang Qing Xuan for a reason. He had talent, and he had developed it and didn't take it for granted. The messenger had been under the room below Yang Qin the whole time. watching the giblets and smoke coming from his ceiling. These days, the academy students had very different skills, as he noted to himself. Training continued throughout the night, our hero practicing the overhead kick, ferocious tiger technique, and the spinning snake. In his opinion, he seemed to be doing pretty well, but suddenly he felt something. His mark was starting to react again, though it didn't show up in any way for quite some time. This was a sign that Yang Qing Xuan had obtained a 10th level body cooldown. This was great news, for now it was possible to move on. And the next goal was to reach the yellow turbans. Besides, Teacher Lu promised our hero to give a third gift when he reached the 10th level of body cooling. He couldn't wait to find out what the third gift was. When the training session finally did end, Yang Qin realized that he was hungry. He decided to grab a menu to order some food and also celebrate the accomplishment. But what was his disappointment when he saw young girls instead of food? The place was very closely associated with a brothel. But on the other hand, it was just fine for a young man, like a door to a new world. He lay like that for a while, watching the girls in the magazine. Pretty soon he got bored with it. After all, he had reviewed all of them, and he had to get ready for tomorrow's fight. With a look at the adult magazine, Yang Qin forgot about food and decided to continue cultivating further. That was how his night passed. He never thought that even a small piece of soulstone was so useful to him. It wasn't surprising, though, that the family that used it could practice quickly. So he decided that once he made enough money, he should find a way to obtain the soulstones. As soon as Yang Qing Xuan left his room, the first person he met in the villa was Kun Lun. Yang Qing Xuan thought that he had already become very popular. But yesterday, he really caused a big commotion, bringing great trouble to the villa. Many people couldn't accept what Yang Qin did yesterday. In response, the young man convinced the manager that he had a way to solve the problem, so he offered to talk about the fights. Kun Lun assumed that Yang Qin intended to challenge today. But, in truth, he didn't even think it was possible to challenge. It seemed to him that the fight must be specially organized by the villa to please those whom he had offended. Kun Lun was a little embarrassed after all. The student in front of him was 15 years old. How could he have guessed this? In fact, outwardly he was really 15 years old. But with his brain, he was already a 30-year-old man. In any case, Yang Qing Xuan already wanted to know what stage his next opponent was in. The manager prepared his opponent in the initial stages of the lingua franca. That day, Yang Qin had managed to defeat Zhen Shuzhu, who was in the middle lingu stage. Today, he had managed to reach the 10th level of body cooling, so he thought he would be able to deal with such an opponent. Plus, he decided not to be some cheapskate and offered terms that he would challenge but for 1,000 yuan. Kun Lun interrupted him. After all, Yang Qing only earned 200 yuan for challenging him, and if he wanted to earn more, he had to kill his opponent, receiving 5 times more for it. But Yang Qing Xuan was principled and didn't want to kill his opponent just like that for no reason. The manager explained that there was a reason. If Yang Qing Xuan didn't kill his opponents, the audience was smaller, and the villa wouldn't be able to pay him so much money. The young man was not some animal that the audience had conjured up for themselves. Why did he have to kill to please them? Kun Lun didn't even know what to answer, so he tried to find the right words. Yang Qin set a final condition, 1,000 yuan, and to them add another 100 inferior soulstones if the manager didn't send him to fight an opponent of his level. Kun Lun was discouraged by such impudence. After all, the cost of 100 inferior soulstones was over 1,000 yuan. This was some kind of rip-off. But about that, it had been a long time since the manager had sent participants to their deaths. Therefore, Yang Qin thought it was normal to ask for more prizes. If Mr. Kun Lun was uncooperative, then Yang Qin was forced to earn money somewhere else. But if he didn't cooperate, it would probably affect him even more. The manager did realize that they could have lost more, so he just had to be sadly silent in agreement. Yang Qin decided to discount 1,000 yuan and 50 spirit stones. After all, this was a higher-level tournament. If it wasn't that good, it would be shut down. Then no one would be able to make any money. Gritting his teeth, Kun Lun still agreed to the young man's terms and promised him all of this. When the deal was finally sealed, Yang Qin went to get ready and said goodbye. And as he left the room, he chorused and praised himself that he was now an expert by trade. All this time, Yu Yue was sitting nearby and heard the conversation. A conversation like a manager with experience was being tricked by a 15-year-old kid. Kun Lun didn't even make excuses and honestly admitted that he had lost to this kid. Yu Yu was in control here and knew everything about everyone, down to the smallest detail. Therefore, he now also wanted to know who Yang Qing Xuan's opponent was. But the manager still hadn't chosen yet, for it mostly depended on Yang Qin. Yu Yu saw that this kid had a unique talent, for he could defeat Peng Hai in devil mode while still being at the Chi Wu stage. Ye Yue pondered whether to let him live or kill him. On the one hand, if they didn't kill him, they wouldn't be able to explain it to the client. Yang Qing Xuan was right. Customers are like paper. The only use for them is money. Kun Lun saw the change in his master's mood and assumed that he wanted to sponsor Yang Qing Xuan. Yu Yu admitted that he had such thoughts, but for the most part, it was all up to the young man himself. Master chose his own opponent for him, and it was Dai Choi Zhejiang. This could be used as a test. The manager was frightened and even turned pale, because such an opponent seemed like a death sentence for a 15-year-old boy. But if Yang Qin managed to win, he would be in the top 10 of Qianlong's list. By doing so, he would become Yu Yue's most valuable investment. Tuan Lu was aghast at the Lord's thoughts and goals. After all, top 10 of Qianlong's list. This must be Yang Qin's very rare talent. Before Yu Yue was about to leave the academy, then he wanted to help the new group as soon as possible. And if he couldn't, then his control over the academy would weaken. But wasn't Fu Zhou one of the four kings? Yu Yu watched him and saw that this guy was too proud when he became one of the four. Next year, when Qianlong's list would change, Yu Yue feared that he would be bumped down to 5th place and Qi Yue would be stronger. Today's news struck the manager more and more each time. There were too many strong cultivators. And was Qi Yue really that strong to spurn his master to other places? Since entering the academy last year, the girl had gotten into the inner academy and had so far participated in 7 battles and won all of them. That being said, she had not used her strength to its full potential. Yu Yue feared that only Tian Chongqi could know her full potential. Kuo Han could also be seen frequently with Qi Yue. Perhaps he too would want to fight with Yu Yue. In order to take the imperial throne, Yu Yue realized that he would have to take over the Tiankong Inner Academy first. After listening to all of the Lord's information, Tuan Lu went to Chuzijun. Yang Qin meanwhile was in the guest room. While he was cultivating, he could smell someone's pleasant scent. There was probably someone here. And he was right. Wen came to see him. She immediately came to our hero with complaints, because he had offended so many people. What had he done? Yang Qing Xuan wanted money, but not sacrifice. Did the girl miss him by showing up? The young man should have thought better of it. He almost died, but still he came and wanted a new battle again. But he didn't have time. He asked for property insurance, which was already a good thing. The girl had nothing more to say. She just wished her luck and left. Wen did not understand Yang Qin and his attitude towards her at all. She's the one who got all worked up, and this fool didn't even think about it. Wen still kept an eye on him because she thought that he wasn't so open. And if he dies, let him not curse her for bringing him here. Yeah, and if it wasn't for the money, who would want to be a waitress in a place like this? While she was thinking about her job, she came across this fat, dim-witted suitor. Wen was surprised to meet this goon in such a place. How narrow was this street? The girl was about to run away when the fat man ordered his servants to stop her, and they obeyed him. Chu Zhizhong wondered where she wanted to go, but honored him with a very cheeky reply that, to put it mildly, it shouldn't concern him. He decided to seize the moment and inform the girl that the villa was going to send him to battle with Yang Qing Xuan. Wen was very excited at such news, but thought about being calm and not showing any of her emotions. Therefore, she once again told Chu Zhijun that Yang Qing was nobody to her and he could do whatever he wanted with him. Chu Zhizhong heard that, but he also saw how nervous the girl was. She reiterated that she didn't care what he said. Although in her mind, she was already thinking that she should run and warn Yang Qing Xuan that he would have a battle against this fat pig. Noticing that Wen wanted to leave, he began to use force. The girl began to fall, unable to resist it. Wen was already deeply fed up with this attitude, and his attempts to make her his. She promised that this pig was now a corpse. Wen pulled out a small knife, promising to kill it. The girl openly threatened him, but that knife was like a toothpick to him, and everything that was going on seemed like some kind of game to him. Wen couldn't help it. She felt that she was stuck in slime, and couldn't get out. In all the early stages of Lingwu in the realm of Cangnan, Luozi was invincible. Wen could already feel in her gut that Chu Zhijun's fighting spirit was quite high, and now she couldn't even free herself. His Luozi martial spirit was called Muddy Water. Once anyone would be captured by his fighting spirit, no amount of force would help them get free afterward. Even if a middle stage Lingwu came out against him, the only thing they would be able to do would be to flee. How ridiculous was it that Wen, being an early stage Lingwu, tried to kill him? But perhaps if she begged him, Chu Zhijun would be affectionate to her. Wen was not going to humiliate herself in front of this fat pig. She once again tried to put her knife to his throat, but these attempts were futile. Plus she was losing the advantage that Chu Zhizhong was giving her. He mercilessly threw her against the ground, not sparing the girl, Xu Zhizhong could give in to her 3 times or even 5 times. But he was fed up with it all, so he decided to punish her by crushing her like an ant. Xu Zhizhong had a high opinion of himself. He always got what he wanted. If the girl didn't want to sell herself for more, then he was forced to kill Yang Qing Xuan. On the other hand, he would torture him while enjoying Wen, then let him see how well the girl pretended to be. Xu Zhizhong walked away, and lastly ordered the girls to bring Wen to the room, prepare a whip and warm water. Wen was exhausted and without strength, and the girls could not help her in any way, for they were just like her. To her tray, she asked for help, for someone to save her. But what was she thinking? Who would be able to rescue her from this filthy place? It was time for Yang Qing Xuan to fight against Chu Zhijun. The spectators were ecstatic. They were thirsty for blood, so that Yang Qin would be defeated and die, and they would be able to recover the money they had lost in the previous fight. The host could feel the bloodlust and their enthusiasm. It even made him break a sweat, but he didn't care, because the job came first. People were convinced that Yang Qing Xuan would be dead. After all, there were few people who could stand up to Chu Zhizhong, so let him take responsibility for their insult. Many people supported the villa, but the villa did not take this into account according to the viewers. That was why they were so eager to see a rematch and a dead Yang Qin. No one supported our hero among the audience. Everyone hated him after the last fight, but he didn't care about that. It was just loud noises for him. Chu Zhizhong noticed Yang Qing's absolute calmness, which annoyed him. But when learning martial arts, a cultivator must be calm, and if emotions take over, you start making mistakes. Chu Zhizhong did not take the youngster as something serious, not disdainfully spitting, saying how could this little guy teach him. Yang Qing Xuan didn't take it as some kind of enmity after all. Everyone was consulting amongst themselves, one couldn't be so serious. This was also because our hero didn't know what was going on behind his back. Xu Zhizhong did not hide his intentions. After all, he was here to kill Yang Qing Xuan. He wanted to know what expression Wen's face would have when she saw his breathless body. Xu Zhizhong saw that Wen was worried about Yang Qin. Not only did she want to tell him something, she also wanted to kill Chu Zhizhong himself. All the calmness was wiped off Yang Qin's face. He didn't expect that there was such intrigue going on here, so he was worried about the girl. Chu Zhizhong enjoyed hearing the crunch of her spine. It was beautiful. And now Wen was most likely lying scared on his bed, which made him happy. He longed to see the always calm man begging him for mercy. Xu Zhizhong was pleased at how quickly Yang Qingxuan's mood had changed. In place of calmness, he now had anger, which was what he wanted. The referee hadn't said to start yet, but the guys were already brawling outside the ring. Chu Zhijun decided to attack first, but will our hero be able to control his emotions and win this battle? Yang Qingxuan didn't count how many wars and battles he had already gone through in other worlds, but he knew for sure that he had never killed people for no reason. But a creature like Chu Zhijun was unworthy of being human and living in this world. Once again, our hero had to fight against an opponent who was several times larger than him. But that didn't bother him in any way, for he had enough strength for that. Their fight was felt not only in the arena, but outside it as well. This was really what Chu Zhijun felt like. One move, and there was already so much noise. The spectators couldn't wait for this kid to lie down for scolding them yesterday. But the noise was not only in the ring, but also the spectators. They were heard the most. They had chosen their favorite, and were now cheering for him. Meanwhile, Chu Zhijun was in trouble, realizing that he couldn't nail this boy with one blow. It was embarrassing for him, and it also made him very angry. So, giving in to his emotions, he did whatever the hell he could to get rid of his opponent as quickly as possible. He would attack, but Yang Qin would deftly recoil and leave his opponent with nothing. When our hero fought such fat hulks, his wonderful advantage was agility, speed, and strength. While this fatty couldn't even get up, Yang Qin was already preparing his second attack. At the start of the fight, Chu Zhijun decided to immediately apply his hidden techniques. From underneath himself, he released water, but this attack was immediately anticipated by Yang Qin and attacked him back. This attack did some damage to Chu Zhijun, while our hero remained unharmed. Yang Qing Xuan decided to recreate the illusion of a leering bear for a while, taking the fatty by surprise. While he was thinking about what might have been in front of him, he didn't notice the young man punch him in the muzzle. This fight was being watched by the organizers. Yu Yue appreciated Qin Xuan's martial art to the highest degree. It was interesting to him, and it seemed as if he had reached the highest degree of yellow level. Tuan Lu remembered that the guy was only at the 10th level of body cooling. His body shouldn't be able to defeat an advanced yellow level art. If Yu Yue wasn't wrong, then Yang Qing Xuan, in his opinion, should be practicing bodily techniques, which meant that there were chances that Yang Qingxuan could win. Yu Yu had another thing in mind that even upset Tuan Lu. He believed that Yang Qing Xuan would lose, because one could never be satisfied and choose Qi double body training. After all, this is the way to the pinnacle of martial arts. Yu Yu didn't even want to watch this fight anymore, and asked Jin Xian Sheng to take him to training. The one didn't listen to him. He wanted to know if Yu Yue was seriously saying that Yang Qin would lose. Did Jin Xian Shen think otherwise, that one would still be able to win? The master pondered in such a way that dual cultivators might look strong, but they were actually uneasy and heterogeneous. He had seen Yang Qin's weakness revealed in battle. In addition, Chu Zhijun's muddy water fighting spirit is not easy. So Yu Yue believed that Yang Qin would lose. Jin Xian Shen thought the Lord's analysis was good, but his eyesight was rather poor. Jin Xian Shen didn't see a single defect in Yang Qing. He was generally afraid of the fact that the young man had learned an integrated martial art. Mr. Jin Xian Sheng had quite high grades and opinions about Yang Qing, causing Yu Yue to reconsider his opinion. This grade was very low. If the 8 wild fighting dragon technique was practiced by Yu Yue, then the Lord could have a 5th level of comprehension. This was enough to serve as the captain of one of the guards. Tuan Lu was about to reprimand Jin Xianxin for such impertinent remarks, but the Lord stopped him. He wasn't impulsive, and took Jin Xianxin's opinion into consideration. And this was just his assessment, and there was nothing wrong with it. Therefore, Mr. Yu decided to still stay, and see what kind of surprise Yang Qing Xuan had prepared for them after all. People were already shouting at Chu Zhijun to not let him lose their money. After all, he had the status of invincible. Still, this brat was strong. Chu Zhizhong had taken him too lightly, and now he couldn't destroy him even with a 10th strike. He realized that if he didn't satisfy these bigwigs, he was unlikely to live to see tomorrow morning. And he had so many beautiful girls. Wen Wen was waiting for him in the bedroom, and he couldn't lose to this brat, so he had something to fight for. Unexpectedly, Yang Qin discovered that this fatty was releasing his vile martial spirit. His fighting spirit looked horribly strange and disgusting, so our hero tried to avoid this slurry. Chu Zhizhong, watching Yang Qin try to avoid his fighting spirit, began to smirk, thinking that he had gained the upper hand in the battle and would soon destroy his opponent. The situation for Yang Qing was indeed not ideal, for this liquid was everywhere. Chu Zhizhong didn't even need to do anything, as Yang Qing Xuan was already running all over the ring, so he still had time to throw threats. Our hero couldn't run away for a long time either. In the end, he got stuck. And when he got stuck, he realized that the enemy's morale was draining him of his strength. After falling into Chu Zhijun's bile, there was no way for Yang Qing Xuan to get out unless his cultivation level was higher than his. Yang Qin was really stuck, so Chu Zhizhong found this to be the perfect moment to attack. The young man was not going to give up. This miserable sludge was nothing to him. He gathered his strength and decided to just burn it. He decided he would only die in the wet fantasies of that stupid pig. Chu Zhizhong continued to attack. Yang Qin attacked back while still a bit in the slurry. But still, Yang Qing Xuan used his fire, and this fire was destroying the fatty's fighting spirit. Chu Zhizhong tensed up and decided to strengthen his fighting spirit, because how to fight otherwise more effectively, he had no ways. Realizing that fire was a weak point for Chu Zhijun and his fighting spirit, Yang Qin continued to use it by throwing fireballs. The fat man realized that his affairs were very bad. He hadn't even acknowledged it properly at first. But now he was realizing it out loud. And Yang Qin saw that this bastard was indeed finished, but would have to put in some more effort. Chu Zhizhong was a terrible sight. His fighting spirit was gone. His body had a bunch of bruises and wounds. His clothes were ragged and torn to pieces. And this was done by the Qi Wu level. The fatty was very angry because Yang Qing dared to hurt his delicate skin. This was his most precious possession. The fans were literally screaming and calling Chu Zhijun a piece of shit after all. Because of him, they could lose a lot of money again. There were no fans for Yang Qing Xuan at all today. That's how much he pissed off the audience yesterday. All this shouting was very annoying and prevented Chu Zhijun from concentrating and fighting normally. His nervous state was getting out of control. In the end, he just exploded, throwing his fighting spirit out in all directions and not even controlling it. He believed that he would never lose to some pathetic Qi Wu level boy, at least not in this life. The onlookers started running away because this fatty had gone completely insane and was sputtering his fighting spirit at them too. Our hero was literally hit by a tsunami of this slurry. What was he going to do now? Yang Qing Xuan decided to still act as planned and use fire as it was the most effective of all the techniques. Today, he had a great desire to destroy this fatty. He realized that there were many different people in this place who could suffer at the hands of Chu Zhijun. The fatty himself felt that it didn't matter how much Yang Qin tried. There was no point. He would still die. But was Chu Zhejiang really counting on being able to resist the dragon fire? The bald fatty was literally choking on his own martial spirit to defend himself against the young man's attack. Only now did he realize that this trash could use such unfathomable martial arts techniques. The dragon created by Yang Qing Xuan was literally devouring Chu Zhejiang's martial spirit like it was dinner. Chu Zhejiang couldn't believe what was happening to the end. After all, he thought he was invincible. How could he lose to some juvenile now? But he had truly lost. Chu Zhejiang was burned alive. What was left of him was a smoldering body. People had once again lost out on their bets and were unhappy that they had lost money again. This was not what the villa had promised them. Why did Yang Qing Xuan stay alive? These people were too loud and demanded an explanation from the villa owners. So Yang Qing, who had defeated Chu Zhejiang, decided to escape as soon as possible. Our hero had used that technique that he hadn't dared to use for a long time. So why was he hesitating now? Probably if he didn't use it, he would have died. This fight really impressed Yu Yue and Tuan Lu, but Mr. Jing didn't look surprised, as if he knew it would turn out like this. Yu Yue recognized the style that our hero used, but wanted to make sure from his mentor. Just now, Yang Qing Xuan had used the Xuanji martial art in only a few moves. His Xuanji martial art progressed gradually, and his cultivation was easier than the 8 wild dragons. But his strength was not inferior. Yu Yu seemed to think that learning Xuanji was a simple matter. Jin Jianshen urged him not to be so greedy. Mr. Yu thanked them for reminding him of this, but he was afraid that he would have obstacles. But there was no problem with that. It was natural to be greedy for the sake of Xuanjie martial arts. 8 wild war dragons trained to the limit. His strength was as good as experience. Yu Yu understood exactly what Jin Xianshen was telling him and promised to follow his teachings. The gentleman was about to leave, and the manager knew there was going to be trouble now, for the audience was already worked up and about to riot. He didn't care about it. After all, these people were just trash. If anyone dared to rebel, Yu Yue threatened to personally kill them. But first, he suggested to call the guards, and anyone who violated the rules would be severely punished. Tuan Lu obeyed and carried out the order. Betting is a very dangerous thing. Yang Qin was just glad that he had already accumulated enough money. After all, this way he wouldn't have to fight anymore. He didn't want to take any more risks for some papers, because he realized that if he continued, he might die. As he was leaving, he was already met by Tuan Lu and congratulated on his victory. Yang Qing Xuan didn't need congratulations, he just wanted his money and spirit stones. That in itself would be given to him, but first of all, the villa master would like to meet Yang Qing in person if he didn't mind. Our hero realized that the owner probably recognized his Xuanjie martial art, and there could be advantages to it. Yang Qin couldn't meet immediately, as he still wanted to rescue Wen, who had been captured by Chu Zhejiang. Tuan Lu suggested not to worry about it and decided to go after the girl himself, and sent Yang Qin to the villa master. Our hero couldn't insist on it, so he agreed and went to the host. Yu Yu was already waiting for him in a small room and immediately introduced himself as soon as the young man entered. Mr. Yu also clarified that he was a student from the same academy as our hero. It was as if Yang Qing Xuan had heard Yue Yue's surname before, and assumed that the gentleman was one of the 4 kings on Qianlong's list. Yu Yue was embarrassed and admitted that it was just a nickname. In any case, he remembered that the young man wanted to use the 1,000 wen to enter the inner academy. Therefore, the master didn't procrastinate for long and provided him with the money he earned as well as the spiritual stones that Yang Qing wanted. Our hero noticed that there was something wrong here. He was given 4 times as much money and spirit stones as they had bargained for. Mr. Yu suggested not to worry. All this excess, it was just a gift for their acquaintance. In addition, Yu Yue realized that with Yang Qin's strength, it would be easy to enter the academy. But in the academy, strength is a complicated concept. Keeping this belt card with him, Yang Qin would be able to avoid a lot of problems in the future. Yang Qing Xuan wasn't too happy about such gifts. It was obvious that the master wanted to recruit him. Participation certainly had its advantages, but it could also lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Yang Qing Xuan really appreciated Senior Master's kindness, but he couldn't take an extra portion from him. He just wanted to get better as soon as possible and didn't want to get involved in internal conflicts. Mr. Yu understood everything and didn't insist, only wishing the young man good luck. When he left, Yu Yue thought aloud that this guy was not only talented but also humble. He was definitely a good seed. But the master also wanted to know the opinion of Yang Qing Xuan from Jin Xiansheng. Jin Xian was brief. He saw the boy as talented and his cultivation profound, so he advised Yu Yue not to antagonize him. Such musings seemed interesting to the gentleman. He had a lot to think about. No longer was our hero involved in these battles. He decided to take care of himself and went to a secluded place in the mountains of the voice of the gods that Lu Jiangpeng had once shown him. As soon as he appeared at the waterfall, he saw a powerful whirlwind. Without even figuring out what it was, he decided to use his power so it wouldn't hurt him. That's when he realized it was his teacher. Lu Jiangpeng didn't even say hello, and immediately noticed the 10th level of body cooling. Pure talent. But he also noticed that his disciple was injured, which horrified Lu Jiangpeng. The teacher felt that the wounds on his student's body were caused by excessive anger. The old man was very angry. After all, the one who dared to touch his disciple would now have to fight him in the Canan. Lu Jiangpeng hadn't killed anyone in decades. His body was ripe with bloodlust, wanting to avenge his disciple. Yang Qin decided not to admit that he had participated in the no-holds-barred fights, so he lied that he had simply overexerted himself during training and damaged his meridians. The teacher decided to help and heal his disciple's meridians, and for a master like Lu Jiangpeng, just a touch was enough. He also warned the young man that hard work was a good thing, but he should have taken things step by step. Yang Qing Xuan listened to him attentively and thanked him for the guidance. After all, the old man was very kind to him. And now, as Lu Jiangpeng had promised earlier, he led our hero to fetch the third gift. Lu Jiangpeng bestowed his kind, senile smile on his disciple, for the latter did not disappoint him, although he had seen him many times. But every time Yang Qing Xuan surprised him again. They descended to a lonely rock in the midst of the waterfall for Yang Qin to receive his gift, and the third gift was the power to cultivate. Now our hero had to feel the seed of power, and then he would step into the Danqi. In short, Lu Jiangpeng was helping Yang Qing Xuan break through to the next level, but to do so, he had to close his eyes, enter the divine body, and shine with his teacher. Yang Qing Xuan did exactly as Lu Jiangpeng had told him, and after a couple minutes, he was already starting to feel the seed of power. This power was so warm that it not only made his body healthy, but also treated the meridians with Zhen-Qi as well. The incredible speed at which Yang Qing Xuan absorbed everything once again impressed the teacher. He had never had such talented students before. Our hero liked the process very much. It was nice to feel your body regenerating and improving. This seed contained more than just the power to purify the body in the yellow bandage light. It also contained an understanding of Lu Jiangpeng. The energy that Yang Qing Xuan had seemed to soak into the air and water around him, creating unusual patterns on the water. These figures resembled dragons. In an instant, they rose into the sky, as if demonstrating Yang Qing Xuan's rise in energy. It only took half a month to reach the light of the yellow armband. Lu Jiangpeng reaffirmed his thoughts that he had not made a wrong choice, and this boy was very talented. His strength was truly amazing, stronger than the simple color of the yellow armband. Our hero thanked the old man for his help and promised that he would definitely achieve more. The old man laughed good-naturedly as he waited for these results. As long as our hero continued to improve, then he will be given some fruits. He would have to eat just one fruit, and it would surprise him in a flash of eyes. Yang Qin was worried that this fruit might be unpalatable and he wouldn't want to eat it. The old man reassured him that this fruit had the same flavor as Shenzhen. In that case, Yang Qin was not opposed to giving it a try. He thought about the fact that if the old man could enter the final turbulence, this body's resistance to the enemies in the world would be stronger. And with his guidance and Yang Qin's talent, he could definitely win this match. Lastly, Lu Jiangpeng gave Yang Qingyu a Jumanji book to read. But the young man had to remember that one could only practice when no one saw him. Lu Jiangpeng left our hero, and he stayed here with a wish to practice well. Meanwhile, in the academy, the top minds had gathered in the meeting room. Unexpectedly, many students of the academy had had many visions recently. Even the royal family was shocked. But still, they were going to invite 2 other seniors besides Zi Xuanjing. Dean Tian-kun also hoped that these 2 would just be the ones in charge of the academy's internal evaluation. From the records, it appears that the quality of students who entered for assessment at the academy was quite good. Only Elder Yiyu-kun doubted whether the seed was a blessing or a curse. Dean admitted that he too had failed for a long time because of the effects of vision. Another Elder Wu Hao also noticed that Yang Zhao's grandson would also be participating in the assessment at this time. The dean had heard earlier that old man Yang Zhao had his own secrets. He could indeed improve a single soul. But since he didn't threaten the main minds of the academy, they didn't worry about it. The elders heard the dean, and if he had no other orders, then they were ready to prepare the assessment. This was the end of the meeting. The elders discussed with the dean all the major issues that concerned them. Along the way, the elders discussed how many people wanted to take the assessment this year. Yiyu-kun recalled that the dean had mentioned 300 candidates, so there was a lot of talent this year. Echoing this thought, they left the meeting room that way. 2 months had already passed. Yang Qing Xuan appeared at the locker where he could replenish his account. Our hero almost missed the evaluation again because he practiced for 2 months for this one. He studied the Jumanji book his teacher had given him. He had suspicions that this book had a second and third part, and it was likely that he had only gotten the first one now. The man explained that these jade stones preserved personal achievements and were used to select teams. This year's academic assessment could be taken with their classmates. Not only could they group themselves, but the teachers could group them randomly. Of course, if Yang Qin thought he was strong, he could leave the team. Now it was no surprise that there were quite a few students gathered here. The guys were assembling teams according to the kingdoms they were in. Right now, they were just looking for one person of the Lingwu realm with a defensive fighting spirit. Yang Qing Xuan didn't even expect that there were so many people participating in the evaluation, compared to the previous one. And no one was really cooperating right now. Everyone was looking for equals. On the screen, you could see the teams and their captains already prepared. Yang Qing Xuan was surprised to see Su Ying here during the testing. Those who must have already been members of the team were marked in black. The grays were still waiting to be added. Yang Qin noticed Wenwen's name among the grays and thought that she was fine. Suddenly, the team disappeared. The team seemed to disappear when it was already recruited. Our hero thought about whether to join the team or not. It was formed by 5 people. In addition, he also noticed that you could apply to 7 teams at once, and suddenly the applicant would be taken to one of them. A student standing nearby explained that not only could 7 teams be chosen at one time, well, after the challenger joined the team, he would be able to get his name off the other team's sheet. Of course, our hero was surprised. Only there was a problem. All the teams wanted the kingdom Lingua. Yang Qing Xuan still doubted whether he could be without a team, and thought that he probably wouldn't. So he decided to create his own and wrote his name. Testing started 5 days ago. Should he start collecting Wuhan first? All his thoughts were interrupted when he saw someone. An old acquaintance admitted that he was afraid he couldn't find a team. Meng Rui was astonished when he saw Yang Qing Xuan's name on the board, and immediately went in search of him. Our hero was happy to see an old acquaintance. It had been a long time since they had seen each other since that mission. Here came another acquaintance. After he saw that Yang Qing Xuan had formed a team, he left the previous team and went to look for Yang Qing. Our hero hadn't seen the guys for a long time, but now he could see that their strength had increased significantly. Meng Rui modestly admitted that he noticed that Yang Qin was still in the Qi Wu realm, at the 10th level of body cooling. But for some reason, he was certain that the familiar had become stronger than 2 months ago. Indeed, the boy's face and cultivation were too deceiving. It was obvious that he was strong, playing the pig and the tiger. Yang Qin already had a team forming little by little. They had 3 people, and they needed 2 more. Yu Qian decided to take this problem upon himself. He had many friends and promised to bring 2. While Yue Qian left, then Liu Zhen, our hero's classmate, found him. Liu Cheng, like the others, saw that Yang Qin was assembling a team and now wanted to join. Liu was the top 3 of the 4th grade, and he was certainly welcome. Finding another person with lingua power was like stepping into the top. The team was advancing. Yang Qing Xuan was curious to see who Yue Qian would bring after all. The guy literally came running in and panting. Looks like something happened. Yue Qian apologized, for he didn't have very good friends. They didn't believe him that Yang Qin was stronger than him. But it seems like these friends were just weak-minded. Between words, our hero wanted to know if perhaps someone knew the Academy's specific assessment in this matter. No one really knew. But there was time to find out. It should have been noted that the content was different every year, but the rate of elimination was very high. An important part of team building is coordination. The stronger the team, the higher the chance of getting into the Academy. The team that achieved top 10 results is also expected to be a 7th-generation student as expected. All in all, after becoming students is another step towards the sky. But it is too early to rejoice. A student must see his personal strengths and talents. Being a 7th-generation student is not easy. But it was a little early to discuss it, because there were still 5 days left before the test. Everyone went back to training, trying to get a satisfactory result. So after 5 days, the team agreed to meet here again. While they were discussing this, then Yang Qing Xuan was called out loudly by someone. Our hero had to answer. The guys were about to leave, but they lingered near him. Zhu Jun had just realized that Qi Yue was fascinated by Yang Qing, and this was making him angry. This conversation was heard by everyone around. Of course, it didn't leave anyone alone. Everyone who was fascinated by Qi Yue wanted to see her lover. Yue Qian recognized our hero as his brother, as he had attracted a lot of attention. But people were very surprised when they found out that the janitor's grandson was the lover of their goddess. Meng Rui was a little surprised, but nevertheless, this attention was not good for them at all right now. Zuo Jun introduced himself as a genius who had gathered Wuhong at the age of 14. He belonged to the Zuo family, and Zuo Xuan was his brother. Today, he brought the team members over to Yang Qing Xuan to talk. Shouts were heard behind him, a huge hand pushing other people who stood in his way. It was He Diding, the first student of the 7th grade. Well, a member of Zuo Jun's team, who was walking. Following behind him was Gu Sun Ao, who was also being obstructed by everyone. Then the crowd noticed Lu Wan, a boy with an interesting appearance. Well, it was a dream team. These guys were at a high level of cultivation, and today, they had chosen Yang Qing Xuan's team as their opponents. They underestimated them, thinking that this group looked like weak chickens. Gun Sunao didn't care about anything. She just wanted a handsome guy for herself. What kind of conversation these guys had come for was unclear. Yang Qing Xuan suggested to talk about it tomorrow, since they were going to rest today. Apparently our hero misunderstood Zuo Jun. He was not interested in whether Yang Qin agreed or not. And as long as he was here, Zuo Jun couldn't let him leave. Yang Qing Xuan warned that this fool would regret his actions. He Diding no longer waited for the guys to talk amongst themselves or exchange pleasantries. He decided to attack right now. This attack was decided to be taken on by Yue Qian, who thought Zuo's followers were too arrogant. He Diding offered the others to leave, but they chose to stay. Zuo Jun decided to give another warning that Yang Qin's team members could leave. After all, Zuo would be taking responsibility for the assassination. Other team members also warned their opponents that if they wanted to live, they had to hurry up and leave. The guys weren't going to leave. They were curious to see who would die first. He Diding continued to fight with Yue Qian. He was curious to see if the latter could block his punch. Yi Tian took this punch. He didn't find anything special in his opponent. Yes, his body was big, but he probably didn't have brains. That's how they dueled, blowing everything around them with their blows. After a while, Yue Qian had to admit that his opponent was strong after all. His fighting spirit suddenly became thunderous, causing Yue's hands to go numb. Yi Qian was in danger. He needed to urgently do something to avoid being defeated so quickly. He gathered himself quickly enough and put up a block to defend himself. And soon his scales covered his entire body like battle armor. This guy was clearly not going to give up quickly. Gusun Ayo faced Meng Rui in a duel. The latter had no pity for this lovely beauty who only cared about her beauty, and she complained that the stinker didn't know how to sympathize with a beautiful lady. The opponent's sword was sharp but not strong, using Meng Rui's brush to easily break it. Gu Sunao immediately disliked Meng Rui, so he wanted to get this disgusting woman over with as soon as possible. Such words really hurt her, so she started fighting with even more enthusiasm. The two resisting teams merged in the fight. So far, it has been hard to determine who will take the upper hand in this fight. So far, Lu Zheng's business and not doing well. He realized that if he was hit, he wouldn't live. This fat man's punches were strong, and he was also fast. Right now, there was no way for Liu Zheng to dodge this strike, so he made the decision to fight. He met Fatty Lu Wan already carrying a sharp spear, but even seeing this, he did not change positions and continued to fly at Liu Zheng. None of the team was going to give up. They put their lives on the line, so they fought like it was the last time. Zhu Jun had already started to assume as if our hero was scared, because he couldn't even move. If he didn't help the guys, his team members would die. But Yang Qin said differently. They wouldn't die. Zuo Jun didn't understand where Yang Qing's confidence came from. But he should have taken care of himself instead of thinking about it. In that case, Zuo advised Yang Qingyu to let out his fighting spirit to show everyone. But he suddenly laughed, deciding to let a joke about the Qi Wu realm's trash being without morale. Yang Qing Xuan felt that it didn't matter how strong Zuo Jun was, because his Wuhong couldn't add to his missing IQ. These words offended Zuo Jun, so their banter ended on that note and the guy attacked Yang Qin. Right at the beginning of the battle, Zuo Jun had already started to apply his fighting spirit, and Yang Qin could notice the poison around him, which was surely very strong. He tried to maneuver between these drops, but they were already like rain. Running away was too late. It didn't matter how fast Yang Qin could run. Zuo Jun claimed that he wouldn't run away. After the poison, the opponent decided to use a sledgehammer spirit, which pointed directly at Yang Qing Xuan. Our hero wasn't really going to run away. He found a comfortable place and used the 6 palms technique to resist this sledgehammer. Zuo Jun could no longer keep his head up, so he was thrown to the floor. Fortunately, the 6 palms technique could accidentally remove the poison using high temperatures, which was a wonderful advantage at this moment. The crowd watching the fight admired Yang Qing Xuan as he was able to block Zuo Jun's attacks. It seemed like Ling Wu realm versus Qi Wu realm, wasn't it too absurd? Now our hero turns out to have insulted the Zuo family, and today he is destined to die at the hands of Zuo Jun. So he promised Yang Qing Xuan. Zuo Jun was launching an attack right now. Yang Qing Xuan was pondering over what techniques he would use next and how to fight. Yang Qin decided not to be petty and use stronger techniques than the ones he had used before. Fire was simply the perfect choice in this situation, as at high temperatures, it melted not only the poison, but also the metal that Zuo Jun's sledgehammer was created from. But that wasn't all. Yang Qing Xuan threw more fireballs and wasn't about to give up on what he had accomplished. The fire penetrated into Zuo Jun's body, who couldn't resist it or even defend himself. It only burned superficially, but even that was enough to make Zuo Jun doubt his strength. Yang Qin had fire not only to throw, but also on his hands, which he didn't spare to crush Zuo Jun to the ground. This fire burned the enemy's entire body. There wasn't a living spot left on him, but his high cultivation level helped him maintain his health. Had Yang Qing Xuan really defeated Zuo Jun? All of Zuo Jun's students and team members could see this. Afterwards, they were confused. Yue Qian was focused on the fight, so he quickly found the right moment to attack. And of course, he didn't forget to poke his captain, who was really strong. Zuo Jun was defeated but not depressed. This battle amused him more, or at least he tried to pretend so. In the end, he had to admit that Yang Qing Xuan wasn't some nothing, and he actually had strength. Because he had hurt Zuo Jun and damaged his reputation, Zuo Jun wasn't going to give him any chance to win this battle. The poisonous gas was spreading everywhere, and including to ordinary students who were just observing. Zuo Jun had become invincible, and apparently wanted to fight everyone here. Yu Yu was in the academy and was watching Yang Qing Xuan. Zuo Jun was at the middle Lingwu stage, so Yu Yu had doubted if Yang Qing Xuan could fight him. Zuo Jun was completely mad. He had turned on the maximum of his abilities, and was not going to give slack, much less give in to his opponent. Yang Qing Xuan was tensed by this situation, for he saw Zuo Jun getting stronger before his eyes. Before things got worse, Yang Qin continued to use his fire to counter Zuo Jun's strength. On the face of this guy, you could see the madness. It was as if he had nothing human left. One monster who wanted to kill his prey. The poison was very toxic, and it was harder to control it with fire. If our hero gave a slack, even a drop of poison would penetrate. It would be bad. Yang Qing Xuan was now using the 3 palms technique, and this technique was not enough. Some alternative had to be used. But for now, there was no such opportunity. Yang Qing Xuan went into full resistance, which was not to his opponent's liking. Zuo Jun's poison turned into a solid hurricane that our hero tried to resist. Zuo Jun was extremely satisfied with today's matters. He had embarrassed himself in front of a lot of students by giving Yang Qing Xuan a slack, and now he was trying his best to make up for it. The palm technique couldn't block this hurricane of poison. Yang Qing Xuan found it harder and harder to contain it. He was already afraid that he was about to lose. But in the end, he pulled himself together. Yang Qin decided that he would rather be hurt than be killed in this manner. Our hero made one last dash to attack as he noticed another's power helping him. Rose petals fell on his surprised face. He recognized his old acquaintance. Unexpectedly, she came to the rescue. This time, the situation was unfolding more and more interesting for Yu Yue, and not only. Zuo Jun, as soon as he saw her, he dropped dead, either from the imprinting or from physical pain. Qiyu appeared here specifically for Yang Qing Xuan, whom she hadn't seen for a long period of time. The girl was very strong. She only used a single movement, but afterward this move stunned 4 people, including Zuo Jun. Qiyu was unusually strong, and this time, the opposing team had lost. Our hero himself had no idea why the girl was here to help him. No one knew this. One could only guess about it. But it especially hurt Zuo Jun, who was obviously sympathetic to her. Qiyu explained her appearance as follows. The academy forbade killing, and so she helped Yang Qing Xuan. Zuo Jun was completely exhausted. This fight had sucked all his energy and he didn't even try to stand up. Qiyu asked the young man to follow her. She wanted to ask him something. Yang Qin agreed. But before he did, he sent the team members to practice without him, reminding them that they would have a meeting in 5 days here as well. The students who were left behind after this mayhem were outraged when they saw their goddess leaving with this garbage by Yang Qing Xuan. They demanded that at least someone say something. But Cao Kan explained to everyone that it was a matter of the Zuo family, and no one else dared to interfere. He himself noticed how in a short period of time, Qiyue's rose had become so much more powerful that even Zuo Jun was no match for her. But he decided to take care of Yang Qing Xuan first. Qiyu led our hero to the backyard of the academy. Yang Qing Xuan jokingly even assumed that the girl was interested in him. She replied sharply that that was not the case. It didn't matter what it was, though. She was just asking him to be careful. Qiyue was very kind to Yang Qing Xuan, so it made him think that she was interested in him. But really, she just wanted to see how he was doing. Did he experience any difficulties while practicing Qingyang Wujing? Training this martial art was very extraordinary that he even broke through the light of the yellow armband. But there was a problem. When Yang Qin trained, he felt that the martial art was incomplete. Qiyue never thought that the other scriptures were so strong. She didn't know if there was a more advanced scripture. The girl confessed that the Wujing had been taken from her family's monument, and she had given Yang Qing Xuan everything. Who knows what he really practiced? Yang Qin tensed up. After all, if the girl practiced this, it would probably kill her. Qiyue was surprised that the guy still wanted to train his body without wanting to train his soul. But what kind of fighting spirit depended on the light of a soul that was dense? Qiyue explained that Yang Qin would be able to improve his martial spirit in the future. And this was a fact. Many martial spirits could not be tested, even the soul light could still improve. The girl was becoming more open in front of Yang Qing Xuan, and he realized that she was not only strong, but also understood the Wuhong, that is, the fighting spirit, of everyone higher up in the academy. She didn't linger any longer, walking away, letting the guy know that the biggest good fortune in Yang Qing Xuan's life was knowing her. Qiyue very suddenly decided to leave our hero, and before she went even further, she then clarified, was Yang Zhao really his grandfather? The reminder of his grandfather's passing made Yang Qin's mood a little worse, for he didn't know what was wrong with him now or where he was. When asked what happened, the girl said that Yang Qin would be able to find the answer in the future by himself. If he was truly a descendant of the family, the Wuhu inheritance should have appeared in front of him. But the thing was, the people who sat in the central world and controlled the rest of the world made a double list. It was only a pity that Yang Qing Xuan was too weak, otherwise Qiyue would still tell him about this problem. Yang Qing Xuan decided to return to a place hidden from other people, the same stone where he had cultivated with Lu Jiangpeng. Qiyue's martial arts impressed him. Combined with the lake of water on the god's voice, it only took a day to treat the wounds he received afterward from the fight with Zuo Jun. With this lake as its center, according to Teacher Lu, this forbidden place was 10 kilometers away, and there were no people here on weekdays. And so here, one could improve oneself, and the condensation of the soul would not be disturbed. Yang Qing Xuan reached the light of the yellow armband. Besides Ningen Pill, she should not have attracted the enemy of the world in such a way that the body rejects the soul. The emergence of the fiery soul was a good start to refining qi and soul. As long as the soul fire was gathered in the dantian and then connected to the body, then cultivation would be successful. But suddenly our hero found himself in an empty and dark place. Even though he was supposed to be concentrating Wuhun, he wasn't too worried at first. But as he was in this desolate place, panic began to set in. Yang Qin still couldn't understand what this place was. It was either empty or there was vegetation everywhere. He hoped he wouldn't fall into the other world again, the same way he had fallen into this one. A strong wind blew on the young man. Something changed. Yang Qin wasn't in his own mind, but he wasn't in another world either. The pictures were changing like colors in a kaleidoscope. It was looking more and more like his martial spirit had contacted this place. First he noticed bloodstains, or rust on his body. Then he began to panic again as piles of rocks fell right on top of him. These stones were beginning to resemble sharp swords, as if created from qi. The pressure was intense compared to what our hero was experiencing. Looking for a drop of blood, it was nothing. Now it seemed to him as if his brain would explode and he couldn't take it. The power of the sword integrated into his body. The deeper it penetrated, the more he felt this pressure, for the force of the sword was too powerful for him. Yang Qing Xuan could already feel how he couldn't resist this strength. He probably hadn't met an opponent that could match this strength yet. With his current cultivation level, Yang Qin believed that this power would immediately explode his body. Yang Qing Xuan, despite everything, continued to resist, and didn't want to give in to her. Then through the blood and pain, she had to walk inside our hero's body. But he didn't die. His body was completely different. He no longer looked like his old self. Now his body was like a monkey's. He felt another strength, another level of power, as if he could conquer the whole world. In the present world, Yang Qing Xuan was already lying in the water, not even able to stay on the rock, as if his strength had left him. He woke up to the pain he felt in his leg, sharp teeth sinking into his skin, and he couldn't ignore it. The fish considered Yang Qing Xuan as its prey and thought that it could feed on him. Yang Qing Xuan had just woken up and didn't quite understand what was happening. But the fish continued its futile attempts to eat the young man's body, so he had to chop this stinky fish into pieces. Surprisingly to himself, he realized that he now wielded a broken sword that glowed with the light of his soul. There was an assumption that this was his fighting spirit. Yang Qing Xuan was still looking at his hand where the ghost sword had been recently, trying to remember what kind of sword he had pulled out before. The sword he now possessed was too short, so Yang Qing Xuan didn't even understand what the point of it was. Our hero was a little upset, thought he was pathetic, and after all, it wasn't just the Uhun, it was the fact that he had been bitten by this fish. There was something to eat, so Yang Qin decided not to bother much and eat the same fish. He tried to swallow it, but suddenly felt something hard inside her. To his surprise, this strange fish had a crystal core. He also noticed that it was already daytime. When he realized what today was supposed to be, he jumped up like a scalded man. Today was supposed to be testing day. Everyone who wanted to take part in it was already at the academy. The girls were already planning how they would go to the new jewelry store after the test. Luckily, our hero arrived just in time, even before the grading started. Yuetian had noticed that the captain was very popular, so he wanted to know if another contestant had been found. Actually, after the battle with Zuo Jun, the number of contenders was large, but he didn't know who to add. Suddenly, their good old acquaintance Cheng Ting walked up to them, who was happy to help fix the problem. Yang Qin thought that Cheng Ting wanted to propose his candidacy, although the latter was already a student of the inner academy and was not eligible to participate again. Cheng Ting was not talking about himself, but about his brother Cheng Zheng. The younger brother was disdainful of the idea, as if he thought that if he cooperated with these people, it would probably lower his level. Yang Qing Xuan was embarrassed, for it was obvious that this guy didn't want to join them. Liu Zheng recognized Cheng Zheng as the young genius and leader of the 32nd grade. Big brother didn't deny it, but he still hoped that some students could give him a lot of advice. Cheng Zheng noticed that Yang Qin's soul light was unstable. He had just entered the Lingwu realm. Therefore telling his brother that his actual team was better than Yang Qin's team. The older brother pacified the younger brother, pointing out to him that his team was just trash, and that he should not vilify Yang Qing Xuan. Yue Qian had already rushed over to congratulate our hero for managing to break into the Lingwu realm in a couple of days. Yang Qing Xuan understood Cheng Ting's situation, so he decided to accept his brother, who had earned the title of the youngest genius in the outer academy. Cheng Zhen was still begging for the guy not to do it, but it was already too late. Cheng Ting had gotten his way, as he could rely on Yang Qing. Plus, his brother pointed out to his younger brother that he had to listen to his team or he wouldn't give him fruit. Someone from the crowd started shouting that Zuo Jun's team had appeared here. They were badly beaten up 5 days ago, but they managed to recover fairly quickly. Cheng Zhen, unexpectedly, had already noticed in their team a new member, Geishu. Yue Qian heard that Geishu was not only strong but also perverted on par with Zuo Jun's team. However, on that day, Qi Yue had injured 4 people badly. They seemed fine, but there were doubts that something was wrong. Cheng Ting could believe that the Zuo family had given him a strong medicine. It was really cruel to let Yang Qing Xuan die in a trial based on these 4 people. Zhu Jun still couldn't shorten his anger towards our hero. He craved revenge, and when the test started, he planned to kill him. Testing was already starting. Seniors were coming down to earth. No student was told which senior was in charge of testing this year. Yi Kun was the senior and in charge of the annual test, and now he was going to tell the rules. There were 2,078 people participating in the exam, and the number of those who had to pass the exam was 300. Colleagues were feeling a little embarrassed because this devil was starting to talk about in the rules and didn't even introduce them. In fact, the actual percentage was less than 15. This was already high, because compared to the previous year, it was only 4%. The exam was divided into several stages, and this year it consisted of: the first is mining. Wenwen was even upset, for she didn't want to do the dirty work. The examination time was 1 month, and the redstone aura was used as the criterion. The rules were that there were no rules. Students just had to give or alive. And Kun had just marked everything on the team leader spirit stone. The examiners should have known how to use it on their own. The jade card that the team captains had received earlier had a transfer function after being destroyed, as long as they weren't disturbed by others. Following the examiners could send them 1 smoker. The top 10 teams could not only become seniors, but could also read books on mystical martial arts. This was very motivating for the guys. They were inspired by such an opportunity, because it was not given to everyone. Cheng Zhen wanted to say something to his brother, but the latter ordered him to keep quiet. Yi Kun explained that Xuanjie martial arts, that is, mystical martial arts, also needed talented people who always worked hard. After this phrase, all motivation was erased as if by hand. The guys were no longer so confident that they would get to the top. The venue for the exam was Zhuanlin Mountain. During the exam, the academy would seal the mountain so that outsiders would not be able to enter. Actually, in sealing Yi Kun was assisted by his colleagues. They read the following spell: Heaven and Earth, the secrets of UA Cave, 5 lines, 8 seas of knowledge. All the students had to get in formation. Right now, preparations were being made to send them to the exam venue. It was an exciting moment for every student, no matter how determined and brave he or she seemed, because it is not clear what will be on the actual exam. Yang Qing Xuan and his team teleported to the Xuanlun mountain. There was no one in the neighborhood but them, just huge cobblestones and trees. Perhaps the teams had been teleported so that they were at a distance from each other. The guys were experiencing teleportation for the first time, so they were a bit surprised. But using Yangqi assisted by the 2 Zhenwu realms, large-scale teleportation over short distances could be achieved. All teams were sent out to random locations and away from each other to avoid combat. Yue Qian suggested that his captain should immediately start searching for resources to mine, or else they would be overtaken. Yang Qin suggested that there was no hurry. After all, this signpost hadn't moved since arriving at the mountain. The guys immediately wanted to take a look. Maybe they were given a messed-up compass on purpose. Meanwhile, Chengzhen thought of these students as a group of idiots who couldn't even use a clue. Meng Rui embarrassedly asked for permission for him to do so. He pointed his finger at the compass, and it sparked. Yue Qian still couldn't understand what was wrong with this item. Meng Rui explained that it was a pointer to spiritual stones. It showed the user the location of the best spiritual stone according to the power of the environment. The arrow stopped, and it seemed to have detected the position of the spirit stone mine. Apparently, she was in the northwest. The spirit stone pointer was pointing towards the True Dragon waterfall, which meant that was where the spirit stone mines were. There was nothing to wait for, so the team immediately hit the road. They ran at a medium pace and looked ahead, and ahead of them, they saw Qingling fruits. Meng Rui confessed that these fruits not only helped him with his martial arts cultivation, but also had a healing effect. As soon as Chengzheng saw the fruit, he immediately went to eat it, praising the Xuanlun mountain, which was not called magical for nothing. Yue Qian didn't like it because the boy didn't even ask the captain's permission. Chengzhen wondered why Yue Qian didn't want to take them. This fruit had to be stored in the jade devices, or else their aura would disappear. Yang Qing Xuan, for the sake of propriety and maintaining authority, finally allowed everyone to eat this fruit, and then Yue Qian obeyed and began to search for the best one for himself. He warned everyone to eat faster, not thinking about the people behind them. Yang Qing Xuan already knew that there were people about 3 miles away, although Meng Rui couldn't sense it. Everyone picked up as many of these unusual fruits as they could, and jumped into the trees to hide. Chengzhen didn't understand such tactics. If someone came, they just had to attack. He didn't like such games. Meng Rui explained that it was unknown how many people were supposed to show up here. If a group of people came, how could one fight if, for example, there were about a dozen of them? Therefore, Chengzhen had to hide like everyone else. Yang Qing Xuan understood that this kid didn't want to work together with them, so he reminded him of his older brother's words to him before the exam. Chengzhen was unhappy about being poked by his brother and even threatened. Eventually he hid and wanted to see if no one came, how then dear captain would make excuses. But after a couple minutes, a group of people actually appeared here. They were led here by a signpost, and they also saw the Qingling fruit. The first thing they did, of course, was to get interested in the fruit and start picking it. But when they looked up, they were in for an unpleasant surprise. Yang Qin's team was waiting for the right moment to attack, and there was no better time than now. It had only been 10 minutes into the exam, but these guys had already been captured. Yetsin worked very efficiently and ordered everyone to stay still and sit quietly. Suddenly, Yang Qing Xuan became everyone's enemy. The student was unhappy that he had snuck up on him. After all, if he had the chance, he should have fought fair. But Yang Qin didn't understand this person's logic, because if he was in his shoes, he would probably attack like this too. Destroying other teams was a quick way to pass. The elder didn't say that they couldn't attack the other team, no matter what the method was, as long as they searched for ore. Besides, there were no rules for this exam. Elder did work very hard to train them. Meng Rui suggested that Yang Qingyu finish with them, because if someone else came, it would be a problem. The hostages were afraid that they were about to be killed, but above all, Yang Qing Xuan demanded that they hand over their belongings. Chengzhen was like an innocent child watching this whole mess. It seemed really evil to him. Yang Qin did not let these people leave quietly, and robbed them. But they got quite a few spiritual gems that will be useful to them in the future. These guys also had jade gadgets, so Yang Qin ordered the youngest one to quickly pick Qingling fruits. Chengzhen was initially repulsed and displeased, but in the end he had to submit to Yang Qing Xuan, albeit out of previous discontent. Meanwhile, Yang Qin was already planning to send his hostages out of here. But they were discouraged by this injustice, because he had taken their stones and now he still wanted to take the test. The 1,000 yuan registration fee was quite expensive. After all, our hero was not the devil, and if the hostage swore not to fight, then he would let him go. The hostage had indeed sworn, so Yang Qing Xuan left him tied up. He didn't like it, but now he was free and could untie the rope himself. Even though Yang Qin didn't consider himself a devil, then the hostages had a different opinion. Cheng Zhen was surprised at how Yang Qing Xuan had discovered these 5. His consciousness might not have been able to travel even 3 miles. Even the Zhenwu realm couldn't do it. How our hero did it, he kept it a secret. Cheng Zhen was angry and simply suggested that he tell him that he didn't want to talk about it, and also warned him to let Yang Qingnei use Cheng Ting to threaten him. But was Yang Qing Xuan doing everything he wanted to do? He had just asked to do some small thing. Was he really doing everything he wanted to do now? Cheng Zhen was still more angry about this. He was already about to rush into a fight with Yang Qing and demanded that he attack him. But our hero didn't hit children, so he wasn't going to fight him. Meng Rui suddenly interrupted everyone and motioned for them to look ahead. It seems these guys found the Spirit Stone mine before they did. Yang Qingxun had already devised an evil plan in his head on how he would act now. It was too much. Not only did the guys steal their stones, but they made them their workers. The team was confident that if they took out a couple more teams, they'd be in the top 10 for sure. Especially this time, they had a truly extraordinary harvest. Now, from now on, these guys would follow Yang Qin's team, who they believed to be the Demon Lord. Yue Qian already saw new targets ahead, and Cheng Zhen finally joined the team. But Yang Qing Xuan wasn't happy about it, for the boy was taking his place, and now he was getting Po-Hat. Yang Qing Xuan was once again at the helm, and now steered the course further. These guys didn't even realize that all the strong teams looked like this. They decided that the best option for them was to follow the guys. They wouldn't die, and they could probably be in on the action. Now Yang Qing Xuan's team was expanding. They continued their journey to find new fossils. But suddenly something happened to the compass. The pointer was behaving very strangely. However, this was quickly forgotten when they saw the multitude of students lying dead. It was the classmates of one of the new team members. He was about to approach them to find out what happened. But Yang Qin stopped him. The captain thought it might have been a trap, or there just might be some other danger there. So he threw a pebble. Cheng Zhen had already noticed that there was poison coming from the person. Fortunately, at least none of them had gotten close. And if they touched this corpse, they would be like them. It was obvious that this was the work of Zuo Jun. What was more cruel than how Yang Qing Xuan had acted? It wasn't illegal to kill during testing, but at least towards other students it was inhumane. But to this disgusting team, life was just garbage. Yue Qian was already burning with anger and hatred towards the enemy team. He decided that once they were on the same field with them, they had to kill them. Right now, they had to move with caution. This place was full of minerals, and there would probably be a lot of people coming here. And besides Zuo Jun, there were dangerous monsters here as well. They moved as agreed with caution. Yue Qian started to call out to his captain from far away, and Yang Qing Xuan thought that something was wrong and called out to him. I had to approach Yue Qian, for he had something to show. The whole team was simply dumbfounded by this sight. Everywhere were bloody corpses that would never know life again. A real mess. Cheng Zhen was very angry. For himself, he deprived that he would kill that bastard and thus cleanse the academy of such trash. It seemed like this man should have just died, but somehow he attracted a lot of flies. It wasn't like people. This was probably just the beginning, after all. Many people had already died in the exam. How many more would die? Zuo Jun was really very cruel. As our hero examined the man, he realized that these 15 people had been killed by monsters. But how was that possible? Their bodies were swollen like the 5 people before them. They had clearly been poisoned. Yang Qing Xuan clarified that the poison was different in these people. Only if Zuo Jun's poison had changed. According to Cheng Zheng's knowledge of the Zuo family, Wuhong Zuo Jun carried a cold reversible soul poison. That was all true. But these people's corpses had cadaver poison on them, not cold poison. Indeed, if one looked closely, the wounds of these people were inflicted with claws like those of animal-hiding monsters. Liu Jun urgently called out to Yang Qing Xuan because he noticed something else. On one of the plots of land, you could see still wet ground that had even been dug up. They were probably digging here, but suddenly they were attacked by beasts. But there were no rocks here. This place wasn't a mine, and the monsters wouldn't wait for someone to dig a mine before attacking. Most importantly, this hole wasn't dug. It resembled something else. Yang Qing Xuan realized that the shovel was being held by something, and the possible guesses were frightening him. And not just him, but the children as well. Although Cheng Zhen hoped the guy was joking, Ye Qian decided not to miss the chance to tease Cheng Zhen, but the boy quickly pulled himself together and admitted that he wasn't scared. It looked like the killer monster was underground. There were at least 3 of them, and now one was holding a shovel. Ye Qian immediately turned on and prepared to fight. Yang Qing Xuan ordered Meng Ri and Liu Shen to guard him with Yue Xian on the outer sides. As for Cheng Zhen and Yue Qian, they would both have to attack the monster when Yang Qing planted it, and the rest of us will have to look at the remaining 2 holes. Right now, everyone had to prepare themselves after all. Yang Qing Xuan was going to get that monster out of the hole. He didn't even let go of the shovel, and with all his might, he tossed the shovel along with the hooked monster into the sky. None of the guys had even seen such a monster, so they were surprised. But Yang Qing asked them to focus and quickly kill it before it ran away. Yue Qian quickly engaged in the situation, donned his protective scales and prepared an attack. Cheng Zhen wasn't dumb either, and had already attacked the monster that had appeared with his special techniques. Together, they worked quite cohesively and efficiently, which prevented the monster from attacking the team. Yang Qing Xuan picked the right moment and decided to run and look at that monster, because he started to think that something creature was not a monster, but like a monster corpse, it could not die easily. Cheng Zhen only now began to realize that everything the captain had said was true. He had been skeptical before, but he didn't dare to argue. Right now, they were guarding behind Yang Qing Xuan to help him in case of anything. It was hard to compare who this monster resembled. However, there was no time for that as it was still alive and attacking with a sonic attack. Because of this, the guys couldn't move. But somehow, Yang Qing Xuan still managed to control himself and summoned the dragon fire spirit to destroy this monster. He was already prepared for this, especially since he had experience. So now he was reacting in a very timely manner. The new team members heaved a sigh of relief, because if Yang Qing Xuan didn't do anything, someone would probably get hurt. But just as Yang Qing had said in the beginning, there were 3 monsters underground, and now 2 more showed up, as if they had come out at the call of their kin. The new team members decided to defeat these monsters with their iron swords. But all this was useless, as it had no effect on such monsters. In the end, the student was unable to defend himself, and the monkey wounded him in the right arm. The guys asked for help, and Meng Rui and Liu Zheng responded and went to help. They easily flipped off the 2 monkeys, and luckily the other student wasn't hurt. And now the guys have agreed to destroy these 2 monkeys. The hand of one of the students was infected with corpse poison. The case was very bad. And in an instant, someone cut off his arm, all the way down to the shoulder. It was a radical method, but thanks to it, the guy will be able to live on. He thanked Yang Qing Xuan, for in addition to this measure, he had taken the poison out of him and temporarily gave him a painkiller. Now he had to quickly heal his wounds. It seemed that what was happening to the student didn't really bother anyone. Cheng Zhen was most surprised by the spirit sword that was broken. Yet, Cheng Zhen finally recognized that Yang Qing Xuan had quite a strong fighting spirit, but this little prankster had to watch and learn. After all, morale was not the only criterion for measuring strength. Meng Rui and Liu Zhen went to look at the fruits of their labor. They were trying to see if the monsters were dead. Meng Rui believed that their changes were so influenced by the dragon terrain, which was why they turned into this. If that was the case, the boys were in bigger trouble than those 3 monkeys. Even though the formation of this corpse was difficult, in a wide area, he's an easy target. The unresolved question remained. Would our heroes move on? Captain Yang Qin confidently replied that even if there was a tiger on the mountain, they would still go on. And everyone supported him in this. The newcomers stopped the guys. They wanted to live after all, so they decided to split up. Yue Qian was starting to worry that this trash would want to make a deal with Zhou Jun, and might even want to take revenge on them. But from the look on his face, one could tell that this was not at the forefront of his mind right now. Realizing this, Yang Qing Xuan allowed them to do what they wanted, and himself motioned for his guys to move on. Nothing but the smell of rotting corpses was palpable along the way. There were thousands of monster corpses here. Meng Rui explained that this was Wanyao Mountain, so there was no need to be surprised by this, as there were basically a lot of monsters here. Yang Qing Xuan, who was walking ahead, noticed the landslide, and quickly warned everyone to dodge. It was a setback after all, to defeat so many opponents, and then to end up suddenly being hurt by some rock. But no, Yang Qing Xuan definitely knew that it was done on purpose by a person. A huge rock was flying at our guys. It would be hard to escape from it. They had already mentally said goodbye to their lives. Yang Qing Xuan didn't understand why the guys were standing still. After all, they needed to run away. They finally followed their captain's advice as well. But still observing the size of the rock, they cried out that they were truly finished. It really was too late to run away, the stone was too close, so Yang Qing suggested that we destroy this stone together. Cheng Zhen thought this idea was idiotic. After all, how were they supposed to deal with this stone? There was no time to explain how things were supposed to happen, so Yang Qin briefly explained that they should just focus on attacking from below. Cheng Zhen began to guess what the captain wanted to do, but there was no time to talk, so they just did everything in silence. Right now, Yang Qing Xuan's strength was like a majestic ancient dragon. He literally transformed into him to sweep that boulder out of his way. The tension during this was very high. Yang Qin even tore his shirt. This time, he was greatly helped by the light of the yellow bandage that depended on physical strength, and in the end, he managed to survive. Xian Zhao was the one who was intriguing our hero. Now they could judge for themselves how strong Yang Qing Xuan was, and why exactly he was able to attract Qi Yue's attention. This was a type of emotion that was triggered by another emotion. Yang Qing Xuan was already sick to death of these gossips about his relationship with Qi Yue, so he was already just ignoring them. Yue Qian had known Xian Zhao for a long time, and now he simply resented such actions, and threatened to kill the old acquaintance. Cheng Zhen among this company noticed Qing Feng, who had thrown that huge stone earlier, and now he promised him to pay for it. The target of this group was Yang Qing Xuan's head as the common enemy of the entire academy. Now, his team members could only blame themselves for following Yang Qing, but to take someone's girlfriend by means of murder, this was foolish even on Cheng Zheng's part. How dare he justify such actions now? Xian Zhao was only angry at such rebukes, especially since he was being rebuked by some juvenile. But did they dare to involve him in this? Cheng Zhen warned these guys that the Cheng family would not let this go unnoticed. Yet despite this, they attacked because they felt that the Cheng family had no right to know this. Cheng Zhen was already ready to fight and ordered everyone else to prepare for battle. But a light hand lay on his shoulder. Someone wanted to talk to him. Yang Qing Xuan suggested these four on the ground to leave on them. Cheng Zhen understood the hint. The captain wanted him to deal with Qing Feng, which he readily agreed to, but it was obvious that something was troubling him. Qing Feng was probably the second strongest after Xian Zhao, and that was probably what scared him, that he wouldn't be able to handle it. Yang Qing Xuan noticed this uncertainty and fear, so he decided to support the boy in being confident in him. He believed him. He believed in his own strength and went against Qing Feng. He had a big mission now. He didn't need to let his team down. They were the #1 team. Cheng Zheng had his own accounts with this character, so this fight was very important to him. This was the time for him to be able to finish whatever was between them. Yue Qian and Meng Rui stood hand in battle. They remembered how they had already died once before on Hengduan Mountain, so now they were not afraid of anything, and this instilled even more confidence in them. Liu Jin dealt with the other enemy one-on-one and promised that when he dealt with him, he would help Yang Qing Xuan. After gaining confidence, Cheng Zhen did not spare his strength and gave his best against such an enemy. Qing Feng scoffed at the pathetic attempts to approach him, so he didn't even take his enemy seriously. And Xian Zhao already considered himself the #1 genius in the academy, and decided to dignify Yang Qing Xuan's death. Who was he? Just a pathetic trash of the early Lingwu stages. Xian Zhao was filled with hatred towards Yang Qing Xuan, whether it was because of Qi Yue or maybe because of other points. That was why he was so eager to kill him. But our hero wasn't given to just giving up, and was quick enough to answer any attacks with his attack. Xian Zhao was also an experienced fighter, so he quickly blocked his strike. He considered Yang Qin's attack to be childish, because only children attacked in the eyes, in his opinion. For Xian Zhao, the situation was a bit complicated because Yang Qin had the ability to quickly recover his body in a short period of time. He had originally expected it to be quick. Yang Qing Xuan himself understood this, because if it wasn't for his strong martial spirit closing him down at the last moment, he would have definitely lost. Xian Zhao decided to play the noble and give him time to use his fighting spirit. Our hero was unhappy with such a suggestion. For on the contrary, he thought, why should he use martial arts? Xian Zhao had already prepared his bloody blade attack and was not going to spare Yang Qin. The attack was contentedly fast. It was a whirlwind that contained several bloody blades. Yang Qin picked the right moment and immediately attacked like the previous time. He had only touched the blade with his finger, so how was he going to slay an entire hurricane of bloody blades? There were so many martial arts that could suppress Xian Zhao's martial spirit, so why didn't the #1 genius know this? Xian Zhao had his own logic. He believed that if there were enough of them, then Yang Qing Xuan shouldn't have to study them. The enemy made another dash, where even more and faster bloody blades were heading straight for our hero. But Xian Zhao didn't take into account something. Yang Qing Xuan's life was not something he could get his hands on so easily. Bloody blades wounded Yang Qing Xuan's skin, and Xian Zhao mocked our hero's fighting spirit. Yang Qin decided to wound not only with his blade, but also with his words, for it was obvious that Qi Yue liked him unlike Xian Zhao. This acted instantly. The words caught on with one of Qi Yue's suitors, and he struck our hero again. Things were bad for Yang Qing Xuan, for the opponent's cultivation was superior to his. The sword was cracking at the seams, and it was getting harder and harder to hold back the blows. If he keeps beating like this, he's going to lose his head sooner or later. He was looking for any chances for himself and thought that the stones were his chance. Therefore, without sparing himself, Yang Qing squeezed all the strength out of himself as he made one last dash. Shenzhe kept saying that Yang Qin was a corpse, and what he was doing wouldn't help him, for his tornado of bloody daggers would cut through the fire. While he was concentrating on his bloody daggers, he didn't notice where his opponent had gone, and when he turned around, he saw that he was already climbing the cliff. This schoolboy was very angry that Yang Qing Xuan was trying to run away from him, so he quickly rushed after him. But it was late enough that he realized it was a trap. Yang Qing Xuan applied all of his strength for the sake of affecting the cobblestone. Thus, he decided to answer the enemy in the same coin. Xianzhe was late in realizing the situation. So many cobblestones flew at him, which were controlled by Yang Qin's strength. He talked himself to the end that he wouldn't lose, that the fire wouldn't work against him, and all that sort of thing. Only he had forgotten about something. It wasn't just a fire, but it had a lot of stone debris in it. Unable to resist the power of the stones, Xianzhao was run over by a huge cobblestone. The guys were still coping with their opponents, and Play Eyes noticed that the headman of their opponents had already been destroyed. Qing Feng was drawn away from the battle and immediately rushed over to his captain, hoping to help him with something. After realizing that his captain was dead, Qing Feng became angry, and in a fit of rage, he was about to destroy Yang Qing Xuan. But his previous opponent got in his way. Cheng Zhen reminded him that his opponent was him. Since their captain had given Yang Qing Xuan time to prepare his wuhun, he too decided to give his followers a choice. They could leave now and then Yang Qin would forgive them. Qing Feng decided that he and his companions would never admit defeat, right up until the last minute. Everyone was giving Qing Feng a nod. They decided that out of them there should be one person left, either them or Yang Qin's team. Our hero didn't mind in principle, but to suggest that he felt it was necessary so that he wouldn't be called the devil again. Therefore, if these fools did not want to leave them, they should now blame themselves. Our hero's team didn't spare anyone. They needed to get rid of their opponents as soon as possible and move on. Actually, they were demonstrating the result of their provocation. Everyone should realize that provoking Yang Qin's team was tantamount to death. They were given a chance to leave peacefully, but they didn't want to take it, so they must now reap the bitter consequences of their decisions. And that consequence was only death. One team fought, trying to avenge the death of their captain, while the other defended their boundaries. Meanwhile, Qing Feng, who shouted the loudest, tried to escape. He decided that he would come back later when he improved his cultivation. Cheng Zhen was still not going to let go of this traitor who was about to leave his team. Cheng Zhen grabbed his opponent firmly by the leg and was about to do battle right in the air. Right now, the guys were not in the best shape for battle, but a promise was a promise. Qing Feng had used too much Yang Qi. It might not keep his fighting spirit in shape. The Yin aura was too heavy, so one had to finish the battle as soon as possible, or else the Yin aura would penetrate his body. Right now, everyone was going to use their strength to its fullest. Qing Feng was famous for being able to fight in the air, but was surprised that this little guy from the Cheng family could also oppose him in an aerial battle. Cheng Zhen tried to at least beat up this goon, because then he would be able to reveal his soul to everyone. But the battle wasn't going the way I wanted it to. It was the consequences of not using Yang Qi properly. Qing Feng used it too much, subsequently failing to retain his aura. Cheng Zhen understood what such consequences were, so he asked not to use Yang Qi right now. But if he could do that, Qing Feng was completely out of control. And in the end, he could no longer hold on to the air or his legs and fell to the ground. The Yin aura was penetrating Cheng Zheng's body and organs, and he didn't know what he could do about it. Qing Feng was probably already dead and there was no way to save him. Would Cheng Ting's younger brother also die in this manner? Was this the price of self-assertion? The defeat and traumatization of both? This isn't where Cheng Zhen wanted to die. But little by little, he was losing his consciousness. It had already been 5 days. The team was recovering from the battle and cultivating diligently. Yang Qing Xuan observed his sword, which he thought had become slightly longer. But had the martial spirit and cultivation essence changed? Things were going well for the guys as well, with Meng Rui developing his techniques and advancing in his cultivation. Ye Qian had already rushed to congratulate his friend, for in these 5 days, not only had he been cured, but he had also advanced to the mid-level lingua realm, which Meng Rui himself considered a stroke of luck and nothing more. And Yang Qing Xuan noticed something more, for Meng Rui's martial spirit, subsequently changing cultivation, had also changed. Martial spirit did change from various factors. The most common one was simply an increase in strength. But Meng Rui's martial spirit was inheritable, the property of his ancestors, who had passed the Qi essence stages. God, soul, and intent are in my blood. Meng Rui just needed to improve his cultivation to awaken the blood inheritance factor. Then, it would gradually be possible to restore his ancestral martial spirit, or even improve it. But ordinary martial souls were most often limited in quality. Yang Qing Xuan now had a better understanding of these cultivation points. And when everyone had recovered, they needed to head out. Lu Chen was very worried about Cheng Zhen. After all, they hadn't seen him for 5 days, and this made him nervous. Yang Qin's team walked along the path where several teams had recently traveled here, but none of them had returned. It was obviously dangerous here, so they decided to find Cheng Zhen as soon as possible. As our guys went around the corner, a dialogue was heard behind them. Someone decided to let them go now. Now was not the time. Yue Qian discussed that along the way. There could often be other teams that took ore from other teams. Still, teaming up with a force is much more convenient than digging alone. It's also a common way to pass the exam. And if those minerals were in the Dragon Cave, Yue Qian suggested going there on the way. Although many people related to the right side, the left side had a lot of energy as well. There was a vague dragon shape there, similar to a dragon vein aura. It was probably the same place where the Dragon Cave was located. Yue Qian sensed a very strong aura here. As a consequence, he believed that their spiritual veins would enter the top 10. But Yang Qin hurriedly reassured him not to get excited. After all, even if there was a strong aura here, there were no monsters here, which was very strange. There was probably a danger here, the extent of which they hadn't realized yet. Lu Zheng speculated that there might be a strong beast here. He had heard before that monsters had their own territories where no one was allowed in. Meng Rui had a hunch that it wasn't a monster, but that the aura here was to blame. He had to take a closer look at the change in the spirit stones in his hand. The spirit stone melted very easily due to the aura. It no longer had its former appearance. Then what was the problem? Ordinary spirit stones were spirits that could be absorbed by any martial art. In addition, there are Yin Ling Shi and Yang Ling Shi, very suitable for warriors who practice the extremes of yin and yang. Inhaled by other soldiers could cause great damage. The neutral aura would be melted when the two auras came into contact, and the yin aura here was very strong. The guys had to go as soon as possible because after being in the yin aura for a long time, it would start to penetrate the body, which was dangerous. All things contained yin and yang to be balanced, even though here was a dragon field with yin. A very cold area like here said there was no equilibrium. It spread everywhere, forming a terrible disaster. Meng Rui's words frightened the guys with each time they listened to his words. The outcome was that if this aura spread, all the corpses on Xuanlong Mountain would turn into zombies. Realizing how scary the situation was, Wei Chen suggested that everyone leave this place as soon as possible. He was not impressed by the prospect of being a zombie. All this time, our heroes' conversations had been overheard, and now they were asking them, did they really want to leave? Zhu Jun's team once again caught our heroes off guard, wanting to get even with them here. Yang Qing Xuan hadn't seen these goons for 5 days. How could they turn into ghosts? Zhu Jun didn't appreciate this kind of teasing, only getting even more angry and ordered his own to attack them. Zhu Jun was obeyed unconditionally, so they immediately attacked, wanting revenge for the last fight. It was just embarrassment at losing, and it was all people who didn't want to accept their defeat. But such silly thoughts annoyed Zhu Jun. He promised that if he said one more stupid thing and didn't shut up, he would lose his tongue. Like some unwanted trash, he was thrown off the cliff to help the team kill Yang Qin's team. Meng Rui reminded Yang Qing Xuan again that there was too much yin aura here, which might not be good for them. Therefore, something had to be thought of. Meng Rui decided to become Gong Sunao's opponent after saying these words, so that he could deal with them as soon as possible and leave this place. Last week's loss had a big impact on their opponents. They became even tougher. While Meng Rui was focusing on one opponent, chains were already being thrown at him from behind. He believed that Gun Sunao was useless after many breaths of yin aura, so he decided to help her. Meng Rui realized with fear that these madmen had absorbed the yin aura, but now it was no wonder that they had become even crazier. The young man was trying to get out of the chains any way he could, and he was doing quite well. Meanwhile, Yueqian had decided to help Meng Rui deal with one extra opponent and was about to attack him from behind, but he disappeared and his old rival appeared behind him. Now it was starting to become clear between them who was the stronger of the two. Liu Zheng also fought his former opponent, trying to pierce him with his spear. Although he confirmed that his fighting spirit was not strong enough to do so, the opponent's body was indeed stronger than before. Liu Zheng's spear couldn't pierce it at all. This fatty was also moving at lightning speed, which was not good at all. Liu Zheng was lost and dropped his spear from his hands. Meanwhile, Zuo Jun felt that the heavens were favorable to him. After all, not only had they created a very good place for him to cultivate, but they had also taken the initiative to help him remove the magic barrier. Zuo Jun kept dreaming about how he would kill Yang Qin and then break through to the Yuanwu kingdom afterward. And he was already planning to send the old men of the Zuo family to hell and saw how the entire Kangan kingdom respected him. Yang Qing Xuan's opponent was even more complacent, especially towards Qi Yue, for he let her live after she gave signs of attention to his opponent. It didn't seem to be night right now, but Yang Qing Xuan clearly saw someone talking about dreams. Zuo Jun, like a breeze before a real storm, smirked and prepared something more. For when everything was already done and determined, it was not a dream, but a reality. The confrontation between the two of them was once again beginning, but where would it end? Zuo Jun had almost defeated Yang Qin last time, but both of them had managed to strengthen their strength over time. One thing was clear. Yang Qing Xuan was not going to give up, even if his life was at stake. Even in the last battle, he had determined that he would fight until his last breath, the better to die as a weakling. In this battle, it was more difficult for Zuo Jun, because although he had recovered his strength, or even improved his strength, there might be some doubts or something else lingering in him. The two strikes from the Xuanjie martial art actually only had one effect. And the environment here was very suitable for these guys. Even if our hero had the Yan Yan Zhenqi armor, it wouldn't be beneficial. In the long run, Yang Qing Xuan did not disappoint his opponent, but the latter insisted that it was all useless. His wounds were shrinking like a monster's, and the yin aura here contributed to that. Zhu Jun was going to impregnate our hero with poison, and witness his agonizing struggle and death after 91 days. It was disgusting and very cruel. But the more Zuo spoke, the more Yang Qing Xuan wanted to shut down this stream of stupid words and utterances. Each of them was now accumulating their strength, as if preparing for a last dash. Zuo Jun was convinced that this time, he would definitely be able to destroy Yang Qing Xuan, a man unfit for practically the entire academy. A man who had earned Qi Yue's attention that he had fought so hard for. However, Yang Qing Xuan himself doubted his own strength because he could not be defeated by brute force alone. He felt that Zuo Jun's strength had become several times greater than the day they had fought in the square. And stopping Zuo Jun was clearly not going to stop. He was already anticipating Yang Qin's death. With an edge of his eye looking at his captain, Meng Rui was slightly worried for him. While his opponent cheered for his captain, who was truly strong. The members of Team Zuo had already mentally buried Yang Qing Xuan and foreshadowed the same fate for the members of Team Yang Qin. Liu Zhen had still promised to help Yang Qing Xuan, but he still hadn't managed to deal with his opponent. If the situation didn't change, the young man would simply use up all of his yuan qi. So as he continued to hold his attack, he thought of other ways to fight. Zuo Jun suddenly inquired about his opponent's well-being, but not because of empathy. He was pleased to see his face twisted in pain. It was a true treat for his eyes. Zhu Jun had found the culprit of all his troubles, and now blamed Yang Qing Xuan for everything, trying to take out all his anger on him. After all, because of him, all his hard work had gone to waste. But had he so quickly forgotten how easily he had been defeated in the square? Apparently he had thought about it many times, and even now he was uncomfortable hearing about it. He didn't want to remember that day. No matter how much Yang Qin tried to joke in front of his enemy, throwing barbs at him, he realized that things were not good. And as time went on, the poisonous gas was already beginning to damage his internal organs. It was time to get out of here. Zuo Jun clearly didn't like it when Yang Qing Xuan mocked him. It gave him even more reason to kill him. It would seem that everything was over or even predestined. But at the very last moment, Yang Qin decides to use his fortitude. With his sword, he blocked an enemy attack that could have been his last. Zuo Jun still did not retreat. He even scoffed that Yang Qin's martial arts had actually broken the spiritual sword. It would seem how insignificant he was. But despite that, he ignored those words and continued to hold firmly to the blow. Zuo Jun was not only poisonous with his strength, but also with his speeches. One had to have a strong will and know one's worth to resist such an opponent. This was the last thread. This was the moment when the fight was coming to an end. Would Yang Qin be able to withstand this pressure? Martial arts were closely related to qi, mind and soul. Zuo Jun was eagerly waiting for Yang Qin's sword soul to finally disappear. And when that happens, it will only mean one thing: Zuo Jun's victory over Yang Qing Xuan. These words also gave Yang Qin food for thought. After all, martial spirit is the embodiment of martial arts, qi, soul, and consciousness. And the sword itself is the embodiment of art, qi, deity, soul, and consciousness. How can there be only one spiritual light there? The more the pressure of this battle pressed on Yang Qing, the more he tried to devote his strength to resist. There was no choice here. He could give in to the pressure and die, or he could resist and increase his fortitude. Instead of ruining Yang Qin, Zuo Jun pushed him into the right thoughts and helped him to raise his sword. Zuo Jun was even more angry. Maybe if he spoke less, things would have been different. But before his eyes, the sword regained its shape and was no longer the stumpy piece that everyone was laughing at. In the end, he was fed up with all this cat and mouse, so he decided to launch the ultimate strike on Yang Qin. Yang Qing Xuan was already struggling on his last strength, his lips turning blue like a dead man's. But despite this, there was still determination present. This sword had been alone for all eternity, but after gaining eternal glory, it was still lonely. It was only now that Yang Qin had found his way to it that he felt its power. This was now a level-headed confrontation, whereas before you could tell that Zuo was likely to win, now there were doubts. The battle of the team captains distracted everyone else, as its power spread not only between them, but dozens of meters away from them. Liu Zheng kept marveling at this strength. Would he be able to resist it? There was a lot of smoke around, and it was unclear what ended up with him. Yue Qian was worried and went to look for Yang Qin. He found him in the midst of a rockfall. He was lying flat and couldn't even move. Yang Qin didn't expect this battle to be so exhausting for him. A furious scream was heard from the club of purple smoke. It seemed to be over, but someone couldn't believe it. Zuo Jun was so confident in himself, in his strength, that he thought he would really come out victorious in this battle. But now, he couldn't admit his defeat. Wu Hun melted his body like butter in the sun. He couldn't believe that he had been defeated by some pathetic martial spirit. But he shouldn't have been so surprised. Every monstrous deed had its consequences, and now Zuo Jun was bearing his retribution. Zuo Jun was a son of the Zuo family thanks to his mother. But this did not spare him from endless humiliation until he showed his talent for Wu Hong. He was told that the light of the 8 souls should be accepted. They saw little potential in him, and that he could be of use to the Zuo family. But he was also worried about his mother, only she was only a pathetic servant. If it wasn't for Zuo Jun's talent for martial arts, he would have remained a worthless scum. A mother had her son taken away from her right in front of her, and there was nothing she could do about it. She was threatened, because if she didn't let him go, she would lose her life. And then what's the point of her stubbornness? But the woman thought she was just being threatened for looks. She went on and died that way. She was slaughtered like a dog in a back alley. His mother died right in Zuo Jun's arms. In her last words, she asked him to live and not let others mock him. And all he had left after joining the Zuo family was revenge. He took revenge on all those who had humiliated and mocked him before. He was strong. He had the power now, not them. He wanted revenge on all those who had brought him pain. This world showed him that only the strongest survived here. So he lived by those rules. But after that battle in the square with Yang Qing Xuan, he was once again humiliated, made a disgrace to the Zuo family. After all, how could he not be able to deal with such trash? But despite these humiliations, he kept asking his brother for another chance. That one got even more angry, and flung him away when Zuo Jun started touching him with his hands. The older brother had prepared something for his younger brother to see what he could do. The men grabbed him by his arms and legs and sent him into a pool of poisonous water. He was not restrained in his movement, but it was enough just to be under that water for it to start its reaction on his skin and organs, covering his whole body with huge blisters. His brother gave him conditions. Zuo Jun had to first get out of here and then kill Yang Qing Xuan. Otherwise, another one will appear near his mother's grave. This time, it will be his. Feeling at the end of his strength, Zuo Jun did not stop threatening Yang Qing Xuan that it was his fault and that he would kill him. He swore to himself that his mother's death was not in vain. He promised himself and her that he would surely become strong and take everything in this world and kill these people. When he realized that this was the end, that everyone was about to run away, he decided to blow the hell out of everything. If Zuo Jun were to die, he decided to take everyone with him. Team members, when they realized that it smelled fried and the boss had gone crazy, started making a run for it. Yang Qing Xuan had exhausted all his strength and couldn't even get up. When his guys noticed this, Yue Qian immediately rushed over to help him. Meanwhile, Zuo Jun was already hoping to meet his cronies in the underworld. As he was dreaming about it, he noticed with fear a star fist flying at him. The star fist was an eminent technique of the Chung family that Chung Zhen was currently using. This Small was a man of action, and it really annoyed him when Zuo Jun talked too much. Yang Qing Xuan, when he saw the little guy, became very agitated and started shouting hard for him to retreat. Zuo kept saying that it was too late, and he and Chung Zhen would all die here and now. But as it turned out, this poison was completely harmless to Chung Zhen. And how, Zuo Jun is no longer allowed to know. After all, he was going straight to hell, which the young man was going to help him do. Qing Zhen didn't die after all. Once he dealt with Qin Feng, he immediately came to his captain's aid. Yang Qing Xuan immediately noticed that this Small had become stronger. His Linu level had risen an order of magnitude higher. Yue Qian gave him a friendly pat on the head and praised that in these few days he had managed to not only kill Qin Feng, but also improve his cultivation. Chung Zhen didn't comment on it. He was more interested in what happened to their opponents. But it was simple to the point of boredom. As soon as Zuo Jun exploded, then those rats managed to run away. Feeling powerful, Chung Zhenyu wanted to chase them down and finish them off himself. But Yang Qin's trembling hand stopped him. There was no need to pursue them now, as everyone was exhausted, so the captain suggested resting. Chung Zhen didn't argue anymore. He only pointed out that there was a strange aura here. So he suggested leaving this place. Since it was difficult for our hero to move around, Chung Zhen decided to help him climb onto his unicorn. Yue Qian was even envious. What about him? He was injured too. Chung Zhen in his manner decided to joke about the elder and say that he was too heavy, which made Yue Qian feel a little emboldened. The guys had to run and somewhat keep up with the unicorn, but they were so tired that they asked Chung Zhen to be slower. While our heroes were choosing a suitable place to sleep, then Chung Zhen noticed that there was poison in the captain's body. Yang Qing Xuan warned the junior not to worry, for he had developed a technique that helped his body get rid of the poison, but it would take some time. Everyone was running low on energy. The few battles they had fought lately were taking their toll, and there wasn't even time to recover properly, so they decided to use tonight for that. Meng Rui, when he noticed Chung Zhen's spear, he noted that it protected the owner from the harmful effects of the yin aura, and it was also capable of getting rid of various kinds of poison. Chung Zhen had found this spear by chance, but hadn't fully understood its power. During a fierce battle with Qin Feng, due to the excessive consumption of yuan qi, the yin aura began to affect his internal organs. At that time, he thought that he was about to die, but he suddenly came across this silver spear in the middle of the magic circle. Chung Zhen involuntarily felt that this spear could neutralize the yin aura, and gathering all his last strength, he reached for the spear. He had to work hard to stand up and to pull that spear out of the ground, but then he was rewarded, for the spear had rid his body of the influence of yin. Chung Zhen's story somehow excited Meng Rui. In this situation, he was particularly interested in the magic circle, specifically what it looked like. Fortunately, Chung Zhen had memorized that circle and could even draw it on the ground, which he did right now. Meng Rui had never seen something like this before, but he could tell without a doubt that it was definitely an authentic dragon circle. Chen Zhen quickly guessed everything and put the puzzles together in his head, for this meant something was not the real dragon cave. Suddenly, Meng Rui felt worse, a fever gripping his body, as well as coldness and shivering all over his body. It was the effects of the poison. But why was Meng Rui still procrastinating and not going to recover? Instead, he spent his time talking to Chung Zhen. The young man helped get Meng Rui to the other guys so he could relax and gather his strength a bit. And while there was time, Chung Zhen decided to move farther away from them and study his new spear. Meanwhile, Yang Qing Xuan was recovering to the fullest. His method was really working. One could already feel from the outside that strength was coming into his body. He used his fire to heal the body in qi, removing all poison and anything foreign from there. In a short while, Meng Rui had also managed to recover, and was happy to note that Yang Qing Xuan had already reached a new stage in strength. Yang Qing Xuan exhaled heavily, for these days had not been easy for him, especially the terrifying strength of Zuo Jun that he had to fight against. Probably, if Zuo Jun had still reached the Yuan Wu level, he would no longer be his equal, and it was unlikely that Yang Qin and the others would be alive. Luckily, they were able to get rid of it at the beginning, and it's already been 2/3 of the exam. The boys were frightened and abruptly got up from their seats and ran, for they had very little time. If they don't hurry up, all the effort they put in will be in vain. All night long, they followed the sign that brought them to this place. They were standing in front of a huge building with quite a few survivors. Yue Qian couldn't hide his surprise when he recognized Xuanlong Palace was also in the mountains. The guys hadn't heard of such structures at all, but it didn't seem to be the typical royal style of Cangnan. And yet it seemed suspicious to them. Liu Zheng noticed the animal murals. They looked kind of strange. He suspected that this might have been the main palace of the monster race, and this hall seemed unusual to them, and before doing anything, the captain suggested asking others about the situation. Yang Qing Xuan was quickly noticed by many people. He was indeed considered to be the enemy of the entire academy. It was also surprising for the students to see him alive, but moreover, everyone already knew that he had defeated Zuo Jun. Cheng Zhen was even surprised by this kind of conversation. He clearly didn't expect that his captain was so popular here. Yang Qin wanted to reply something to Cheng Zhenyu, but he didn't have the time, as he heard some painfully familiar voice calling out to him. Xie Ying and his entourage in the form of Wenwen, Duanwei, Molan, and Du Zuo, as if she was making some kind of claim, turned to Yang Qing, not understanding what he was doing here. But it was kind of obvious that he had passed, and new rumors were starting in the crowd. As soon as people noticed that Yang Qin was chatting with the pretty Su Ying, they immediately began to attribute a new relationship to him. The guys heard this and immediately shouted back, "Who would want to have any relationship with this person?" Some took their word for it that it was really some kind of misunderstanding. Some were happy that Qi Yue had dumped Yang Qin and was now dating Su Ying, which meant they could continue to seek the attention of their goddess. Yang Qing Xuan couldn't take it anymore and shouted at the crowd. He understood that a man had to use strength to fight his own kind. This world only respected the strongest. And if they wanted to talk about Qi Yue, Yang Qing was offering them to fight him. Only someone didn't like it, and Yang Qing Xuan was sent a small stream of current. Duzhou wasn't happy with the way Yang Qin was expressing himself, so she asked the guy to watch his expressions if he didn't want his tongue ripped off by lightning. Meng Rui, as if he didn't notice this, summoned Yang Qing Xuan to show him his latest research. He noticed that this ancient palace was surrounded by a force field, which he actually discovered. It was quite a clever field. There were only a few such fields in the entire Canan kingdom, so Meng Rui assumed that it was a Kongqiu field. But Lan Yang intervened in their conversation. He had his own guesses and did not share Meng Rui's opinion. Su Ying listened intently to their conversation and wondered what Lan Yang meant. According to his investigation, this ancient palace appeared just after they entered the mountains. Besides, only the elders were able to create something like this. Lan Yan was inclined to believe that this palace was not created by anyone. Someone in the crowd picked up on this thought, for this palace had indeed appeared here 12 days ago while the students were digging the mine. To solve this riddle, the boys have already used many ways, but not one of them could not help them. Duzhou interrupted Lan Yan's musings and turned his attention to his fighting spirit. Lan Yan admitted that he had tried to use it, but he still couldn't get in there either. Su Ying thought that they should have tried as well. After all, they were unrivaled in pogroms and barrier breaking. Then Lan Yan began to hint at something to Meng Rui. Meng Rui knew what he was talking about, and did not hide the fact that he was indeed a master of barriers. And Yang Qing Xuan always knew that Lan Yang had guessed many of their secrets. Su Ying was now pinning all hope on Meng Rui, hoping that he would find a solution. Meng Rui understood that this barrier wasn't difficult, but the thing was that it was reinforced. So he decided that once he found the barrier's weak point, the others should help him break it down. Meng Rui used the universe writing technique, and with it, he found that weak spot. Su Ying ordered everyone to shoot at her command directly at the blue marker, if they wanted to get in, of course. As soon as the girl gave the command to fire, then everyone singled out their efforts to break the barrier. And the barrier gave way. It began to crack like ice on a river, under that kind of pressure. As soon as the barrier opened, a lot of students immediately poured there, as if they were going to a store for stocked goods. Meng Rui saw this very late, but he still tried to shout for people not to enter there. Those who managed to enter it were simply shredded into tiny shreds by the barrier's force. Many people were frightened, and Su Ying was exhausted. It was not clear what had happened. The barrier just exploded. But I shouldn't have been surprised, because this exam was a danger in itself. Yue Qian was glad and grateful that they had Meng Rui with them to warn them, or else they wouldn't be standing here. When the first wave of panic had passed, the second wave was beginning, for the palace had disappeared in front of the students. Many graves with stone tombstones appeared on the site of the palace. When they took a closer look at the tombstones, they noticed that they were all demon graves. This was told to them by a sign of the demonic race. Meng Rui knew something and warned everyone that those with weak cultivation or self-control should not read the inscriptions on the tombstones, otherwise they would lose their minds. Yang Qing Xuan had a strong cultivation intellect, so he continued to read the inscriptions on the tombstones and noticed that there were not only demonic graves here, but human graves as well. There was simply a suffocating aura of death in this place. One could even assume that some evil spirit was here. Su Ying was afraid that they would have to dig up all these graves. No, she wasn't afraid of the dirty work, but she had never done grave robbing and knew she couldn't do it. It wasn't yet clear if there was any evil creature in the graves, but these tombstones. Maybe there was a mine underneath them. As soon as Yang Qin made this suggestion, everyone instantly started digging graves, as if it was the truth and they really hoped to see a mine under one of the graves. Yue Qian also fell for it and wanted to dig up the grave before the captain stopped him. Yang Qing Xuan explained that smart people would first wait and then act. Xuanji's martial arts had its limitations. Rather than wasting his strength, it would be better to group with these people. The demon clan used some ancient writings on these tombstones to extract souls. It could have a heartbreaking effect, which of course is incredibly dangerous if you thoughtlessly touch everything. And the guys were right. After a short time, there was already the result of their thoughtless actions. From beneath the tombstones came a cadaveric poison that seeped directly into the bodies of the diggers. Turns out it was just a trap that everyone could fall into. The lands sucked these poor souls into themselves like sand, and there was nothing they could do to resist nature. People stood there and didn't know where to go. They didn't even understand what was going on here. It was either an earthquake or some kind of monsters. I should have run, but they were standing there. Things were bad. Meng Rui realized that the true dragon palace was becoming bloody and it was all a trap. Those who did not manage to escape continued to drown in these lands, and there was no way to save them. It felt as if someone wanted to get out of the ground this way, and was just feeding off the poor students at first. In a moment, monsters like no one had ever seen before really came out of the ground. Su Ying warned Du Zhou in a completely calm voice to prepare for battle. Du Zhou saw the other guys running away and warned them that it was just part of the exam, and the academy had everything under control. The boys listened to her. They thought it really made sense. True warriors that practiced bloody reaping, in the name of life and death. They decided to attack together. The real battle between monsters and novice cultivators had begun. No one was spared. Lan Yan noticed that everything was fine without his help, then decided not to disturb anyone at all. So he warned that after all the dead were destroyed, he would come back here again. What can I say, this coward just ran away. His fighting spirit, flowery glaze, was just right for such lowly escapes. Lan Yan summoned a few flowers for himself and his team. This way, they were safe and no one could get them. And others suffered in battle, attacked not only by demons, but also by crows who like to eat live flesh. When the lady saw the dead crows, she almost threw up. The whole sky was crawling with these dead creatures, which at any moment could tear up a man and immediately start eating. Du Zhou, as Su Ying's servant, immediately decided to help the princess and summoned her shield here. He not only protected Su Ying, but also the other members of the team while destroying any creatures that were about to attack them. During that night, Cheng Zhen still realized that he possessed not just a spear, but a treasure of the Conan realm. The spear was one of the 5 high-ranked elemental weapons. It could create a defense that was difficult to break, even under the onslaught of Yuan Wu. Even Du Zhou can't compete with that weapon. But first, Cheng Zhen wanted to check it out for himself. Also, Yang Qin finally remembered that they weren't hired as janitors here, and had to escape from here as well. But Meng Rui saw this situation from the other side. It was useless to change it. All avenues of retreat were blocked. No one could get out unless the creatures were killed, and these things kept coming and coming, as if there were an endless number of them underground. Would our team have any strength left after this battle? For another battle awaits them with those in hiding. The girls thought it was a great deal. They didn't waste any strength, and Yang Qing Xuan and his team were killing the critters. Why shouldn't they be happy? Meng Rui didn't stop fighting and studied these creatures. They were the spawn of evil, controlled by a yin spirit. But they all attacked with yang energy. The guy noticed that the silver spear in Cheng Zheng's hands perfectly blocked the yin. After their stay in the mountains, the aura yin had completely disappeared. In addition, they had broken a powerful barrier, the decay of which had caused many of those corpses to appear. But whether it was Cheng Zhen's fault or not, Yang Qin decided that they would still be victorious. But they needed to find as many people as possible to fight these things. And besides, he didn't want to let these wenches just sit back and watch them succeed. Therefore, he asked Cheng Zheng what were the odds if the captain shattered this defense with his strongest strike. Cheng Zhen answered extremely honestly. As long as he was at Zhen Zhen's level, then Yang Qing Xuan's chances of doing so were nil. Meng Rui thought back to the crystal core of the crystal beast. demons themselves as well as demonic creatures had the same ancestors. After they became corpses, they were attracted to the crystal core. Yang Qing Xuan was beginning to understand what his comrade-in-arms was getting at, and out of nowhere, he pulled out the very same crystal core. This was exactly what Meng Rui had implied in his words. He ordered all 4 members of the team away and decided to take the mission upon himself. Yang Qin headed straight for the barrier that protected the girls. The monsters clung to it on the way, but they died under the onslaught of fire. Su Ying still didn't fully understand what Yang Qing was about to do, so she looked at him incredulously. And all he did was help these royal birds open their wings. In the palm of his hand, our hero shattered the crystal core and advised the girl not to stand there. And as soon as the dust of the crystal core scattered all over the barrier, he immediately walked away. Suan thought that the guy was getting back at her for being against the engagement, but she'd forgotten that he'd broken it off in the first place. The creature's reaction to the crystal core was immediate. They immediately attacked the barrier and began to collapse it. The girls were standing in the center of this entire event, and Su Ying was cursing Yang Qing Xuan with every possible word, promising him that he would be held accountable for this. But in response, he ran and asked the girls to stay focused and finish these things off as soon as possible. His ex-wife had a lot of girlfriends. Didn't they want to help her? Su Ying was a significant figure in her own right, and everyone respected her. So many guys immediately went to help Her Highness. But shouldn't Yang Qing Xuan have known to protect? On the other hand, with their strength, they didn't need his protection. Moreover, with just Yuan Wu's help, they had soared all the creatures into the air. There was still a question here as to which of them needed protection. Duzhou immediately ordered all the girls to protect Su Ying, and they obeyed her. And Duzhou herself tried to deal with the unknown creatures. But her strength was beginning to be weaker. She fell exhaustedly right into the arms of her mistress. Duzhou woke up quite quickly and warned the princess not to worry about her as she had only spent a lot of yuan qi. Duzhou assured the madam that all the creatures would be destroyed. Su Ying was still worried about Sister Duzhou, so she decided not to bother her and take care of it herself. Many were tired of this battle. The monsters alone were not as strong, but their advantage was that they were immeasurable in number. Soon, Madame Su Ying ordered everyone to be examined for wounds from these creatures. If they didn't take action in time, the consequences would be monstrous. Suan's handmaiden was angry that she had gotten blood and some corpse poison on her. And Suan decided to play a joke on her, saying that she had heard that those who were affected by corpse poison would never be able to get married. When she heard these words, she took them at face value and was frightened. She really didn't want to become an old maid on her own. Finally, the critters are gone. But has the situation itself changed? Meng Rui was in no hurry to rejoice, for the situation was still as dire as ever, and the proof of this was the huge number of corpses that the student had yet to deal with. Yang Qing Xuan obeyed his friend and ordered everyone else to hold their defenses, even though those were already running low on strength, and someone thought it was a good time to pay the bills. Duzhou and our hero were mired in battle. The girl wanted to take revenge for Yang Qin's misdeed. The guy used Xuanji's martial arts, thinking the girl was some kind of sick, because she was doing everything out of place. But she had her reasons. She resented that someone dared to put Knowing in danger, and she could be punished harshly for it. The other students were also furious, because they had all risked their lives killing these monsters. And besides, the nobles themselves had unleashed all these creatures on them. Yang Qing Xuan wasn't going to serve Her Highness and her entourage, considering them as some kind of underclassmen. But this only made Duzhou more angry. The guys felt some kind of earthquake again. They even thought it was the same critters again. But a little while later, they realized that it was most likely Lanyang rising through the ground. But they were wrong again. A palace reappeared on the surface. Students were already tired of wondering what was wrong with this palace. Why did it appear out of the ground, and what did those creatures have to do with it? Meng Rui slowly began to guess everything. He was visited by the thought that Cheng Zhen was still bound here. It seems that because he destroyed the Earth Core, the dungeon started to collapse. This Earth Core was the key to this palace. Yang Qing Xuan had already started to assume that in order for this whole nightmare to stop, they should enter the palace after all. Meng Rui and Yang Qing Xuan were discussing future strategy, just the two of them, which didn't please the princess. Her Highness was hurt that they didn't discuss anything with her, the princess, and ignored her. As if reading these thoughts, Yang Qin decided to still consult with the princess about what she thought about this matter. She literally spat out exactly what Yang Qing Xuan had said earlier when discussing with Meng Rui. While they were discussing further tactics, then suddenly the doors to the castle swung open, as if inviting the expected guests inside. Su Ying literally turned pale when she saw that someone had come out from inside to join them outside. Liu Zheng spotted one of the academy students in a gaunt silhouette. Wang Da! No one could imagine how he could have gotten there. Wang Da said there was a dragon on his left and a rainbow near his stone. Yang Qing Xuan was not scared in the slightest. He was more confused and looked at the student like he was crazy. Soon, a metal chain appeared from inside behind him, grabbing him by the neck and dragging him back. In the end, one could only hear shouts that he would soon ascend to paradise. The boys could only guess what it was. Many students started to get scared because this exam was just awful. They decided to break the jade given to them because they didn't want to stay in this damn palace forever. The students crushed the jade shard and also said they wanted to go home. This was supposed to move them to a safe area, but the shard didn't work. The students couldn't figure out what the problem was. They had done everything clearly according to the instructions, but they were still here. They even speculated that the shard didn't work in the first place. Meng Rui decided to take control. He realized that the shard didn't work here because the palace blocked all magic. In fact, that was what he had explained to the others. It was also only possible to get in here, but not to get out, which, in fact, has just been verified by a newly arrived Du Zhou. As if nothing had happened, Lan Yan and his companions returned to the other students, surprised that they hadn't heard him. But it seems like Du Zhou's head was full of ways to attack him. Yang Qing Xuan seemed to have forgotten that Lan Yan had abandoned them and was more interested in why the guy his companions were all covered in blood. With some regret and as if on his last breath, Lan Yan said that this palace was haunted by a ghost. The word ghost had already caused a fine shiver and coldness all over the girls' bodies, but it didn't concern the warrior Du Zhou. After all, she knew that outside the world of Zhou there were two rivers, the Shitsuan and the Tianhe, which represented yin and yang. After death, a person must enter the land of rebirth or go to another world to live his life. In this world, ghosts simply could not exist as such. Pulling herself together, Su no longer dreaded the thought of ghosts. She realized that the guy was just intimidating them. But Lan Yan insisted that everything he had said before was true. When those creatures appeared, he and his team went underground to find another way to get out. Su Ying didn't care about these excuses. She remembered that this liar just ran away, and so she wanted to burn him in her arrow. Still, Lan Yan continued the story. With the help of the flower glaze, the boys were able to get underground. Then they discovered that the entrance was blocked. They had to go very deep underground to find that several people who had entered the palace were trapped. The palace was absorbing their bodies. Lan Yang was frightened and left the place at the same second. Only when he got to the surface did he find all those wounds on himself. This story made the girls shiver. They believed the guy and were worried. Yang Qing Xuan realized that there were only two ways. The first was to sit and wait for the help from the academy to arrive and rescue them. And the second was to enter the palace and find out for themselves. Many students decided to go with the first option, rather than just wanting to wait for help. But Meng Rui disagreed. Waiting here for help was no safer than being in that palace. In any case, there was only one outcome. When the true dragon finished its formation, they would all be finished. Such a speech clearly did not encourage the students, who were already frightened. After that, they radically decided that they would not go to the palace for any reason. Yang Qing Xuan suggested that they do what they wanted. After all, no one was forcing them to go there anyway. Of course, he also didn't forget to ask the mistress for advice. Maybe she had some opinion on the matter. Su Ying asked what Du Zhou thought about it, because she was more experienced and braver in many ways, and looked at everything objectively. The girl realized that the exam wouldn't be over soon, and if help didn't arrive in time, they would all be finished. Then the only option left was to enter this palace after all. Lastly, Su Ying wanted to know what Yang Qin thought about it. He thought that teamwork was important right now. Besides, since he had suggested it, he decided to go first, and asked Du Zhou and Cheng Zhen to cover for him. He thought it would be better to keep all of us together so that Du Zhou and Cheng Zhen could keep an eye on everyone. Meng Rui remembered that to enter the castle, then one would need a formation master. The girls immediately called back that the boys could rely on them. Lan Yan, despite his fear, decided to still join the team. Su Ying was a little even upset. She felt she wasn't strong enough to help the guys in any way. Xiao Feng, who no one expected to be here, also joined the newly formed team. Xiao Feng also sensed the danger that came from the true dragon palace here. Xiao Feng's martial spirit could sense all sorts of danger and more. He could also see many things that were hidden to ordinary eyes, so he offered his help to Du Zhou. Yang Qing Xuan decided to distribute that Xiao Feng and go with Du Zhou to the palace. He believed that his martial spirit would be able to predict, and Du Zhou's martial spirit had the speed of lightning. It could probably be perfect to save those people. Now Xiaofeng and Du Zhou were temporary partners. Right now, Yang Qing Xuan and his new team were about to enter this cursed palace. Before entering, he asked the guys to keep a distance of 3 steps. Upon entering the palace, they saw nothing remarkable at first, but they heard a strange odor. It smelled like corpses had been decomposing here for 100 years, and Xiaofeng could sense the evil emanating from the ground, so he warned Yang Qin to watch his feet. Qingzhen was also extremely cautious, but he noticed that all these cracks and holes in the ground was one part of the palace. Meng Rui corrected him. After all, the terrain of this land was unusual. It was flexible and easily succumbed to any influence. It was rather like a human body. The girls were frightened at the suggestion that perhaps under their feet it was all people. Seeing the panic, Yang Qing Xuan hurriedly reassured everyone to imagine as if there was an ordinary hill beneath them. Soon, even Xiaofeng himself started chickening out of fear and suggesting that Yang Qing Xuan should leave this place and hurry up. He felt that they were walking on their own classmates. Yang Qin was already annoyed by these doubts. If there were thousands of corpses under their feet, they must have died hundreds of years ago, so how could it be a student of their academy? Xiaofeng saw with fear on his faces that he had never been wrong in his premonitions, and besides, he could now sense a familiar aura under their feet. Well, since this was what the students were so worried about, Yang Qing Xuan suggested that we dig up the place and find out what was there. The guys were still scared, and didn't understand why Yang Qing Xuan didn't take anyone's opinion into consideration. Once again, he ignored it and pulled out a corpse from the ground. He ostentatiously showed it to everyone, so that the guys would realize that this man didn't even look like a student from the academy. The room began to stink even more. Soon the fear in the boys was replaced by squeamishness, and they asked for it to be removed as soon as possible. Suddenly, the girl still looked closely at the corpse. Her horror could be seen in her eyes. She assumed that this corpse belonged to the 9th highest class. And then she remembered that this girl had been with them a couple days ago, but still she looked like a 100-year-old corpse. The palace probably made corpses decompose faster, and yet it did not leave anyone indifferent. Everyone wanted to get out of here and quickly, and then to make any guesses. But what was their surprise when they rushed for the exit and the doors were locked? Xiaofeng ordered Yang Qingyu to put this corpse back, but the guy thought that it could be studied. Xiaofeng became increasingly anxious. He felt that this girl wanted all the students to suffer her same fate. Not even that! All the corpses here wanted the same thing. The sharp hair reached straight for Yang Qing Xuan's face, trying to hurt him. As soon as he noticed that the corpse was starting to move, he immediately cut the former human into pieces. Yang Qing Xuan warned everyone else to have the guys prepare for battle. How much Du Zhou was cold-blooded and did not panic, but even now, she could not contain her fear. These corpses, just like the previous monsters, appeared from underground, but it seems this time they were stronger than the previous ones. The creatures seemed very scary, but in fact they were like zombies and had only one function, trying to kill the living. There were a lot of them, and it was difficult to deal with them all. But still, the girls pulled themselves together and began to fight again, trying to survive somehow. They found a more or less clean place where they could hide from the corpses for a while. Then Du Zhou created a barrier and called everyone to her. Despite this, the creatures continued to climb. If they continue like this and continue to attack our heroes actively, it is unlikely that they will last long here. Yang Qing Xuan was beginning to notice that there was something in the shadows that was hidden from their eyes, so he asked Xiaofeng to determine what it was. Xiaofeng's martial spirit gathered all the energy of his body in one particular point, and by sending force waves to a certain point in space, he could see what was hidden to others. Suddenly, all that energy he had gathered in one point cracked like a glass. Blood oozed out of his mouth, but he was still alive. Xiaofeng felt as if he had seen some kind of nightmare. In that shadow, he heard some voice desperately shouting the word, "Marshal!" It was like a call. And Xiaofeng had a very bad feeling, but he couldn't understand why. It was still necessary to decide what they had to do now. The first thing Yang Qin suggested was to deal with these creatures. Otherwise, they would hardly be able to leave this castle. Indeed, all avenues of retreat were now blocked, and wading through the arava of these creatures would be quite problematic. Meng Rui supported this idea, and without these creatures, the palace was teeming with other dangers. Everything had to be done gradually. In that case, there were really no other options. Du Zhou prepared to remove the barrier on the count of 3. As soon as the barrier disappeared, they too rushed to attack. The common misfortune united everyone. The guys fought as if for the last time, shoulder to shoulder. No one was feeling sorry for themselves or hiding, because their lives were at stake. Zhou was especially ruthless right now. The lives of many were at stake. Modo was once again covered in some strange slurry, and for a moment seemed to forget about the battle, paying attention to her hair. The battle was in full swing, but suddenly a huge explosion sounded in the middle of the room, followed by a torrent of fire. Apparently that same boss finally showed himself. Xiaofeng had no doubt that it was that voice calling itself martial that manifested. Apparently it was the language of demons. So what were they screaming so desperately about? It was as if the creatures were calling out to their master Shushi if one listened to their words. Xiaofeng didn't really understand the language of the demons, but he could just hear their call. Yang Qin, based on these words, had already made his theories that Shuxi was probably the head of those damn things, and it was possible that he was incredibly strong. Meng Rui sensed the Yang aura. Outside of this palace, there was an accumulation of a huge amount of Yin aura, so this was where the Yang aura was. It appeared that this aura maintained the balance. If this power is lost, the balance of Yin and Yang will be restored, and the problem will be solved. In that case, why don't you just blow the whole place to hell? This suggestion was met with approval by everyone. The girls immediately started attacking the enemy together to have a more tangible effect. Ice shards and jets of lightning began to hit Yan's aura, attempting to destroy that aura. Yang Qing Xuan continued to keep things under control and asked the other guys to deal with these creatures here, while he and the other team would take care of the other creatures that were on the opposite side. The battle was becoming more and more fierce than it had been in the beginning. Something was once again trying to escape from the floor, and it did not go unnoticed by Yang Qing. Apparently our heroes were being shown to the very marshal who was the boss here. The moment this marshal manifested, everyone felt with their skin the terrifying aura that lurked within the ancient, desiccated body. It seemed to be just a dead man. But why was his aura so strong, and what was so distinctive about him from other dead men? Meng Rui had a hunch that this was all due to the influence of the Yan aura, which was why all these dead people were stinking a kilometer away with it. The marshal immediately attacked the first girl he saw. He, like the other dead, did not intend to be a hospitable host, but only wanted to destroy everyone. The girl used an ice prism, but that prism shattered into tiny shards like a house of cards. Following that, Zhou attacked the marshal, not even giving him a break. But he had just come out and was still full of energy, so he scattered the cultivators like garbage. Immediately after the girl, Yang Qing Xuan launched his attack and ordered everyone to attack together if no one wanted to die. And no one wanted to die, and they all wanted to enter the inner academy. So they immediately joined in and started fighting together. The dead man was truly powerful. It was very difficult to rein him in alone. Mo Do, although she loved her hair, she decided to risk it by using it like a battle rope. But the marshal was using fire and the flames were getting bigger and bigger. Mo Do needed to take her hair immediately, or else she might get hurt. It was too late to take away that hair, but fortunately, Xiaofeng arrived in time and cut off the girl's braid. She was grateful to him, for her hair would always grow back, and she could have died. But the girl will thank him after they've dealt with all those dead people. No one stood aside. Everyone was devoting at least some energy and fighting against the marshal who had immense strength, more than the cultivators combined. But were they as weak as they now seemed? They probably hadn't even utilized their full potential. The chief instrument of battle for the marshal was his bloody beads, which he handled skillfully. Chengzhen, although he was the youngest among this group, he opposed the marshal as much as any other student. As soon as one flew off, it was immediately covered by another, and dealt more blows to the dead man before he could relax. During the battle, Yang Qing Xuan watched the marshal and managed to notice that the dead man was afraid of the sword, so he and Meng Ruyi should have attacked together. Xiaofeng and Lan Yang also joined the attack, all wanting to get rid of this monster quickly to pass to the next stage. But even if they attacked the marshal, he easily threw them aside. As he flung them away, Zhou joined the fight and began to hold the marshal under the lightning. This was the most perfect chance to start attacking him again. And Meng Rui didn't miss it. He immediately thrust his sword straight into the marshal's back. By the way, this dead man's bones were too strong, so it was difficult to penetrate deeper. Once again, he shoved Meng Rui and Zhou away from him. Chengzhen dared to attack the marshal again after the guys and thought of cutting his blood beads. But would it make sense? The blood beads weren't so simple. It was the ultimate murder weapon, perhaps even stronger than the same spear. When the marshal was done with Chengzhen, he turned his attention to Meng Rui, who was still recovering from his recent attack. Yang Qin was observant, and noticed that as soon as that dead man saw Meng Rui's sword, he stopped attacking him. It was probably all because of that old monkey. The girls saw that Meng Rui was in danger, so they immediately rushed over to him in time to protect him. Yang Qing Xuan once again dared to attack with his sword and asked Meng Rui to brace himself for the attack as well, to attack together. Yang Qing Xuan's first strike, straight to the back. The marshal arched his back and let out a scream. Mo Do, like a tigress, pounced on the marshal and with her claws pierced his temples. It was only a pity that it didn't do him any damage. His bones were indeed very strong, and his mysterious weapon aided him in battle, and easily threw Mo Do away. Yang Qing Xuan could feel this incredibly strong aura. He could feel his sword trembling from this terrifying power. He realized that if things continued like this, he would simply burn up from his power, so high was the preponderance. And before that happened, Meng Rui and the other guys went to our hero's rescue to attack him together. Marshall was too strong. The guys were worried that they simply couldn't even defend themselves. They were also beginning to realize that they would die if they continued to fight at this pace. Du Zhou should have attacked now, for only she could make this thing not even move for a few seconds. But everything was futile. The marshal's strength may have reached the very level of Yuan Wu. Du Zhou was completely frustrated and already thought that they would all die. But she continued to keep striking. Yang Qing Xuan listened to her musings and thought that the girl was talking some nonsense. They had to finish him off, but not die themselves. Our hero continued to hold the sword in his back. It was not easy for him. He had to make maximum effort, because the marshal was not going to stand in one place. Yang Qin was starting to get nervous because nothing was changing. He was worried that if things continued like this, Meng Rui and the others would simply burn to the ground. He saw a great responsibility on himself, so he felt he simply had to help them. It was easy for Marshall too, for if power was on his side, he would have destroyed the boys at once. But as it was, they were still fighting for supremacy. So the dead man decided to use his advantage, which was his necklace. Yang Qingqing himself was having a hard time right now, as the beads were gathering and falling apart, directly affecting the type of attack. Meng Rui no longer attacked like before, but rather tried to at least avoid attacks on himself. The girls were still trying to help Yang Qing Xuan, both mentally and in deed. But all of this had no great result. Yang Qin was already running low. It was difficult for him to restrain the marshal, when suddenly a thought occurred to him. After all, his opponent had no consciousness, and was fighting purely on instinct, which meant one had to be sure to use some technique in this fight. No one understood yet what their captain was going to do. The boys were left to guess about it and trust. Cheng Zhen watched everything from the sidelines, as if he was preparing to help, but realized that if he got into this storm, he himself would be lost and hardly able to help. The girls had already even speculated that Yang Qing Xuan was going to sacrifice himself. They decided that now was the perfect moment for the marshal to be weaker than ever, so they needed to use this opportunity to attack. Cheng Zhen, during this time, had become attached to Yang Qing Xuan and began to worry about him, because if they attacked the marshal, the captain would suffer. Meng Rui explained to the boy that they all believed in Yang Qing Xuan, but right now, their main concern was to survive. Qing Zhen trusted the elder and agreed with him. At some point, our hero stopped feeling any pain. He was even visited by thoughts that consciousness had left his body. He even thought it was the end. Is this really how it's going to end? Yang Qing Xuan will sacrifice himself and the marshal will still be alive. The girls and Cheng Zhen couldn't even look at this sight. They were pained by the realization that Yang Qin, whom they had known for a short time, had died, and had even been related to each other when they had fought hand in hand against a common enemy. Du Zhou had a more resilient character, so she continued to watch the battle closely and was surprised when something else happened. A human hand intercepted the thin bony arm, holding it tightly, preventing it from even waving. How could it be? How could Yang Qing Xuan lose to a beast like this marshal? The battle stopped getting hotter and hotter. No one could get into it, or they would get hurt themselves, so the guys started to run far away. Now, before the marshal stood not that little boy, but an ancient warrior who had been through many battles. This was our hero's second identity. Who knew that he would have to use it in the training exam? Yang Qing Xuan didn't even need to move. The marshal himself ran away when he saw this imposing-sized monster. He was sure that he would not win this battle. Right now was the perfect moment to attack, and Du Zhou, with her girls and the other guys, decided not to let it go and launched an attack. The marshal was already distraught, and he had also suffered during the battle with Yang Qing Xuan after all. Therefore, it was not difficult for the other guys to finish him off. The marshal was defeated. But what about Yang Qing Xuan? Is he still alive? Meng Rui was the first to head towards him and found that his friend was unconscious, but most importantly alive. Cheng Zhen wondered if he was the only one who thought his captain had turned into a monkey. Du Zhou thought that it was a demo transformation. Throughout history, a great number of interracial marriages had been created, the progenitors of which were the demon race. Thus, when Yang Qing Xuan's body was on the verge of life and death, his consciousness activated the demonic blood flowing within him, causing him to be able to take on the appearance of his progenitor. But was his blood alone capable of transformation? That was the question Meng Rui was asking. And while they were thinking about it, the old friends decided to wake up again, so excited that they thought it was as if our heroes were sad to be here without them. The marshal had been killed, but his minions still had to be dealt with. The cultivators were even bored with this, after all. They were already tired after the previous massacre. Their strength was running low, and they couldn't even rest. But some voice shouted that it was all right, and then knocked out some of the dead. It was Yue Qian and Su Ying who came to the rescue. Madame had warned Duzhou that she and the others would deal with the rest of the creatures, and they could rest. It must have been a good relief for the girl and the others, for the last fight had exhausted all their strength. When the time appeared, Yue Qian was still worried about his captain and peeked out when he woke up. Somehow with difficulty, Yang Qin first opened his eyes and then sat up. Yue Qian immediately started to groom him and asked him how he was feeling. Su Ying, meanwhile, had already finished with all the creatures and was trying to clean herself from the slime they had left on her. Yang Qin recovered quite quickly and felt relatively normal. He immediately paid attention to the marshal's beads. These beads were not simple. They contained a tremendous yan power. And for Yang Qing Xuan, as someone who practiced this technique, it was an incredibly valuable item. Therefore, without any questions, he took it for himself. Suddenly, he decided to ask Xiaofeng if his martial spirit was working right now. Whether it worked or not, it had to be checked, which Su Feng did. He definitely felt something, but he couldn't explain what it was. Then Yang Qing Xuan began to question briefly. Was it something dangerous? Perhaps they were still in danger, and the trouble was just beginning. Yang Qing Xuan was beginning to hope that everyone had already had time to rest for a bit, so he suggested that they go ahead and check what was so strange ahead. As they began to light their way, they noticed an imposing coffin in a small, narrow room. It was painted just like the columns in the building itself. Su Feng immediately began to study it, and it was as if these drawings began to tell him something. He ran his hand over this coffin, but not for long. Something pushed him away. The guys stood back and started to worry. What was the big deal? Su Feng, being a brave guy, was not ashamed to admit that he was scared. The aura that the sarcophagus concealed seemed to be monstrously strong. As soon as he touched it, he felt transported back to ancient times. But that was just the beginning. Someone in the sarcophagus began to speak, asking for help and telling of how he was dying in hellish agony. Su Ying began to recognize that voice. She assumed that it was definitely Wang Da. The girl wasn't scared. She was more feeling annoyed. Somehow she felt as if this boy was trying to play a trick on them. So she ordered him to get out of there, and what was he doing there in the first place? Yang Qing Xuan asked Su Ying to stop yelling, for she seemed to have forgotten that her buddy was a bit fucked up. What was there to talk about with him? So our hero suggested we just open that coffin and see what happens afterward. On the count of 3, everyone started pushing the huge stone lid of the sarcophagus. Even with such company, it was difficult to do so. But they made it, and subsequently saw a secret passage. Surprisingly, because there were no expected skeletons and worm-eaten corpses. But there could be something worse in the passage, and no one was happy about the prospect of going down there. Who would have thought that someone would think of hiding a secret passage down into the sarcophagus? Then the question remained. Where was that aura coming from? Could there be a corpse with Yan's aura hiding there? Su Ying was not at all strong in such matters. She looked for answers from others, wondering how someone suggested doing things. Yang Qing Xuan asked no one to worry, because he would find a way. But first, he threw a pebble to see how many steps there were. Yang Qin thought that since they had killed the marshal, they were hardly in danger. And if he was right, then the secret of this palace must be hidden here. In truth, only Yang Qin was eager to go downstairs. The others didn't really want to do so. Su Ying was particularly afraid of such places. It was a wonder how this boy had the strength and mood to still tease Su Ying. He warned the girl not to go if she was scared. It wasn't worth going overboard. To Su Ying, these words were like a challenge. She was a princess, so she was not afraid of anything. But still, Yang Qin had warned her not to whine when she was downstairs. Yang Qin once again walked forward, and those who were walking behind, he asked them to stick together and take their time. Many had already made it down, but our dear princess was still hesitant to do so. She should have conquered her fears. Yu Qian suddenly appeared from behind her. He just inquired that perhaps Her Highness was afraid of the dark, but even his sudden appearance scared her, and Liu Chen was the one who scared Yue Qian. He hurried his comrade up because he was completely out of hand. Yang Qing Xuan was the first to find Wang Da's corpse and immediately called Meng Rui over to help him examine it. But how? Before descending themselves, the guys heard some sounds. Could it really be Wang Da? Most likely the force field was the cause of his demise. Meng Rui assumed that it was a Yan aura. There was a huge amount of it here, which was to their advantage. But Wang Da wasn't known for his strong mental health, which was why he died. After all, excessive exposure to Yang aura could be dangerous. In the meantime, Yang Qing Xuan decided to check the place out, for besides Wang Da, there were plenty of other strange things here. Su Ying and the others decided to follow him. Lastly, Meng Rui warned them to be careful, for Yan's aura was very strong. Besides, there was a possibility that this palace existed because of this river. Yang Qing Xuan decided to ask Xiaofeng to check if this water was dangerous for them. Xiaofeng immediately tapped into his abilities, and when he analyzed everything thoroughly, he deduced that the river was safe for them. The water was very clear and contained a huge amount of Yan aura. Some students actually speculated that it was something like water essence. And while everyone focused on the river, Du Zhou walked around a bit of the area and saw strange drawings on a rock. There were as many as 11 drawings. Who drew them for what purpose was unknown. But Meng Rui hoped that there would be information about this water. For some reason, looking at these drawings, Su Ying became very sad, and she couldn't even understand why. To Yang Qin's surprise to himself, he didn't find any drawings of monkeys like the ones he had seen before, which was himself. He had an idea after all. Perhaps Xiaofeng could find out what all these drawings meant. Did the world really have the rivers Tianhe and Wanhuan? Everything in this world was born from yin and yang. According to legend, the Tianhe and Wanhuan are the two rivers on which the world of Zhoutian existed. The old masters even said that the Tianhe and Wanhuang really existed in reality, but they were very far away from here. But the symbols on the stones told Xiaofeng that it was the Tianhe River. It seemed impossible. After all, the Tianhe River with its strength could not be located in such a place. And even if it was the Tianhe River, why were they still alive? But the fact that nothing could exist near Tianhe, was that true or just a guess? If the guys were unsure, Yang Qin felt that it was best not to jump to conclusions. After all, this world was unfathomable, and they couldn't be completely sure of their conclusions. Yang Qin built himself up as an adult, which was obvious to others, but no one knew that he was. The drawings said that above the Tianhe River, 800 million miles away from the Tianhe deity, was the palace of the water deity who was responsible for Yan's water. The Tianhe deity was the source of the Yan aura. Thousands of the strongest warriors joined his ranks, and they nicknamed him Marshal. And in the heart of the Tianhe was an iron rod called Tianhe Zhengdi Shenzhen. It was left there from time immemorial, used to measure the height of the river. But later this rod was stolen by a monkey. The Tianhe deity was furious when he learned that the rod had been stolen by some monkey. Subsequently, he gathered his entire army to take the rod back. And as if on cue, the two deities merged in a fierce battle. The entire Wangyao mountain shuddered from their duel. Yes, so much so that even a few demonic monkeys were thrown back to another continent. Even after they entered the unknown continent, both sides weren't going to stop fighting. When both sides were completely annihilated, the deity and demon stopped their battle and decided to forget about the feud for the time being, and try to find their way home. But because of the huge losses, only a few of the warriors decided to follow their general. And so, navigating the waters of the Tianhe, they decided to build 2 yin and yang caves to wait for the day when they could return back to the Tianhe. This was at least what Xiaofeng had been told by his martial arts. That was the history of this palace. Now Su Ying understood why there was a terrible sadness coming from these drawings. But someone wondered if Her Highness really believed it, because it wasn't true, and not everyone believed the story. But this idiot should have kept his mouth shut after all. He wasn't Su Ying's equal to speak his stupid thoughts so freely. Living in a universe, it was difficult to know the end or the beginning of the universe. In this vast universe, there was something wrong with the Wangyao mountain or other things, given that Shuangye was just a small island. Mengri noticed that the mountains that were depicted in these drawings were very similar to the Xuanlong mountain range, and in addition, Mount Wanyao was on a different continent. Suddenly Lan Yan joined in the dialogue. He wondered, why didn't the ancestors go back? In order to travel between continents, one had to have tremendous power to overcome the void. For this purpose, Special seals were later created on each of the continents to travel between them with ease. But it was this war between a deity and a demon that started their creation. Yang Qing Xuan suddenly remembered how he had gotten to the other continent, and realized that probably the Xinyun portal was probably created as well. But now we had the following situation. According to the drawings, the guys were right by the Tianhe River. Plus, they learned that the dead and the Yin and Yang caves had a connection to each other. Therefore, there was not a second to lose, and it was better to bathe in that water. Yang Qing Xuan, what a shameless man, getting naked right in front of the ladies. What were they going to do now? They didn't want to let him become stronger on his own. The other guys also stripped naked and jumped into the water without shying away from anyone. The water from the Tianhe River was good for cultivation, so they didn't hesitate to call the girls here as well. Su Ying saw the guys as some kind of idiots and asked Dujo to deal with them. She divided the river with lightning and warned the boys that if they crossed the line, they would say goodbye to their lives. The girls, too, were happy to undress and swim in the warm river. It was a real pleasure for them after long and painful battles. The river was really warm and even gave off steam. This steam protected the girls from the stares of the boys who were trying to watch them, but they couldn't see anything, and all the girls had to do was stand with their backs to them and try even harder to hide in the steam. Wenwen, like a playful kitty, approached Su Ying, wanting to feel her breasts. The other girls began to do the same, though you could see how embarrassed they were. And that steam was blocking out the whole sight to the guys who couldn't see anything. But for some reason, their noses were already bleeding. These dumbasses needed to calm down, because if they continued to suffer nonsense in the Tianhe River, they would be burned to death. Some cultivators were still standing at the entrance of the palace, waiting for those who had entered. The students even crept in thinking that they were already dead. But suddenly they saw a huge dark dragon above the building that was about to devour them. The dragon destroyed absolutely everything in its path. It did not spare any people and destroyed them too. The students were in a panic because they didn't even know what they were dealing with. But one thing was clear, they had to get out of here as soon as possible. Zhou Jun is back. He had returned here to Yang Qing Xuan straight from the Ghost Gate to send him to the underworld. He devoured all the students, and the ones that remained alive were interrogated. He wanted to find out where Yang Qing Xuan was as soon as possible. The guy in panic couldn't say anything, only asking him to let him go. Zuo Jun didn't get any answers, so he sent the unfortunate people to their deaths. Among this crowd, he saw his crew members who didn't even know what to say to their captain. Zhu Jun was suffering in hellish agony under this mountain. How could they leave their captain to die? The guys decided to cheat and said that they went here as if to avenge their captain, because they thought he was dead. But what luck that he was alive. Since that's the case, why don't they go to heaven? Zuo Jun was not stupid enough to believe this babble, and Lu Wan was the first to be punished by the captain. He apologized and begged to be released, swore that he was loyal only to his boss. But wasn't it too late for that? In any case, to prove his loyalty, Lu Wan could just give his strength to Zuo Jun. Lu Wan was no longer salvageable, and Zuo Jun enjoyed shouting. He was pleased to hear the voices of his hometown team again. The others realized that the same fate as Lu Wan awaited them. They begged for mercy and promised to find Yang Qing Xuan. But the boss was adamant. He saw the new students and asked the same question again. Where was Yang Qing Xuan? One of them still ventured to answer that the young man was in the palace. Zuo Jun, like a father, stroked the boy's head and decided that he would let him live since he had answered his question. The guy had already really thought as if that was really the case. But Zuo Jun's threatening smile spoke of something else, and his tentacles did the same thing as a smirk. Zuo had a high opinion of himself. He thought everyone around him was just lowlifes. Why did they really think he would let them let even one leave here alive? Zuo Jun was annoyed with everyone. He hated every single person in this world. He hated the world and wished to burn it to the ground. After all, this world had brought him so much evil. Zhu Jun spread his poison on everyone and promised that no one would come out of here alive. Meanwhile, Yue Qian came out of the Tianhe River and was already rejoicing in his achievements, for he had managed to reach the middle of the Lingwu stage. Liu Jin had already congratulated his friend, but Yue Qian noticed that he could be congratulated as well. The guys both managed to reach the middle Lingwu stage. The guys were excited, even forgetting to put on their clothes. This was very embarrassing to Cheng Zheng and Meng Rue, and they agreed among themselves not to tell anyone that they had seen the two of them when they got out. Yang Qing Xuan and Du Zhou were still in Tianhe. Meng Rui thought that they were just beasts that they could swim there for so long. But Du Zhou recognized that the only monster here was only Yang Qin. He had been sitting in this water for so long and hadn't even moved an eyebrow. It was as if he was enjoying it at all. The captain had already been in the water for a long time. Cheng was already even thinking of diving after him to check if he was all right. But Meng Rui asked him not to, because Yang Qin was in good shape, and if they disturbed him now, they would be in big trouble. Wuhong Xiaofeng suddenly felt that a huge number of students had already entered the palace. He assumed that something was happening outside. Meng Rui speculated that they might have been those things, but Xiaofeng was convinced of something else. Unequivocally, they were not corpses. Plus, they destroyed their leader. These things just couldn't stay alive. It was something else. Du Zhou offered to go there right now and find out what it was. And the castle was a real hellhole. Of course, it wasn't Zuo Jun's helplessness. The guys knew and saw that Zuo Jun had died at the hands of Yang Qing Xuan, but they had no idea how he had survived. The students were literally begging Du Zhou and the other guys who came to help them, because they couldn't handle Zuo Jun. He destroyed everyone without fail, at a distance or up close. He enjoyed it, and he wasn't going to stop. Mostly he attacked with poison. This poison had a lightning-fast lethal effect. The man was reduced to ashes as if he had never existed. The only Meng Rui understood what was happening here. And he had a hunch that Zuo had combined the true dragon aura and the yin aura. And because of that, his strength had increased incredibly. The yin aura was incredibly strong. It could be assumed that he had a level at least as high as Zhen Wu. Maybe even higher. But even if all the guys had Zhen Wu level, they felt that they had no need to be afraid. There were many of them, and Zuo Jun was alone. The only problem was that the poison in Zuo Jun's body was becoming stronger and stronger under the influence of the yin aura. It had reached a level of strength that it could easily destroy a human body. Zhu Jun noticed Meng Rui and his team in the crowd, and thus assumed that somewhere nearby was also Yang Qing Xuan. Therefore, he suggested that Yang Qing Xuan should come out and accept his miserable fate. Cheng Zhen was very angry when Zuo started to address his captain like this. After all, Zuo wasn't even human. Zhu Jun did not tolerate such remarks towards him. His paws quickly reached Cheng Zhen, but he managed to defend himself with his spear in time. Only this strike was too powerful to stand still, so Cheng Zhen flew to the side. It was obvious that Zuo Jun had become several times stronger and faster since the last battle. For some reason, Zuo Jun was certain that if he finished off Cheng Zhen, then his main enemy would definitely show up here. Du Zhou came to the boy's defense. She thought the guy was crazy. But no, he was completely serious, and he wasn't going to pity anyone here. The Wuhong Du Zhou on Zuo Jun's body didn't leave a single trace, and she didn't understand why. Zuo Jun recognized Du Zhou as a disciple from Yuangan Academy, but he felt that she was no better than the scum of Tianshuan Academy. Zhu was too fast, and this blow the girl only managed to avoid thanks to the Tianhe water. This monster could kill about 5 people at a time, and with just one blow. Meng Rui supposed that even if Zuo Jun suppressed the entire yin aura, they would still be able to defeat him. After all, they had bathed in Tianhe water. The guys, as in the good old days, decided to attack the common enemy together again. Only the enemy thought it was useless. He seemed really omnipotent, acted like a madman, did not spare anyone, did not compromise. And why should he, if he could run everything here without it? The poison was directed at them, but Du Zhou already had a plan prepared for that, and for that, she needed Meng Rui. Everyone who could ran up to the Yin Hui sword, and Meng Rui had to act. What the guys were doing only amused Zuo Jun. He was curious to figure out what kind of toy they had gotten. But once again he considered everything useless. So he offered them to fall at his feet and beg for mercy if they didn't want to die. If he wanted this princess to fall at his feet and kneel before him, it was never. Only then she had to die. Zuo didn't tolerate the disobedient. Zhu Jun's strength couldn't even come close to matching the strength of the marshal they had fought recently. The barrier could no longer withstand it. In that case, Yue Qian could offer to fight the enemy. They felt that they should hold out here until Yang Qin left the waters. Besides, with the technique of the captain, Zhen Wu, Cheng was sure they would be able to defeat this bastard. Meng Rui and Du Zhou agreed with the others' words. They really had to hold out until Yang Qing Xuan arrived. As soon as the barrier opened up, the guys attacked together again at Zuo Jun, trying their best. He only laughed and used the poison that was so destructive to everyone. Meanwhile, Yang Qing Xuan was still in the Tianhe waters. He absorbed Yan's aura from the water like a sponge. This water was his greatest treasure for the Ji-Yang cultivation technique. In just a few days, he was able to pump his palm Lu Yang to the highest level. Could it be that the ghost that Yang Qin had seen had used the technique of the enemy of creation? Could it be that it was the water in the Tianhe that triggered the enemy of the universe technique? Yang Qin sensed a terrifying Yan aura. It could be assumed that the ghost was using all this Yan power to purify itself of something. The aura of the river was hardly felt at all. In an instant, Yang Qin began to feel the spindle of stars, sun, and moon. It was very powerful and warm. But all these sensations were interrupted in an instant when cobblestones began to fall on him. Only now did he realize that there was no one near him. He was alone in the river. He put on his clothes in a flash and ran towards the castle. Yang Qin was accompanied by a bad feeling, and the castle was in total chaos. The boys were alive. How much blood they'd left behind. They were on their last breaths, begging for help, their faith gone, that they could defeat this devil. But for some reason, Zuo Jun didn't rush to finish them all off even though he could have. He was primarily interested in the princess, to whom he reached out his grubby hands. Zuo Jun had failed to gain Qiyue's favor, so he wanted to get at least Su Ying, promising her in advance that he would be gentle. Du Zhou had always protected the princess, and this time she couldn't ignore what was happening to her even though she had no strength at all. She tried to confront Zuo Jun again, but was slapped with a promise that once Zuo dealt with Su Ying, it would be her turn. The princess was powerless. She could not help herself or her friend. She only shed tears hopelessly. And Zuo Jun had already climbed higher, not stopping to convince the girl that everything was already lost and she was at his mercy. The closer Zuo Jun was, the more persistently Su Ying began to twitch and scream. Everyone could hear her screams, but Cheng Zhenyu was fed up with them. He got to his feet and threatened Zuo Jun not to touch the princess, or else he wouldn't live. Zuo Jun was really distracted from the process, but it was funny for him to look at how a louse like Cheng Zhen could do something to him. Cheng Zhen was brave and took the example of Yang Qing Xuan. He decided for himself that he would never die until he finished off a creature like Zuo. This monster didn't want to listen to Cheng Zheng's pompous speeches anymore, and decided to just kill him. It was impossible for him to win anyway, but someone's voice from the fire shouted the opposite to Zuo Jun. This voice was so familiar to Zuo Jun, and by far the most anticipated voice he had come back here for. Yang Qing Xuan had finished with his business at the Tianhe River, and finally made his way to the castle to help his friends. Zuo Jun couldn't even hide his smiles. He was so happy that Yang Qing Xuan had finally revealed himself to the world. Zuo Jun, of course, greeted his dear guest as it was supposed to, with the best attack. Once again, the two met in battle. All 2 times, Yang Qing had taken the victory, albeit with difficulty. Their strengths were almost equal, but who would take the upper hand this time? Zuo Jun was confident that victory was his, and Yang Qin was quick to upset that the same fate awaited him as his friends. But it seems Zuo Jun was still not as omnipotent as he said he was. Yang Qin easily blocked the enemy's attack, taking him by surprise. Our hero, according to the enemy, was only at the beginning Lingwu level, so how did he block the attack? This cocky turkey seemed to have forgotten that it was Yang Qing Xuan who was killed 10 days ago, so I had to remind him. Zuo Jun was already expecting to get even with his nemesis with a single blow, thinking that he was all-powerful here. Everyone was excited about Yang Qing Xuan's appearance. They believed in him and their captain kicking that bastard's ass. For Zuo Jun, killing Yang Qing Xuan was the real goal. He believed that once he killed him, no one else would dare to look down on him, and the academy and the Shounen kingdom would belong to him. He wanted Yang Qin to pay for everything. After all, he was the one he thought was responsible for all his problems. Yang Qing Xuan in turn considered himself stronger than Zuo, so he warned the one not to even think of leaving this place alive. There was a fierce fight between them. No one spared anyone. Their strengths were like a pendulum. Sometimes Yang Qin would take the upper hand, and sometimes Zuo Jun. This time, our hero felt especially strong. He easily defeated the enemy. Yi was even surprised that this was all that Zuo Jun had managed to awaken within himself. Meng Rui didn't even doubt that the captain would be able to defeat Zuo Jun. After all, the enemy's strength was insignificant compared to Qin Xuan's energy. Furthermore, Yang Qing Xuan's aura could resist the poisons that came from the Yin aura. So with Captain Zuo's current strength, there's no way he can beat him. But Zuo's boys are no match for him. Even Zuo Jun himself realized that his opponent was too strong, and if nothing changed, he was finished. Although Yang Qingyu continued to talk some nonsense, he would defeat him and send him to the underworld. But isn't he himself sick of this nonsensical nonsense? Still, Yang Qin had a clear advantage, but he objectively assessed his opponent who possessed a strong aura. If he didn't block the attack now, he was finished. Was it really too late? Zuo Jun was already certain that this attack was successful, but Yang Qing Xuan couldn't lose, because if he lost, it would be the end of everyone. Many people had already lost their former hope, and thought, Yang Qing Xuan wouldn't survive, and they were finished. Gaining confidence, Zuo continued to attack his nemesis, thinking that Yang Qin was immensely happy to die by his hand. Mengri had already imagined in his head the worst scenes that could only happen to Yang Qing, for he couldn't sense a single bit of his friend's true energy. Liu Zheng was still unable to recover and get up, but he had been watching the fight the entire time. He thought that the poison gas had penetrated into Yang Qin's body, and he had lost his strength. Tears literally came to my eyes, at the loss, at the pain, at the possibility that they had lost this time. Zuo Jun had never been so close to his victory before. Yang Qin couldn't even move. Is he really going to die like this? Qin Xuan was unable to fight. Many had already mentally said goodbye to their lives as well. But Cheng Zhen was the only one who blindly believed and harbored hope in his heart that his captain could not lose. Yang Qing Xuan was practically on the verge of death. Zuo Jun's poison dragon was about to devour him. But it was as if Yang Qing Xuan was still inside himself at this time, gathering his strength. Before his final dash, he asked the sword to give him strength. The soul sword was only too happy to show off its full strength, which for many years, Yang Qing Xuan had nurtured within it like a little sprout. Zuo Jun had never even suspected that something could go wrong when he started attacking. So now he was discouraged when Yang Qin once again leveled the scales of the battle. During this time, Zuo Jun thought he was a man of royal blood. Oh, how difficult it was for him as a noble. But later on, the whole world was going to be his. Yang Qing Xuan was already tired of this babble that he heard every battle. This fool couldn't even fight silently. Maybe that was why he could never win. Death was the perfect punishment for a bastard like Zuo Jun. Everyone was saved. This fight would be remembered by many for a long time, and Yang Qing Xuan would hardly be considered an enemy of the academy anymore. Our hero immediately came to the aid of his team. Yue Qian had gotten a good beating after this fight, as well as the others. But despite that, he thought he would be fine. So he suggested that Yang Qin should help the others first. Meng Rui was relatively fine, but he was worried about Yue Qian, who had lost his arm, for his friend's life could no longer be the same. He wasn't too upset though, because he had a younger brother who could always help him. Mo Lan called out to Yang Qing Xuan as she was worried about the princess, and saw that she wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Yang Qin saw that she was in a grave condition. If even one more drop of this poison entered her body, the girl would already be dead. Su Ying was very grateful for Yang Qingyu's concern, but he warned her to stay out of the way next time. Now our hero was going to cure those affected by the poison, for that was far more important. The poison could take effect at any second, so it had to be neutralized as soon as possible. Yang Qin also warned the guys to talk less, because that way they could heal faster. He saw that there were many, if not all, of the injured. Yang Qin was worried that he would completely exhaust his qi by the end. I had to be distracted for a moment, because the ceiling was starting to crumble. Rocks were falling to the floor and could have hit someone. Meng Rui immediately woke up and began to realize that something was happening from above. Everyone in this place had barely survived, and now they were at risk of being buried alive in a place like this. The guys gathered themselves in a flash and started running out of the room in a panic, so they wouldn't die in the end. Some figures began to pop out of the portal. They were addressing Zuo Jun, and promised to punish him severely. After all, he had broken the rules. What a timely arrival of the precious elders, Wu Hao and Yin Kun. All the students felt safe now, but when the elders looked at the students, they felt some guilt. After all, because of them, Zuo Jun had managed to ruin many students in a short time. However, they decided to discuss this later, for first they needed to rescue the remaining students. To the eye, it was obvious that the guys had suffered greatly and were now badly injured, so the elders made the decision to send everyone to the academy. But before that could happen, Yang Qing Xuan decided to inquire, what was it about the exam? Wu Hao said that everyone had passed the exam. Those who were able to behold the Xuanjie martial arts were selected based on the results of Shutuan Gudao. Once the students get in there, they will start surviving. They will have to show all their courage, bravery, and critical thinking ability. Oh, they must be possessed by every martial artist. Despite their injuries and the fact that many of them had lost close friends, the students were still happy that they had finally entered the inner academy. They couldn't even believe that they would be able to enter this ancient palace. While the students rejoiced, the emperor watched them from on high. Unexpectedly, the spindle of sun, stars, and moon was in Yang Qing Xuan's possession. The Demon King's tomb was still undiscovered, but something more interesting had surfaced. Not worrying about anyone hearing him, the emperor laughed into the rain. For Quan Chengtin, the ruler of the enemy of the universe, was truly dead. The emperor decided that the Jade City universe enemy would stay with Yang Qing Xuan. This was a waste for the emperor. But if he tried to take it away by force, then Yang Qin's fighting spirit would be destroyed. And if the emperor took such a risk, it would come back to haunt him in the future. After he finds the Demon King's tomb, he will place the forbidden law in Yang Qing Xuan. Let him continue to avoid the awakening of earth and heaven. That way the people from the Star Palace won't know about anything. His musings were interrupted by a dark cloaked figure. He beckoned to him. Zhang Ying was one of the elders. He seemed to have heard what Emperor Guo was thinking about and admitted that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. During their time apart from the emperor, the elder had managed to increase the power of his cultivation many times over. It was likely that he would even be able to surpass the Qing Bully of the 7 Tianyuns. 4 years ago, the emperor's cultivation was truly terrifying, but now it had reached the Zhen Wu level, which was unfathomable to the human mind. As one would expect, he was the most terrifying person in all 5 northern kingdoms. Danglai Guo was just developing his breathing technique, so Elder Jianying didn't need to worry. However, the emperor was flattered that the elder had such a high opinion of him. Jian Yin felt that if it wasn't for Xiaofan Tiangong, he could have become a master even 4 years ago. But there were 9 levels of Xiaofan Tiangong, and with Jian Yin's talent, he would be able to advance quickly. Danglai Guo was confident that he would definitely be able to enter Beijing and become the first person in all 5 northern kingdoms afterward. Jian Yin gave himself the liberty to be a little cocky and clarified that perhaps the emperor was mistaken and he meant outside the 5 realms. The downpour intensified, and with it the mood of Dongui Guo darkened. The elder talked too much, and this was something that Dongui Guo Shi didn't like. Jian Yin immediately apologized. He really understood that he had abused the emperor's kindness, and he shouldn't have asked about it. The elder felt a suffocating aura coming from the Lord. After all, he hadn't changed in these 4 years. But how much had he managed to advance in cultivation? As soon as the elder managed to admit his guilt, Danglai Guo immediately smiled as if nothing had happened and suggested to forget this conflict. It was enough for Danglai Guo that Zhang Ying remembered him. Besides, he would be the one to help him find the Devil Tomb. After all, the elder had always been attracted to demonic races, and with the help of the Dungle Emperor, he would surely be able to do so. Danglai Guo had already stopped relying on anything. After all, a lot depended on luck. After all, this was Wanyao Mountain. Except that Zhang Ying didn't fully understand what the master meant. It was a long story anyway. Danglai had noticed some disciple in the academy, and he would like to recommend him to Elder Jian Yin. The emperor didn't often recommend anyone, so the elder was curious as to what kind of disciple it was that had managed to attract the attention of the Lord himself. Danglai Guoshi called out Yang Qing Xuan's name, and Jin Ying noticed for himself that his master was clearly hiding something, for he was very mysterious, not like before. Now that Yang Qing Xuan had won his blessing, he could throw something bad away. Therefore, Jianyin tried to be very vigilant. Everyone at the academy was actively discussing the future events. Some of them were preparing to become elders, and even dressed up for it, hoping to be chosen. Many suspected that the most qualified participant according to the elders was Yang Qing Xuan. It was then that Meng Rui remembered him, searching for him with his eyes. The protagonist was still gone, and Yue Qian had warned him about it for days. Everyone was already starting to worry that their commander might be late. And after all, if someone misses a private student screening, it will affect them greatly, and they will regret it for the rest of their life. The elders were arriving little by little. The news came that Mr. Dian had arrived. For some reason, Su Ying was also worried about Yang Qing Xuan that he was still missing. The recent events had seriously brought them together. Wu Hao was unhappy that Yang Qing Xuan was late for such an event, but before, he still asked for Dean's opinion. Mr. Dian remembered how much Yang Qing Xuan had done for this academy, so he decided that they could wait a little longer. And for good reason, Yang Qing Xuan returned to the academy on time. Everyone welcomed him with smiles on their faces, and were happy that he was here. Our hero had been practicing late, so he was late. Someone in the crowd strongly resented, thinking that this attention should belong to him, and Yang Qing Xuan was just some scum. The appearance of our hero caused a lot of emotions and conversations among the students, so Mr. Dian had to quiet the students down. The elders had to choose a student for themselves. Since Yang Qing Xuan stood out among all the students, he was the first to be chosen. Before the selection began, Shifei Yu arrived here. He was the headmaster of the academy, and everyone knew him as a famous dragon slayer. Shifei Yu thought Yang Qing Xuan was a gifted child, and therefore wanted to take him as his disciple. The other elders met this statement with displeasure. But Shifei Yu didn't have many disciples, so the others had to accept it or fight for him. Apparently, the elders had even fought over disciples before. Shi Feiyu didn't hesitate to recall the past time. Wu Hao didn't mind fighting, but only according to the rules of the academy. Shi Feiyu was already excited to see what Wu Hao had learned recently. Yu Cai noted with admiration that already the elders themselves were already vying for Yang Qing Xuan's attention. He should have chosen someone quicker so there wouldn't be a real fight here. Only Yang Qing Xuan didn't want to be anyone's disciple at all, so he himself didn't know how to do the best thing. The elders had already started fighting, and kept arguing whose techniques were better for a disciple like Yang Qin. The 15th elder was also here, and was it really all for Yang Qing Xuan's sake? Everyone wanted such a strong disciple. Wu Hao was even more displeased after all. Xiao Yu was sitting in a library somewhere out there, reading his favorite book. So why did he need disciples now? Each of the elders had a few disciples, but even they wanted to get their hands on Yang Qing Xuan. Finally, one of the elders suggested that he should still ask Yang Qing Xuan himself who he wanted to be with. Zhang Ying apparently obeyed his master and decided to compete for Yang Qing Xuan as well. And by the way, this elder was considered the most mysterious of them all. It was rumored that he was weaker than only Daehan in this academy. Many people were unhappy about his appearance, because this old man had disappeared for 4 years, and now he wanted to show up here. He didn't mince words, explaining to everyone that he just wanted to get Yang Qing Xuan. All the elders focused their attention only on him, as if they didn't see any other students. He was in great demand, but he himself thought, when will it end? Still, one of the students decided to speak up. He didn't understand why an elder would want a student whose cultivation was only in the middle of the Lingwu stage. And after all, he was just lucky enough to kill Zuo Jun, and there were more talented students here. Many people also started protesting and telling them that it was as if they had heard that Zuo Jun was just weak back then, and some were saved thanks to Lan Yan. This guy couldn't let the elders choose Yang Qing Xuan, because he realized that it would be very difficult for him to take revenge from him later. Zhao Sihan, this guy started to remember our hero was surprised that he survived. Jin Yingyu didn't care for such student performances at all, so he pulled Zhao Sihan away. The poor student flew right back into the crowd, hitting other students. Wu Hao was displeased after all. Jian Yin was already overdoing it and daring to attack students. But he didn't care, because if others chose to fight for Yang Qing Xuan, then he would too. This was very arrogant of him. Wu Hao couldn't just let this go, and decided to punish the old man. Other elders joined the battle. They all seemed to have lost their minds, though they were called wise men. But here they were more like those people who had power, but did not need intelligence. Everyone attacked Zhang Yin together, because not only did the disciples know how strong he was, but also the elders themselves. Only even if they attacked together, it couldn't work on him. Will there be a great battle of the kingdom of Yavu? This old man had long ago retreated, and the others wanted to take Yang Qing Xuan away. Lu Jiangpeng couldn't let this happen. After all, they had an agreement. But Yang Qing Xuan suspected that some mayhem was beginning. The 7 elders could rarely be seen together, and today they had all come here, just to compete for Yang Qing Xuan. Dayan, with Lu Jiangpeng's appearance, had already managed to note that he had probably advanced. This old man was not only one of the strongest people in the Yushi realm, but he also possessed the self-confidence to reach the golden stage, raising his level accordingly. In a short time, he would be able to suck blood, cleanse bones, and also shorten blood vessels. And this was only a small part of what a golden body could do. It was strange, but Lu Jiangpeng had never told Yang Qing Xuan that after the yellow level, there was a supreme golden level. Zhang Ying was dissatisfied with Lu Jiangpeng's stubbornness. Da didn't understand where it came from at all. The elder had to explain that he had met Yang Qing Xuan back when he was a bug. Therefore, anyone who wanted to take him away from Lu Jiangpeng would have to deal with him. Many disciples remembered that this elder might have been strong, but now, he was probably weakened. Yang Qing Xuan had not reacted in any way to what had happened the entire time, but Yue Qian was already nudging him to at least say something to the elders. After gathering his thoughts, he apologized to everyone, and also explained that he didn't want to have a teacher. The entire team was surprised by this action. Perhaps Yang Qing Xuan was just talking nonsense, or perhaps he was surprised by everything that was happening. There was no way he could refuse all the experienced elders. But he continued his speech. Yang Qin believed that cultivators should not worry and believe. It wasn't necessary to have a master with him. If a cultivator firmly prioritized, he could overcome everything without him. Our hero's heart is like a dragon, always moving forward. So he didn't think that anyone should be worshipped as a master. Lu Jiangpeng knew this. However, if Yang Qin changed his mind, his doors would always be open to him. Jian Yin was convinced that Yang Qin's Tao was perfect for him. so if he was willing to dedicate himself to the academy, he knew where to find Jian Yin. In return, he would give whatever the disciple wanted. Yang Qing Xuan was dedicating his success to his comrades, for if it wasn't for them, it was unlikely that he would have been able to achieve what he had. Therefore, the elders should have considered other candidates as well. The first elder decided to choose Xiaofeng. He saw a beautiful heart in the guy, so he offered him to be his disciple. Shifeiyu saw good potential in Chengzhen, so he chose him. Jiang Ying wanted to take Duzhou as his disciple, but alas, she was a disciple of another palace, so she couldn't be anyone else's disciple. Yin Kun dared to offer Su Ying to be his disciple, and she happily agreed. Wu Hao decided to take Shihan's Zhao, to which the latter also quickly agreed. Though before that, he thought rebellion was the only way out of this situation. Dayan suggested that the others should keep their heads up. There weren't many teachers, so they should train harder, and maybe they would be chosen next time. But just like Yang Qin said, a person with a fiery heart could do anything, as long as they practiced hard. The students realized that this was indeed true. After all, none of the 4 Xiaoling kings were anyone's direct disciple. Therefore, no one was upset that they were not taken as disciples. And now that the disciples had been chosen, then Mr. Dayan suggested that the other elders open the doors of Xiaotian together. With the exception of Elder Lu and Jian Yi, Dayan hoped that the other elders would help him, who of course agreed. It was quite slow, and some elders were annoyed, so it was certainly not without altercations. A strange writing loomed in the sky. It resembled the devil's. But when Yang Qing Xuan took a closer look, it wasn't actually devilish, although it looked like one. Lu Zhangpeng explained that it was the Desolate Sky secret art, which was what was used to open up the ancient Xiaotian path. This method was full of miracles, but it was difficult to understand, and it did not belong to any modern writing. It was a secret text from the Middle Ages, but no one knew its origin until now. Meng Rui was clearly interested in such a topic. He was basically interested in all such things. But those who cared about the secrets of the Middle Ages were already extinct, so he wondered how this writing had ended up in the academy. At that time, the academy was the best academy in the Xuan continent, with an even longer history than Jianyan. But somehow this academy had been moved from the central region to the northern region. No one had still managed to understand the meaning of those written words. A strong wind blew on the students. It was unclear what was going on after all. Lu Zhangpeng tried to reassure the disciples. After all, the ancient road would be open soon. They should have prepared themselves and hurried. Apparently, Xiaotian's ancient path was just above the square, right around the academy. In the past, the elders used the Desolate Sky art to find the key, and afterward they would open the gate. Of course, there were their own rules for this technique. Only the strongest in the Yuan stage could control it. There were spatial laws. Yang Qin was surprised to see that the people in the Yanwu stage could fly. The portal did work. It was an ancient road. It was a gap that went straight from the Juqian battlefield. Although it could move relatively, it always stayed in roughly the same place. As long as it was felt, then it was possible to tear the space and enter it. Dayan ordered the students to enter there, but first of all reminded them that fighting each other was forbidden, or else punishment would follow. After getting there, the students would have to walk into a barren ancient area before the gate would close. The wild ancient aura of this path was very useful. However, it had one effect. If a student was unable to endure it, then one had to flee from there as soon as possible, otherwise the ancient path would simply ban the cultivator within. Already the gravitational field was being felt on sight, and nearby, it was palpable what a strong aura the monuments were emitting. It was so strong that it could confuse low-level people. But this did not stop Yang Qing Xuan's team in any way. Only, before going, Zhao Xihan wanted to clarify exactly where Yang Qing Xuan was going to lead them. But didn't this foolish man care that there was only one road here? Cheng Zhen simply spat at Zhao Xihan. After all, he was about nothing. Lan Yan was displeased, because although he had kept Zhao alive, he was no longer going to and did not want to anger Yang Qing Xuan. If Zhao Xihan continued to do this, the Lan family would abandon him. Zhao Xihan felt anger, and anger. After all, he had plowed all these years. If Yang Qing Xuan hadn't appeared in this academy, he thought he would have been at the top. It was difficult for him to contain his hatred towards Yang Qing Xuan, so he didn't hold it back and spewed it out as much as he could. What was it from the outside? The elders even had time to speculate that it was a martial spirit evolution. But after entering the ancient desert path, was it possible to cultivate at this speed? Wu Hao proudly stated that Zhao Xihan possessed certain rare aspects with which he could cultivate easier, and he believed that Xiaotian's path would raise his level. This boy's level was already high. It was conceivable that if he continued to develop, he could reach the level of a king or emperor. And if Zhao did, the academy would have to make efforts to train him. The ancient way of Xiaotian was beneficial for physical development as well as for people developing their qi. Wu Hao even had time to assume that the others were envious of him because Yang Qing Xuan's talents and abilities still lagged behind Zhao Shihan. The elder immediately started shouting as if 10 souls had been lost. Well, what nonsense. Even Lu Jiangpeng couldn't see this. They were 300 steps away. Meanwhile, the travelers stumbled into a deserted arena. After walking only 300 steps, Cheng Zhen didn't hide the fact that he could already feel the gravitational heaviness, and his body felt as if it was collapsing. Some couldn't withstand the gravity and simply flew off. We had to be careful here, because the gravity field was unstable and could carry the cultivators straight into space. The sands were like waves in the sea. They could swallow up travelers so that there would be no trace of them. They had to find a calmer place to cultivate. Still, some people dared to stay in that arena. After all, Yu Yue and Qi Yue had been here before them before, and for 3 days at that. The student also heard that Qi Yue left because she couldn't stay here anymore, and Yu Yue left because she had reached her limit. They both didn't want to die here. The girls were already hot in this place and they didn't really like it. Even if it was hard on their bodies, once they started cultivating, they would feel better. But if someone couldn't stand it, it was better to leave this place if one wanted to live. Yet this wasn't just a test of cultivation, it was also a test of fortitude of spirit. Yang Qing Xuan felt quite calm, but suddenly his eyes darkened and he didn't realize that it had happened. When he looked around, he saw that no one was around. He supposed it was probably his imagination after all. But even so, what he saw in his imagination still scared him. Some strange monsters he'd never even met in his life. There were more and more monsters, and they were all getting bigger. What was that sudden surge in consciousness? He decided not to give in to fear and start a battle with these monsters. But no matter how hard he tried, he realized he couldn't stand up to them. The monsters were attacking him, pinning him down on all sides. He tried to resist it as best he could. But for how long could he? A spiritual sword appeared in his hand. He gathered his strength and began to scatter the monster once again. Yang Qin brought them furious pain, had no pity for anyone, and tried to deal with all of this as soon as possible. And when he sorted them out, he realized that he had been sitting in the same place the whole time. What was this illusion? Yang Qin couldn't think about it for long. He turned his attention to his friends. The girls here were not feeling well at all, but Xiaofeng felt just great. After all, he had just revealed an ancient soul. Xiaofeng was already the second person in the count who had discovered the ancient soul. Du Zhou, on the other hand, was still unable to make any progress and was upset about it. Yang Qing Xuan took a close look, and apparently what was above Xiaofeng's head was what was called an ancient soul. Du Zhou noticed that Yang Qin was also already out of consciousness, yet he hadn't even touched the ancient soul. In this wilderness, the entire time a cultivator was calm, he would enter the sea of consciousness. An ancient soul was the dead soul of a person from the past times. These souls could stay here after the death of living beings. Some warrior souls wandered between heaven and earth. After the death of their masters, they came here through the cosmic gap, while searching for their masters. Wenwen was the first to obtain an ancient soul and had already started to internalize it. She had a beautiful soul capsule. The ancient soul merged with the host, or it could exist in the form of energy. Of course, there were cases where the Wuhun was replaced by the ancient soul. Both were good. Yang Qing Xuan was beginning to realize that some of those monsters in the sea of consciousness was the ancient soul. According to the records, Yungang Palace, the ancient soul would enter the body by any means, forcibly or not, just like Xiaofeng's. When the host awoke, the ancient soul would leave the body. Our hero got nervous and asked what would happen if you killed an ancient soul in the sea of consciousness, fishing out a difficult-to-recognize ancient soul from 1,000 others. Du Zhou thought that the guy was some immature vegetable on the bed after all. An ancient soul could survive many trials on the battlefield, so it couldn't be killed completely. One day, Master Dayan was lucky enough to fuse 2 ancient souls, and Wuhan was able to successfully cultivate to the rank of monarch, becoming the first in the 5 northern countries. There was quite a lot of useful information for Yang Qing Xuan, but for now, it was of no use, and he decided to concentrate on training. The princess couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to leave this place. Yue Qian realized that both he and she were in a bad state, so he suggested that the girl hold hands. If the power of the martial soul that protected the cultivator's heart was destroyed, they would also be finished. After all, not everyone had the strength to stay awake for an unknown amount of time like Yang Qing Xuan. If the guys wanted to leave, they just had to leave. What else was there to pretend? Suddenly the boys noticed the sky in front of them was starting to change. This meant one thing. Zhao Xihan had indeed obtained an ancient soul. Cheng Zhen decided to approach his captain, for perhaps the latter wanted to prevent some trouble in the future. Yang Qin understood what the young man was implying, but Zhao Xihan's body was already in a bad state, so he didn't see the point in wasting energy on him. Wenwen was surprised to see as many as 2 ancient souls. She believed that these clouds were summoned by Zhao Xihan's own will. Had the girl really only seen 2? She had to open her eyes and take a closer look. Zhao Xihan had as many as 3 ancient souls. Did this mean that he was now simply invincible? It was a moment of glory for the guy. He was so eager to be the center of attention, after all. Even the god was shocked by his talent. But most of all, he was trying to impress Yang Qing Xuan. Du Chao was already starting to notice that Zhao's martial soul was about to break through and become a noble rank. This kind of thing, that Wuhong energy surged greatly. This was something that the rules of heaven and earth could not tolerate. What Zhao Xihan could do was to cause a thunderstorm, and given his condition, he might not be able to resist the thunder. But no, it only circulated in the warlike soul, not the human soul, though there was danger. It was slight. Zhao Xihan already thought that they wanted to kill him with thunder, but he asked to just wait, and then everyone would see that he would survive the lightning attacks and become even stronger. Yang Qin had already noticed that Cheng Zhen couldn't be here anymore, so he suggested that the guy leave first. Cheng Zhen was still resisting and saying that he could hold back, but Meng Rui was already at his limit and suggested that Cheng Zhen leave together. The kid still resisted, so Meng Rui had to shove him in by force. After all, Yang Qin had told them to be careful. Meanwhile, Zhao Xihan was trying to enter the sovereign rank martial spirit and achieve immortality, with the help of those very lightning and thunderstorms. As Duzhou predicted, lightning started. It didn't strike everywhere. The lightning hit our hero directly, but he stayed alive. No one realized what it was now. The lightning bolt should have struck Zhao Xihan. He was extremely unhappy that it hit Yang Qing Xuan. He decided to give nature another chance. It had to pick the right person and attack him. But the lightning bolt once again struck directly at Yang Qing Xuan, which seemed impossible. It looked very painful, but nevertheless our hero held on, while Zhao was somewhere on the sidelines dying of envy and anger. After all, he was the one the heavens should have chosen. After all, he was the one who had absorbed 3 ancient souls. He was the one who should have become a genius in the 5 northern kingdoms. If Zhao Xihan was struck by lightning, he would be fine. But if both of them were struck by lightning, they would either die or be paralyzed. Yang Qing Xuan realized that he could no longer withstand another lightning strike, so he decided to repel it. After all, he was also playing a Renju game. If Zhao Xihan wanted to be crippled so badly by lightning, then Yang Qing Xuan decided to help him. The lightning bolt struck right into the guy's stomach, however, just as he wanted. But not really, for it wasn't a god's choice, but Yang Qin's choice, and our hero's warlike soul advanced after the lightning strike. Wenwen could no longer stay in this place, so she suggested that Duzhou leave the desert together, to which she agreed. The girls wished Yang Qing good luck, and that he should be careful here. Yang Qin was actually not very happy that they had left. After all, he had to completely deal with this place by himself. Wu Hao already couldn't be happy that his student had gotten hold of 3 ancient souls. And the incoming students were quickly trying to internalize Xu Ling Dan, meditating to settle the body's energy. Wu Hao was so encouraged by his disciple's success that he suggested that Mr. Diang turn all his energies to cultivating Zhao Xihan. While he was saying this to the dean, then Zhao Xihan left the desert. He was as pale as an icicle, and the elder began to worry. Wenwen explained what happened. Zhao Xihan just wanted to be struck by lightning, however. The lightning was striking Yang Qing Xuan. Lu Jiangpong, as soon as he heard this, he immediately joined in the dialogue. Duzhou continued the story. Yang Qing Xuan did not touch the ancient soul, but with his own strength he suddenly advanced, and then he was struck by lightning again. Lu Jiangpong was happy for his disciple that he had managed to advance after all. Therefore, the elder suggested that the dean should develop Yang Qing Xuan with all his strength, and the academy could only give him the resources. Some of the elders reassured Lu Jiangpeng. After all, it had already been 2 days, and Yang Qing Xuan still hadn't come out, and everyone was worried. But Lu Jiangpeng didn't listen to his colleague. After all, his disciple had just survived a huge disaster, so he needed time to get here. Besides, Qi Yue could stay in that place for 3 days. so he was sure that Yang Qin would also be fine. 3 days had already passed. The students were still guarding outside the academy. Su Ying was even worried about Yang Qing Xuan, who still hadn't come. And he was there more than Qi Yue and Yu Yue. It all depended on the man himself. Lu Jiangpeng continued to stubbornly believe that his child was perfectly fine. He just needed to wait a little longer. Xiaofeng, meanwhile, decided to try something. He felt that there was some other space, however. He wasn't sure where it was, or if it was even there. The elders could only maintain the path to Shaotian for 7 in a week, and Lu Jiangpeng wanted to wait for more. Many students were interested in the very student who broke the record of being on the ancient Xiaoqian road. So everyone was hanging around near the entrance. And not far from the academy, there were even Yu Yue and Qi Yue, finding a secluded spot and watching the news. It had already been a long time. One of the 4 kings, Fu Zhao and himself, was thinking that Yang Qing Xuan was probably already dead, especially with his weak cultivation. But Yang Qin's longtime acquaintance Yu Yue disagreed. He had seen what this small was capable of, and now he didn't even want to make random assumptions that he might be dead or alive. And Qi Yue was worried that even she wouldn't be able to enter Qianlong's list, since Yang Qin had been there for a long time. His martial soul was indeed the highest of the 7 saint swords, but sadly, he still considered it his true strength. Qi Yu tried to see how far he had progressed, but what she saw made her very confused. She thought that this guy was some kind of pervert. The guys, of course, noticed Qi Yue's confusion and started asking her about what she saw there, but she didn't want to talk about it. Then she regained her strength and decided to take another look at that painting. Qi Yu saw that there was something written on the dragon pattern. Apparently, the key to solving the mystery of Qingyang Wujing was in it. The hidden scripture of the blue dragon was still undeciphered. Qi Yue tried to concentrate and not look at Yang Qin's naked body. A week had already passed, and Yang Qing Xuan still hadn't returned. Lu Jiangpeng kept on guarding him and asking the other elders to wait for more time. The elder was trying to turn Lu Jiangpeng to reason, after all. With Yang Qing Xuan's cultivation level, he wouldn't have lasted there for 7 days. Therefore, the decision was made to close the path. Lu Jiangpeng stood his ground to the last. He was sure that this beautiful kid was still alive. If the others didn't want to, then he decided to go after him himself. After this week, Lu Jiangpeng decided that he could make the path last another day. Today, this old man decided to show everyone a masterclass. But he wasn't considered a tough guy, just stubborn. But perhaps it is this stubbornness that will save our hero's life. And the other elders, when they saw Lu Jiangpeng's stubbornness, decided to support him as well. These crazy people were also joined by the dean, who knows how it will turn out. The other elders also decided not to stand aside and help Lu Jiangpeng. Perhaps this old man knew something if he was so confident in Yang Qing Xuan. Cheng Zhen also decided to help the elders. After all, Yang Qing Xuan was his commander, and he believed that he was fine. Su Ying decided that it was time to repay Yang Qing Xuan for saving them. A lot of students and teachers gathered all their strength and used True Yun to continue to keep the path open, with the hope that Yang Qing Xuan would come out alive. It was safe to say that if this guy was still alive, he would surely become a better commander. The isle was getting smaller and smaller, even though everyone had defined their efforts. It seemed that this passage held True Yun essence, but something was wrong. Perhaps the students were too weak, even though there were many of them. But what was the matter with Yang Qing Xuan if he was alive and the portal hadn't closed yet? Why hadn't he come out yet? The friends had the terrible thought that he might have been about to die. But no. He could have broken through the portal or simply waited until the next opening of the ancient path. Su Ying could no longer hold back her tears. She was running through the worst outcomes in her head, and just prayed to God that Yang Qing Xuan would come out alive. Qi Yu was already tired of watching Yang Qing Xuan. She had been watching him for 3 days, and now she hoped that he would come out soon. Fuzhou saw that Xiaotian's path was too small for anyone to pass through, so he could count on any outcome. Qi Yu was nervous, but she somehow wanted to think that the passage wouldn't close. Such words one of the kings certainly did not expect to hear, so he asked to repeat what the girl had said. Maybe he had misheard. The elders had already continued to hold the passageway from their last strength, until suddenly the gate of the ancient path changed. A powerful sword spirit could be felt throughout the academy. Lu Jiangpeng had already started to cheer and dance. He was sure that it was Yang Qing Xuan who had appeared. Just how strong our hero was that he could use this flawless 7-sword supreme martial spirit. Qi Yue didn't even expect it. Yu Yu decided to go, but Fu Zhao was hesitant after all. Even if it was Yang Qing Xuan, why wouldn't they watch from the side? Yu Yu explained that Yang Qin had strength, and if Fu Zhao fought him, he would be able to enter the Qianlong list. Fu Zhao still had an opponent. While Yu Yue was still standing in his hiding place, Feng Chen was already heading towards the academy. Feng Chen was the very same disciple of Lu Jiangpeng. They briefly exchanged a few phrases with Yu Yue without even lingering, and Yang Qing Xuan was glad that he had finally made it out of that place and could exhale in peace. But when he saw his friends, he didn't even realize what had happened to them, because they all looked just awful. Everyone pounced on Yang Qing Xuan together to hug him. All this time they were worried about him. They thought he was dead. But how happy they were to see their captain again. It had been a whole 8 days, but the elders smilingly remarked that Yang Qin was as if he had come from a resort, full of energy and vigor. Dian noticed that Yang Qin had greatly advanced. His martial soul had now reached the king level. This could be seen from the purple soul light. Over the past hundreds of years, many Jiang-ranked martial souls have been discovered in Canaan. With our hero's talent and temperament, Yang Qin will definitely be famous in the future. But for that, the most important thing is to study. Yang Qing Xuan thanked the dean as well as the other elders. But still, they shouldn't have cared for him as much as he had asked. Training was of course important. But the most important thing for a cultivator was to be loyal to his heart and not give in to evil. The elders were always happy to help Yang Qing Xuan. Perhaps he needed something, help with advice or had some questions. The elders were willing to do anything. Based on the common experience, the dean came to a conclusion. He announced that every 10 days all the students would gather in front of the library to learn martial arts together. Lu Jiangpeng and Yang Qin went to the waterfall. The old man was happy to note that even after coming from the ancient road and trekking with the elder, the disciple was still full of energy, and had already reached the Jiangcheng stage. Yang Qing Xuan suspected that Lu Jiangping had called him here not only to test his strength, but perhaps he also wanted to talk to him about their past affairs. And he was right. Yang Qingyu needed to choose a bet sooner rather than later. After all, there were only 2 months left. Considering everything, Lu Jiangping had to explain to Yang Qingyu how to develop a martial-level Xuan in a few days. Right now, Lu Jiangpeng wanted to see just how far his disciple had progressed. Yang Qing Xuan was a bit even upset after all. His teacher had just insulted him. Lu Jiangpeng was only happy to have this attitude. The teacher was strong, but during this attack, he was already having trouble breathing. He was only affected by one of his movements. This kid was truly intimidating. Lu Jiangpeng realized that he had really trained hard. Yang Qin revealed that he started practicing right after Lu Jiangpeng gave it to him. The teacher didn't hesitate to admit that if he gave in, Yang Qing would probably defeat him. However, our hero realized that this technique was incomplete and it was weak, which surprised the old man more and more. Lu Jiangpeng was beginning to doubt that this guy was human at all. He didn't understand why Yang Qin thought it was a weak technique. It wasn't like it was unfinished, in his teacher's opinion. It was just perfect right now. Yang Qin gave out that perhaps he was wrong. But in fact, he couldn't promise that these techniques were strong martial arts. He believed that the strength of Jumanji was much weaker than Li Wang. Yet this technique was one of the 8 great techniques of the mysterious clan, and was a perfect technique. Yang Qing Xuan was literally struck dumb when he found out that it was only one of the 8. One of the 8 and already possessed such strength. He had a lot to think about. Of course he wanted to know more about it. But it was one of the academy's biggest secrets, and that was why the dean had decided to teach his students the Xian technique. 8 Yun Xianji was only practiced by people with very high intelligence. No one had been able to master this technique completely yet. All 7 elders were only able to use one technique out of the 8. Qing Bailu tried to master another technique, but it seemed unbearably difficult for him. Even the king was failing miserably. Therefore, some of the elders decided to go for a trial, hoping that someone could develop it. And after 10 days, the martial arts master was going to invite Yu Yuji. Lu Jiangpeng and the elders had thought that Yu Yue and Qi Yue would be the best. But now the teacher was sure that Yang Qing Xuan would surpass them. The elders were going to choose a couple elite disciples from the academy, as well as a couple teachers. But after 10 days, only a small fraction of the disciples, and only the best ones, would remain. The disciple with the highest cultivation would go through to the second round. And it was over 300 people. But what could our hero be worried about? After all, he was the very man who had been on the ancient journey for 8 days. In order not to let his disciple go empty-handed, Lu Jiangping lastly gave him a pill that would enable him to cultivate in about half a year. Yang Qing Xuan immediately on the spot decided to absorb this pill, but right in front of the teacher, Yang Qing once again made a breakthrough. 10 days had already passed. All the top students were meeting in the academy's library, but a conflict was brewing between them. The juniors and seniors were arguing furiously about something and couldn't come to a unanimous decision. Yang Wu, being a disciple of the Inner Academy, thought the freshmen were very daring, for they dared to challenge him. Did they really think they were stronger than the true martial arts stage? The freshmen were unqualified to read Xuan-level martial arts. Therefore, if they didn't want to be defeated, they just needed to retreat. There were countless changes in profound martial arts, and not everyone was able to understand it, unless the learner immersed himself in his heart and soul. It could not be learned forcibly, for the process of enlightenment would be destroyed, and enlightenment was only half of martial arts. Yue Qian was fed up with the squabbles and was ready to fight with the seniors. For some reason, he was sure that he would be able to defeat them. But such pride was laughable to the upperclassmen, so they didn't mind teaching the younger ones a lesson. Yang Wu ordered the other guys to attack the underclassmen, and whoever tried to fight back would be beaten to death and held accountable for their actions. Only the seniors were only 30, while the juniors were 300. They shouldn't have gotten cocky, for the number could be defeated. The guy never stopped boasting about his level of true martial arts, while many of the students possessed the Lingwu level. Despite this, no one was going to retreat. Everyone had confidence that they would be the ones to win. Yang Qing Xuan flew into the hall just in time, and Chengzheng also helped out. But he was again a little late, for which he apologized to the team. Yang Qing Xuan was already welcomed on the spot. The team had become great friends recently. In addition, Yue Qian had managed to get his hand back. Of course not without the help of Chengzheng, who was kindly helping his friend. And if he had any problems, he could once again turn to Yang Qing Xuan. Yang Wu was extremely displeased that these guys were distracted from the battle and were having their idle conversations. Therefore, he decided to display his true transformation sword, which was stronger than a steel sword. Yang Qin was surprised to see such a sword, but despite that, he began his confrontation with Yang Wu. While the latter thought that Yang Qin was some Lingwu-level sucker, Yang Qing Xuan was the person whose name Yang Wu didn't even deserve to know. This entire fight was being watched by the elders. They noticed that Yang Qing Xuan was using Xian-level martial techniques, and this could indicate that he was quite experienced. Suddenly, the elder remembered that his colleague was responsible for the security of the library. But did he really not care about what was happening here and now? He cared. He just wanted to finish his watermelon. Yang Wu had already practiced for many years and was confident that Yang Qing Xuan's little tricks wouldn't be able to harm him, even though the latter had strength. But this guy had no idea that Yang Qing Xuan had also practiced for many years and had managed to achieve certain successes during this time. In response, Yang Wu only laughed, for it was rare to see a freshman as unrestrained as Yang Qin. The senior student even felt sorry that he didn't have time to become a senior disciple. Yang Qing Xuan had been fighting him the entire time and wondered how he still hadn't been punished by fate. The words of our hero did not hurt the senior student in any way. On the contrary, ignited interest and desire to get rid of the enemy as soon as possible. Yang Wu sent a huge stream of water at him, trying to put out Yang Qing Xuan's fire. But these streams of water, waves were treading in front of the mighty strength of Yang Qing Xuan, who was practically laughing at his opponent's abilities. The one who realizes he should be tougher starts throwing ice chips at him. This was what one could call it, strength is power. Yang Qing Xuan was already sending his opponent home and practicing with boredom and anger, for there was no need to disgrace yourself here with such abilities and inquiries. The students had already forgotten about their fight, as they couldn't concentrate on it because of the strong aura Yang Qing Xuan was manifesting during the fight. Some people were tired from the battle, so they decided to rest and paid attention to the dueling Yang Qin, who was intelligent. He could have a Lingwu stage cultivation base and still compete with strong people in the true martial stage. All of Yang Wu's energy was practically used up, and he was actively thinking about how he could win this battle. Yang Wu continued to try out his best techniques and created incredible monsters out of water. And getting inside this monster is like suffering 1,000 arrows piercing your heart. Ah, what a horrible death. Yang Wu even thought that this was exactly what Yang Qing Xuan deserved. But alas, what a pity. Yang Wu's water dinosaur was vaporizing right before our eyes, which meant that Yang Wu's energy was also starting to disappear. Finding no other way but to shout for help, Yang Wu turned to Elder Qi Yu to avoid being killed by a junior student. The elder finally finished his watermelon, but the other was not happy that he was going to throw away the shell right there. The cries for help were ignored by the elders. Yang Qing Xuan was already taking the upper hand in this battle, but at the very last moment, when Yang Qin finished off Yang Wu, the elders turned to him. What was he doing? In response to this question, he replied that he was picking up trash. The elders only shook their heads pitifully that the seniors were so stupid and weak that they lost to the underclassmen. Yang Qing Xuan, of course, no one said a word to Yang Qing Xuan, only asked that everyone clean themselves up and continue practicing martial arts. As a true captain, Yang Qing Xuan urged the boys to pay Yang Wu for everything. The elders had to experience all the care and kindness towards them. The fight continued as if it had never stopped. The older ones asking for mercy, but so far the younger ones were not going to give it. The elder was already entering the password that would send the students to the next formation, the huge library, training room where the dean was located. Meng Rui couldn't even think that it really existed. For some reason he thought it was just some fairy tales. And everyone headed straight for the portal. The guys were so eager to learn more about martial arts. Yang Qing Xuan, Meng Rui, and Cheng Zhen tried to stick together as they were a team and felt more comfortable in a group. As our hero was transported to the hall where all the students were gathered, Dayan was already pushing his speech, motivating the students to do better. However, our hero had not listened to everything yet. The dean had more to say. First, there were many changes in this martial art, and it would be ineffective if everything was revealed. Therefore, this time the students will only be able to read the first half. Those who can master it 70% will be able to read the second half. Secondly, each person's strength, talent, and ability differed. If someone discovered something wrong during the enlightenment process, one could not continue reading forcibly. Otherwise, the student could get into trouble. And there was no need to be afraid and also to do it to the best of your ability. Even if the student understands only a small part, he will benefit infinitely. That's all the elders and the dean could tell the students. The process was about to begin. The dean as well as the students were excited for something new. This martial art was called the Touch of the Moon. Before the students were ready, one of the elders was going to play a Yujing ballad to help the students calm down and remove all unnecessary thoughts. These runes that every student could see seemed like some sort of illusion. The process had just begun. But no one in the room made a sound. Everyone was eager to absorb the new teaching and learn the new technique. These disciples were truly incredible. Yungan Palace was located in the middle world of the Xuanye continent, and even the top 5 powers of this continent couldn't compare to this academy. The elder was a little doubtful whether it was okay to teach Duzhou their academy's mentality, while the dean thought that it was just fine because she was currently a student of their academy, and they wanted to treat her favorably. It hadn't been that long, but already the first students were showing up who couldn't take the reading and were literally spitting out blood, feeling nauseous and pale. Many people were even upset, feeling that there was no hope for them in Xuanji and martial arts. They looked at Yang Qing Xuan, who they thought had already cultivated 100 times. Duzhou had passed 90, Xiaofeng and Changzhen at 80. Those who had already given up were watching our hero with interest, for he was beginning to accelerate. Everything was happening so fast that there were suspicions that he would soon break through the 200. Meng Rui believed that everyone had their own talents, and there was nothing to envy here. By the way, he had managed to break through the 120 steps, and thanks to that, he had crossed over to the Lingwu underworld realm. And these guys had managed to reach the 300th step. The girls weren't even hiding the fact that they couldn't continue anymore. And Cheng Zhen was still trying to continue. Out of all 300 students, only these 3 were left. Yang Qing Xuan, Xiaofeng, and Du Zhao. I wondered which one of them would surrender first. Yang Qing Xuan's smooth movements impressed the dean, and the swiftness of his hands surprised him. This guy was truly talented. Xiaofeng felt like he was at his limit, so he didn't overexert himself. He had already managed to reach 330 steps. Meanwhile, Yang Qing Xuan had already managed to fully comprehend the 360 steps. But Dean Dayan had his doubts and assumed the boy was stuck on the ladder. The other students rejoiced, for Duzhou had finished first, reaching all 360 steps, while Yang Qing Xuan was stuck on the last one. Duzhou felt tired, but was nevertheless happy that she had managed to defeat Yang Qing Xuan in at least something. But I felt that this was still not the end. Yang Qing Xuan was already at his limit by the looks of it, but he felt that he could continue. In order to do so, he used the Ying Yue technique finger. The dean understood all the risks and saw that if this energy escaped, then all the students would then suffer. So he used the void compression technique. There was a distortion of space. Our hero felt embarrassed and hoped that the dean and everyone else would forgive him for this prank. Dayan actually didn't even get angry, only inquiring if Yang Qin had practiced the Jumanji technique. The young man did not hide the fact that this technique was taught to him by Lu Jiangpeng in the courtyard before the exam. It was no surprise to the dean now, but even so, somehow it was shocking. Du Zhou thought that 360 steps was the final step. but apparently there were some pitfalls. The girl's talent was incredible, but still, Yang Qing Xuan won. After all, there were 42 hidden steps in addition to the 360 steps. Only now did the girl realize that Yang Qing Xuan hadn't just stayed on the last step for so long. She had to admit her loss. The students, and especially Yang Qin, gave the dean many surprises. Even if some stopped in the first half of the whole time, the dean hoped that when they remembered this moment, they would realize what they had learned. Yang Qing Xuan, Xiaofeng, and Du Ruo were asked to stay here, while the others were to go after another teacher. Dayan couldn't even dream that as many as 3 people would enter the second round of enlightenment. There were supposed to be 720 steps in the second round. How much the students could understand depended on their ability and only. And in 5 days, Dean Dayan promised to show the next stage. Now the boys had to squeeze the earth an inch, and then the stars would move. It's amazing that Dayan has mastered the rules of space so well. Abilities were limited, and he was afraid that in this environment nothing could come out of it. There were 7 floors in the library starting today. The top 4 floors would be open to these 3 guys, but they would have to register. Yang Qing Xuan found an interesting book. It was called Feng Lei Sanxi. The other students noticed this, perceived Yang Qin as a newcomer, and thought he was reading some garbage. But Yang Qing Xuan saw something interesting in this book. The techniques weren't bad, and the strength wasn't bad either. He believed that if he practiced it, he would be able to understand the 3rd formula. Only he had to pay for it. And it wasn't cheap. 1,000 wen for just an hour. At first, he thought of learning some sword techniques on the 4th floor. But he didn't want to borrow from anyone. Even if he had to give this back in a year, he still couldn't afford it. Especially since after fighting Zuo Jun, Yang Qin was going to leave the college to find his grandfather. It had been 5 days, but our hero didn't notice it until someone knocked him on the head. The elder resented that Yang Qing Xuan was making other people wait for him. And who was waiting for him? Yang Qing Xuan didn't even remember. Today was the day he and the other guys were transitioning to the 2nd stage. Our hero was forgetting such things again as he practiced constantly, and it all flew out of his head. Everyone in the audience was really waiting for him. Of course, he apologized for that. It wasn't how he wanted to present himself. Qin Xuan understood his disciple since he had known him for a long time. But Yang Qin didn't hesitate to explain the reason for his lateness. One of the 4 beauties approached him, but he didn't even know her by sight, which surprised a lot of people. Evie was known to all the students. She had heard a lot about Yang Qing Xuan, and now she wanted to meet him in person. But the students were unhappy that Yang Qing Xuan was late, and now he was also chatting away. Wen Jicheng was venomous with his tongue, and tried his best to rebuke Yang Qin as sharply as possible. But Lu Yifan, who suddenly appeared, decided to stand up for Yang Qin, after all. Wen Jicheng was wasting their time right now. Evo had already assumed that Lu Yifan, who had appeared here, was here for a reason, and perhaps wanted to train Yang Qing Xuan. It was only now that the guys realized, including our hero, that in front of them was not just some high school student, but one of the 4 kings on Qianlong's list. Back in the day, he was still chasing after Qi Yue, trying to woo her. But this memory put the guy in an awkward position. He twisted that supposedly, the girl only wanted to beat him up. Evie wasn't going to fall behind. She was even more interested in the details of just how many times she'd hit him, and what else had happened between them. And Yang Qingwen began to believe that Qi Yue was so strong that it looked like she could defeat one of the 4 kings. Duzhou also had her own thoughts about this matter, assumed that Evie was much weaker than Qi Yue. Lu Yifang still couldn't remove the shyness from his face. He had to tell a little bit that he was careless back then and missed half of Qi Yue's punches just because she was a girl. Dean Dane coughed a little, thus drawing attention to himself, and further asked to stop talking. Now it was time to start the 2nd stage, and for that, we needed Elder Wu's help. The Elder began to emit 9 heavy waves. This music contained mysteries. One could not hope for luck here, for it could not help. In addition, such music was great for helping students to concentrate. But for some, her spirit was too sensitive and the sound just hurt. Lu Yifan had minor consequences. He just had a trickle of blood flowing, but this time he realized a great deal. Not everything, of course. But there was definitely something new in his brain that he would realize later. Suddenly, Dean Dian decided to throw punches directly at Yang Qing Xuan, Qin Xuan, and Lu Yifang. Well, this old man probably decided to test the alertness and attention of the students. The strength that the dean displayed to his students was incredibly powerful, and even Qin Xuan found it difficult to control. Our hero decided to act more cunningly. He realized everything in a short period of time, which surprised the dean. Yang Qing Xuan did not give up and exclusively attacked, then intrigued the teacher. Dayan decided to use Jumanji's finger technique, but it was becoming more difficult against Jumanji's 2 fingers. Still, The dean had to admit that Yang Qin wasn't bad, but it wasn't enough. Elder Wu was standing at the side, and just couldn't understand what the hell they were doing there. Dayan was no longer available, so Yang Qin was taken over by another elder who decided to demonstrate his cold finger technique. And the elder's technique was also strong and kept turning unexpectedly, making it difficult for Yang Qing Yu to repel it. Perhaps it was difficult, but our hero has always been glad of difficulties, because they helped him to develop. Yet he decided to do the trickier thing, using the fire technique on his left hand and the Jumanji technique on his right hand, combining the two techniques together. Such abilities could not leave anyone indifferent, because he could do it all at once. When one elder checked on Yang Qin, Wu decided to join the battle. He used the shadow finger technique in battles, which appeared and disappeared without a trace. This finger technique was as dense as raindrops. Yang Qing had to still ponder how to get out of this trap, but he couldn't find a way to go back. Meanwhile, Evie now understood why Yang Qin liked Qi Yue so much after all. He possessed the two-finger technique. Wenji was jealous. He thought it was just luck. But luck was also part of strength, and he didn't even realize it, so it was no wonder no woman liked him. That was it for today. Dayan had finished practicing. Apart from Yang Qing Xuan, all the other students would have to go with a senior. Finally, the teacher praised his student, for he had really performed well. Yang Qing Xuan felt a little confused. After all, she didn't understand why Dayan wanted him to stay. The dean began to explain that the young man had just entered the late stage of the Lingwu realm. With such a high talent, coupled with the ability to comprehend, Yang Qing Xuan was the likely person in college to learn the 8-tone string finger. The dean's praise had no bounds. But still, our hero was curious to know how many finger techniques Mr. Dayan himself possessed. Taking a heavy breath, Dayan admitted that he had mastered the skill of changing the 8 fingers, but he couldn't understand them. After getting answers to his questions, Yang Qing Xuan decided to move closer to the matter at hand. Dayan had kept him here, which meant that there was probably something urgently needed by someone who knew the 8-toothed cord finger. Yang Qing Xuan was completely right. Dayan he showed him the white calcite. Quite recently, our hero learned from a book in the library that calcite had a hard texture and extremely high permeability. It was the raw material for ennobling vessels. And this piece of it not only lost its original texture and transparency, but the internal structure was also destroyed. How did Dayan accomplish this? It was all a base for growing soil. The only way to get that kind of calcite is location. Back then, there was a powerful enemy in the academy, and after he was defeated by 7 of the elders, the enemy's whereabouts remained unknown. But recently someone sent this stone, and at a glance, Dayan realized that it was created by this person's efforts, and such a terrifying skill was beyond the original martial realm. Only this realm could do such a thing. The academy could be attacked by enemies at any time, so the dean was eager to practice 8-tone string fingers. Perhaps it was this eagerness that led to one defeat. It was now impossible to integrate the 8-tone string fingers. Yang Qin was doubtful, but still said what he thought. After all, if he even trained 8-tone string fingers, it was impossible to surpass a true master. Dayan had his own thoughts on the matter, so he suggested the young man not to worry. If this man came, the 7 elders would not be idle. This situation required the cooperation of the 7 elders, and it really required Yang Qing Xuan's skills to increase every single day. The young man felt that he had a long way to go. Yang Qing Xuan was also listening to Elder Wu playing the Zhuxiao Tianbo, and he felt like he had something to do with the sword fingering, or was it his illusion? Dayan assumed that there was indeed a connection between them, but the most important thing for Yang Qin was to thoroughly understand the finger technique, and then figure out the other one as well. Our hero still had questions, but he realized that he wouldn't get any more answers today, so he decided to leave the room. The elders were discussing Yang Qing. They found his talent terrifying, and speculated that he would be able to completely grind down this 8-tone string finger and Zhuxiao Tianbo in the future. And after all, these techniques were one and the same, and had been created by Shenying back in the day. Dayan assumed that it wasn't too late to hand him the score after he had mastered the finger technique. After all, he was supposed to be super productive right now. When our hero left the hall, Evie was waiting for him under the doors. She was exactly like a cat sneaking up from behind and scared Yang Qin. The girl didn't hesitate to run her hand over Yang Qin's chest. His body was quite strong, which she wasn't shy to point out. He must have exercised a lot. Yang Qin was not in debt and complimented her on her strength and looks. But Evie took it not just as a courtesy or compliment, but as flirting and sympathy, thinking the guy wanted to date her. Yang Qing Xuan didn't even have time to utter a word before the girl pulled him on their first date. While they were walking hand in hand, they met someone on the way. When Yang Qing Xuan saw Qiyue there, he suddenly had a bad feeling. And Evie wasn't confused. She put her boyfriend's hand on her chest and started making small talk about where they would go on their first date. Yang Qing Xuan only now began to realize the situation. Evie was simply using him to anger Qiyue. Of course, there was nothing good about the pie in the sky. But with Qiyue, Yang Qin didn't want to stop socializing because of this. Yang Qin kept wondering, did Qiyue really like him? Kei Yao noticed them too, and her face grew more and more serious. She didn't hesitate to blurt out to Evie that she was as fat as her breasts. Evie was a little embarrassed by this, but she wasn't confused. She was painfully curious to know if Qiyue was jealous of her for stealing her boyfriend away. The girl just ignored it. She thought the figure was important. But she was afraid that the fat would make Evie never feel like a princess. Evie took such teasing as if Qiyue was jealous of her, as she couldn't grow breasts as big as hers and had no hope of experiencing it. The girls had already forgotten about Yang Qing Xuan, and he felt the icy coldness around them. A battle was brewing between Evie and Qiyue, the girls wishing to determine who was better. The battle had not yet begun, but doubts were beginning to form in Evie that her opponent's ice was far better than hers. But there was simply no time to doubt and think about it. Qiyue was already attacking, and the girl had to make a leap to avoid this blow. Yang Qin watched with admiration as these two fought with true transformation. They had very strong attributes of strength, and he also wanted to reach this realm soon. Evie realized that she wouldn't survive this battle, so she suggested that Qiyue just leave her alone. But Evie had already lost as it was, and Qiyue didn't even think of backing down. The girl's situation wasn't good. She didn't expect this earth-fat circle to be so strong. Yang Qing Xuan was starting to get worried, so he intervened in the fight, asking for Qiyue to stop, or else Evie might simply die. Surprisingly, Qiyue actually listened to him and stopped attacking the girl. Evie fell right into Yang Qingyu's arms, glad that he was still worried about her. But if Evie was grateful, she shouldn't suppress others. This was the lesson Qiyue wanted to teach her. Evie decided not to linger here any longer and ran away, leaving behind her promise to make Qiyue look good next time. But she always promised something, so Qiyue didn't even hope for anything. Yang Qin was still here. He wondered if Evie had made her jealous. Qiyue blushed, and the former confidence was lost when she answered this question. Qiyue convinced the guy that they had a fight not because of Yang Qin but for another reason. Our hero noticed this embarrassment, and Qiyue herself realized that she was unconvincing. She won against Evie, but lost to Yang Qing Xuan. They continued walking and started talking about the enlightenment technique. This technique was good, but it had too many restrictions, and Yang Qin looked down on it. He shouldn't have focused only on this practice because he had fallen behind in practicing Qingyang Wujing. But did Qiyue imply that Yang Qingyu shouldn't have practiced this further? Qingyang Wuqin was incomplete after all. If there were any problems in practice, then Yang Qin would be able to tell Qiyue about it. Yang Qin thanked the girl for this opportunity, but he also noticed that her thinking had changed, which was strange. The girl also remembered about the Wuhong sword. Yang Qing Xuan had to hide it carefully. Our hero got a little excited because how could the girl know his fighting soul, and why did he have to hide it? Saying that she had seen him naked, she didn't, just explained what Yang Qing had to memorize. His martial soul, one of the 10 strongest martial souls, which surpassed the top-level martial souls, and was also a legacy martial soul. And if someone found out that his martial soul belonged to a supreme profound sword family, it could lead to a murderous disaster. Qiyue had many other things to do, so she left Yang Qin. The boy ran after her and tried to learn something else about the battle soul, but the girl didn't tell him anything else. Yang Qing Xuan was alone with his thoughts. He believed that it was because of this inherited fighting spirit that his parents were the victim of betrayal. He ran away because he needed to strengthen his strength as soon as possible to get in touch with the truth. There was no better place for it than that waterfall given to him, where one could always have privacy. But that place turned out to be already occupied. It was occupied by Lu Jiangpeng's second disciple, Fang Chen. Yang Qin didn't know what Fang Chen looked like, and assumed it was him because others were not allowed access here. Fang Chen appreciated Yang Qing Xuan's fine sense of Yang Qing Xuan's talent, which flattered our hero. Yang Qing Xuan thought that he could train with him. After all, Fang Chen had trained longer with Elder Lu, but for some reason, it made him angry. He was already basically no longer Lu Jiangpeng's disciple, but her relationship was good. Yang Qing had yet to convince Fang Chen that they should study together. Fang Chen was really strong, and such strength was impossible to ignore. In order to avoid falling immediately from the first strike, Yang Qin deftly jumped, trying to avoid the wave. After the attack passed, he didn't notice Fang Chen himself, suspecting that he wanted to conduct a sneak attack here, and therefore decided to drink it and attack himself. But his attack was repelled in time and he had to jump onto the cobblestone. For some reason, Yang Qin was now convinced that Fang Chen was at the Jade Bone stage. Fang Chen still had to recognize the strength of his opponent. After all, he was at the Jade Bone stage, and this had the advantage of being able to send his opponent flying, but not Yang Qing Xuan. And after all, he didn't expend much effort to stay on the ground. Such a duel was interesting, for the opponents were not weak, and which of them could gain the upper hand? Fang Chen suggested that our hero keep going, for some tricks couldn't convince him. Fang Chen's strength was much better than Yang Qing Xuan's, but his agility was worse. If our hero wanted to defeat him, he could only use his bodily skills to compensate for his lack of strength. And of course, Fang Chen saw how his opponent was biding his time. Yang Qin didn't deny it. After all, they didn't just have a battle for strength. Otherwise, he would have already lost. However, Fang Chen wasn't going to deal out compliments to flatter, so he informed the guy in advance that he had already lost. A powerful flash of impact caused our hero to lose his balance and succumb to the attack. Fang Chen didn't want to let a guy like Yang Qing Xuan run away from the master. After all, one could just lose face that way. But Fang Chen had more strength than Yang Qing Xuan, and it would be shameful to ask him to fight and then lose. In any case, Fang Chen was amused by all of this, and he wanted to see how long Lu Jiangpeng's disciple could hide for. And the matter was bad, for the laws of the body were blocked. Yang Qing Xuan needed to leave urgently, but would he be able to escape again? Our hero realized that he now will not be able to not run away, not hide, so had to carry out the plan in. And this holding attack, something he had avoided so much, for he doubted his strength. And for good reason, Fang Chen was indeed stronger, and easily broke through the young man's defense and split his sword into many small pieces. With this, Fang Chen wanted to say that the gap in strength could not be made up by other factors. But Yang Qin wasn't going to stop, and decided to show why he didn't try to hide at the last moment, but instead resisted Fang Chen's strength. Lu Zheng's disciple instantly turned pale when he saw that Yang Qing was a wielder of the pollen technique, moreover, which he could use on two hands at the same time. Now that Fang Chen will no longer be able to hide from our hero's attack, Yang Qin, to find an opportunity to hit Fang Chen, essentially took the hit, trying to stay unharmed and get closer to his opponent, taking him by surprise. This attack was really successful. Fang Chen literally crashed into the cobblestones without being able to block that attack. But that wasn't all. Our hero didn't want to offend Fang Chen, but only the one warned that even if Yang Qin hurt him, the victory would still be his. There was an insurmountable gap between them, specifically their stages. How did Yang Qin want to compensate for this? Yang Qing had to admit that Fang Chen was indeed worthy of being a strong person in the Jade Bone realm. He could barely take the strength of his 2 fingers, but his strength was still overflowing. But having a high stage is clearly not a guaranteed win. Don't be cruel. It was strange to hear these words from Fang Chen himself, but he didn't expect to then see that the Dan-Chi realm would be able to release such a strong Jiang Zhen-Chi. Fang Chen was in a desperate situation. He could no longer control the water and succumbed to Yang Qing Xuan's strike. The guy himself flew off some distance away. He admitted that if he hadn't secretly used the power from the Tianhe Pearl, he would have probably lost this time. Fang Chen literally choked in his own water and barely surfaced. He had to admit his defeat. But now he had learned Yang Qing Xuan's strength, fighting skills, and strategy. So he was confident that he would definitely be able to defeat him next time. If Fang Chen were to progress, then Yang Qin would not stand still either. In which case Fang Chen would hardly be able to keep up with Yang Qin's pace. Fang Chen warned our hero that he must win, or else if he loses, he won't let him go. The guy didn't comment on this, only noting that Fang Chen could no longer stand on his feet and was even more handsome than him. On this path of martial arts, there were always all kinds of difficulties: remorse, hard work, despair, backstabbing, unwillingness. But a warrior could only move step by step through difficulties. Teacher had no doubt that Fang Chen would surely become stronger after this battle. And of course Yang Qing Xuan too. A few days passed. Lu Jiangpeng and Yang Qing Xuan were on their way to the martial agreement. Yang Qing Xuan wasn't afraid to admit that he was worried. After all, an important event was about to happen very soon. The student had recently been injured, but when the teacher reminded him of it, Yang Qin admitted that he was already fine. Yang Qin had to do his best in this battle, and yet despite his excitement, he was confident that he would not lose. For otherwise, Fang Chen would not let him go. After battling him, Yang Qin should have a better understanding of the fighting styles of martial artists. And that was indeed the case. Our hero noticed that the practitioners had more strength but not enough agility. They were also much stronger than those who possessed the same level of qi. Yang Qin was a bit wrong. He was substituting Fang Qin's weaknesses for the weaknesses of practice. Bad agility was the weakness. Weaknesses of non-physical training and qi training had their own advantages and disadvantages. In short, there was no difference in cultivation method. But of course, on the same level, physical cultivation was definitely better than qi cultivation. Yang Qin hadn't even expected that the battle site wasn't in Kangnan, but in Jiyun. Du Guxing, the dean of the Jinjun Zhangling Academy, was also a martial arts master. Lu Jiangping had fought him 3 times in the past, and was undefeated. Lu Jiang was later beaten to the ground. In order not to take advantage of this, Du Guxing made an agreement for 5 years. Yang Qin didn't stop wondering, and it turns out the person who offended Teacher Lu is the human dean. For some reason, for one moment it seemed to our hero that he had asked something wrong. But nevertheless, they decided to change the subject. It seemed like this competition was only for Lingguoguo, but Lingguoguo was only one of them. There were a few more things that Lu Jiangpeng had accidentally discovered in the cave with Du Guxing. Our heroes had already arrived at the capital of the Jinyun Kingdom. The guards, as soon as they noticed the new guests, immediately began to scurry around. One got the impression that Du Guxing couldn't wait to be beaten since they were met early in the morning. It was like this. Junior Wu Feibai had indeed greeted Lu Jiangpeng at the dean's order. They escorted the carriage to the palace gate. A long time had passed, and now the younger generation met the older Lu. The boys were greeted by Yang Yian, the deputy of Dingzhangling, and Du Zhenzhen, the prince of Jinyun. Yang Yian immediately noticed elder Lu Fangchen's disciple in the young youth. He is like a dragon and phoenix, unusual in appearance. Yang Qin was extremely polite and introduced himself with his name, making it clear that he was not Fang Chen. Yang Yian and Du Zhenzhen felt awkward. After all, this was not how they had imagined Yang Qing Xuan. At least he was different from the rumors. Still, it spoke to the fact that the academy was at its prime in recent years, and it was unexpected to find out that there were such talents there. While Yang Qin was having aristocratic conversations, Lu Jiangping was thinking that when everyone recognized Yang Qing Xuan's talent, their jaw would drop. Lu had specifically brought him here to raise the power of the academy. It was cold outside, so Yang Yan suggested moving into the palace so the guests could warm up. Especially, they wanted to talk more with Yang Qing Xuan and Lu Jiangpeng. The palace of the Jinyun Kingdom looked truly luxurious. National murals and expensive furniture could be seen everywhere. And inside, our guests were treated to some excellent salon Jingyun tea. Zhen had heard about Yang Qing Xuan before from Lu Jiangpeng, so he was confident that tomorrow's fight between Yang Qing and Huang Yuan would be exciting. Now our hero knew a little more about his opponent, but no one knew about Huang Yu's cultivation level. Lu Jiangpeng decided to openly inquire about what his level was in the Shanlin Academy. Huang Yu had just entered the academy last year and hadn't participated in the battle list, so he didn't have a ranking at the moment. Of course, the same thing Yang Yan wanted to know about Yang Qing Xuan. But for some reason, this question made the young man confused. Noticing this, Lu Jiangpeng intercepted the initiative and explained that his disciple was in the same situation as Huang Yu. Lu Kongpeng had deprived Yang Yan and Zhen with absolutely no information about Yang Qing. This old man was a cunning fox. Zhen didn't know when the master would come because he had things to do. And since Yang Qin was in this city for the first time, he decided to send someone to show him around the capital. Yang Qing Xuan was excited about this offer, for he not only wanted to see the architecture of Jinyun, but also the culture itself. With a single clap, Tang Tao immediately entered the hall and will accompany our hero on his little journey. Lastly, Zhen gave our hero some instructions. Tao asked him to search for the truth, but he understood what the master was implying. In the capital of the kingdom, the liquor stores, Borlel, were located in Dongcheng district. A large store selling cultivation resources was located in Xicheng district. Yang Qing Xuan decided to postpone the brothel and liquor store, at least until the competition was over. So he decided to start with the Xicheng district. To begin with, Yang Qin wanted to acquire yuan, so he inquired where he could buy it. In all 5 kingdoms, other than the auction, the only place to buy yuan was here. Tang Tao brought the young man to the Dalwafang, where they were met by a lovely woman. The master wasn't there yet, but when he arrived, his daughter would also be here, and the last one would soon be auctioned off. In order not to lose possible customers, the girl led them into the hall. There they could see the various stones in the Yanlisha property. The Yanlishi sale was the main feature of this chamber of commerce, so there were many of them here. But in general, Yanlishi was a hard sell. and the counselor hoped that maybe with this baby she could sell more today. The price was so-so, the girl was willing to trade it for an ordinary spirit stone that was at the same price. Yang Qing Xuan didn't think long, finally deciding to buy one. These stones were selling rather poorly, so the girl was even surprised she didn't have to be persuaded to buy one. And Tang Tao made some conclusions that probably one of Yang Qing Xuan's Yang cultivation techniques was probably Yang attributes. In addition, he himself had also decided to buy Yang Lishi. Yang Lishi was a great value, at least here the price was 3 or 4 times the usual price, except for very less money. But if not, it was impressive to trade for the same amount. But this Chamber of Commerce did not consider lesser money. The boys went to the park for the yuan auction. This Chamber of Commerce sold 3 yuan every day. Today, there was only one left, and it would be auctioned soon. The strength of the Daluo Chamber of Commerce was no weaker than the Northern 5 Kingdoms. No one dared to cause trouble for them. After all, none of the Northern 5 Kingdoms could even produce that much yuan. Dalufang was distributed to all Jiangyi continents except for martial arts materials. But this type of business was extraordinary and very costly, and it had to be reported to the owner for him to make a decision. Yang Qing Xuan currently had about 1,000 academy credits, among which was money for information. But right now, he didn't think of learning anything more. Once the deal was successfully completed, the consultant went to report it to her management. Hua Yun's daughter, Hualing, ordered the girl to send someone to find out the identity of the buyer. And in doing so, one had to be careful not to attract attention. Father felt that there was no point in tracking them, as only 2 Yanlishi had been purchased. But nevertheless they were buying it, and Hualing felt that she had to see them. And if she just let them go like that, her previous efforts would be wasted. But what would be a waste of time, too?